Black Death, Book 4 of the Sam Rader thriller series, written by Simon King, narrated by Kiiri Sandy. Chapter 1. Not all siblings hate each other. For some, the bond that grows between them is sometimes one of the strongest found in nature, like a lioness protecting her cubs on the vast savanna. This bond could be developed simply through the passage of time, like two brothers sharing the same interests for dirt bikes or fast cars. Maybe it's a couple of sisters, both with a passion for the latest musician or movie star. Whatever the force that brings them together may be, once it has weaved its magic, there's almost nothing that could ever break it apart. For Lucy and Grace Shaw, the force that brought them together was violence. It was the kind of violence many children around the world are made to witness each and every day, where an overzealous stepfather or boyfriend chooses to bestow his own failures on those closest to him. Grace, the older of the two, tried her best to protect her baby sister as much as she could. It wasn't easy growing up without their father around, himself killed a few years before, the victim of a drive-by shooting in one of Chicago's middle-class neighborhoods. Their mother had tried her best to provide for the girls, taking on odd jobs here and there, as well as waitressing down at the local bar called the Schnapps. Working evenings had brought its own challenges, with Grace often forced to look after Lucy while their mother endured long shifts. Being 5 years older, Grace often joked that she was the fill-in mama, the one taking care of the child while the real mama was working. But inside, she knew the struggles facing her young family, as if she had already reached adulthood. It was the boyfriends that had made life difficult, the latest a stick of sweaty dynamite, ready to explode at the smallest issue. June Shaw had met Leroy Martin at the bar she worked at. Despite knowing he had a penchant for violence, she began to date him, hopeful that he'd prove himself a loyal partner and possibly a father figure for her girls. But old habits die hard, and it wasn't long before the violence began, both Grace and Lucy forced to watch as Leroy dished out regular beatings to his latest squeeze. It was the drink he had a fondness for, including the attraction to other women booze always seemed to bring with it. Whenever he demanded money from June and she refused, he would beat her until she handed over her purse or collapsed to the ground and he took it from her. Either way, he would end up with the cash, regardless if it was meant for groceries, rent, or even a birthday gift for one of her babies. The day that changed their world forever was just an ordinary Monday, with school for both girls taking up most of the day. June had dropped the pair off just as she always did, then headed off to whatever job she had going on at that time. When she didn't return that afternoon to pick them up, it didn't worry Grace, accustomed to her mother getting held back with work. She'd simply waited for her younger sister, then held her hand and led her the 4 blocks back to their apartment. Despite being black in a predominantly white neighborhood, the girls had never known any different, the apartment their father's final investment. It didn't matter that they had a white father and a black mother, with people in the neighborhood seeing the girls as just another part of the community. They would greet passers-by with warm smiles, waving as they walked slowly home. With Grace, a very tall 11-year-old, she looked closer to 15, an age considered old enough to take care of her 6-year-old sister. But anyone having an issue with the family? Why would they? But someone did take issue, calling June a betrayer to her race, a whore to the whites, and a traitor to her people. Leroy didn't just hate the fact that his girlfriend had fucked a white man and happily let him father her children. He detested the very ground she walked on. Unbeknownst to June, her new boyfriend had even gone as far as taking the bus out to the cemetery, finding the dead father's grave, then pissing on the headstone. Some said the only reason he began dating the single mom was so he could get back at her for allowing herself to fall pregnant to a white man in the first place. But it wasn't until he lost his job that things really took a turn for the worst. That was when he also felt a threat to his manhood, with June the sole breadwinner. It was the smell the girls first noticed when they walked in the door, a rich aroma they could almost taste. Grace said later that the smell reminded her of the local butcher, a place her mama had always taken them every Saturday. The front room of their apartment appeared normal, and thinking their mama was still at work, they weren't expecting to find her home. It was little Lucy that found the body, lying half in and out of the bathtub in the apartment's only bathroom. Her mother's head was lying on the floor, the pool of blood looking more like a rug than the congealed horror laid out before her. She didn't scream when she saw her, not at first. But as she saw her mother's open eyes staring back at her, one jutting out a little too far as if squashed from its socket, that was when she felt the air from the room escape, screaming loud enough to bring the neighbors. It took the police 3 days to locate June's boyfriend, eventually finding him inside the apartment of a woman he'd been secretly dating for the previous month. He didn't confess at first, the investigating cops spending hours interviewing him, relentlessly questioning the killer until he finally cracked. That was when he admitted beating June with a mini baseball bat, bashing her repeatedly as she desperately tried to escape from his clutches. The young mum pleaded for her life, Leroy telling officers the traitorous bitch tried to convince him to stop by calling for her children. What shocked seasoned officers more was that Leroy initially planned to kill the girls as well, sitting around the apartment for almost 2 hours as he waited for them to return home. It was only when he heard a neighbor walking up the stairs that he panicked and instead fled. Grace and Lucy were eventually taken in by their paternal grandmother, who lived in New York City. It meant an entire change of scenery for the girls, but many agreed that it would help them overcome the horrors they had endured. But while the beatings they had witnessed had forced the sisters into a bond closer than most, it was their mother's eventual murder that would seal both their fates, a maternal instinct instantly forming between the sisters that could never be broken. The protective instinct each carried for the other would continue to grow in strength as the girls grew up in a world they now saw as foreign to them. For one of them, it would never again be seen as a place where happiness was possible. For one of them, it would always be filled with the evil that came hunting for them. Life continued for the girls, each eventually finding their place in the world. Lucy had dreams of becoming a ballerina, while Grace pursued her law degree. The girls eventually followed 2 very different paths, but would always ensure they remained close. Lucy moved to Chicago, studying dancing and actively pursuing the future she always wanted. She eventually met an art student named Wilson Thomas, a man even Grace eventually approved of. Grace's journey took her across the country, settling in Los Angeles, where she'd been accepted into a mid-sized law firm that felt she was the perfect candidate to fill their needs. It meant being a country apart, but with a good income and enough spare time, the older sister regularly returned to the Windy City to visit her sister. Sometimes, fate is one of the cruelest monsters known to exist, capable of striking at the most heartbreaking of moments. It was Grace that had always kept an eye out for fate itself, knowing that one day it could strike once again, just as it had when it took their mother from them. It was the night before Lucy's stage debut that the monster finally reappeared, visiting its cruel hand on the girls a second time. But this time, it came in a way that truly rocked Grace to her core. Her sister had been prostituting herself on the side, some saying to make ends meet. But Grace knew money wasn't an issue for either sister, with the sale of their father's apartment providing a substantial nest egg for the pair. So, when Lucy was found murdered by a client in a rundown brothel in the darkest parts of the inner city, Grace found her heart ripped from her body by fate itself. The police did what they could, but found little evidence to go on. With no surveillance cameras, no willing witnesses, and a room filled with the DNA of hundreds, the case soon went colder than the darkest places of the human soul. Her sister had been tied to the bed and brutally beaten to death after being sodomized with a spray can, the weapon left lying nearby. The authorities told Grace that her sister had suffered for well over an hour at the hands of her attacker before being left alone to die a horrible death. It was the police officer's parting words that would eventually send her towards a future she had no idea was waiting for her, a future where she would be the one to make them pay. "Don't expect too much," he'd said. "This is just another Black Death." Chapter 2.
Lady, if you can do what I need, I'll pay you double.
The cop looked at her with eyes that zoomed in on her bust, licking his lips as he considered her for a moment.
And I know you can do it all.
She smiled at him, pulling her shirt zipper down a little more to increase the amount of cleavage showing. She could tell he had committed to buying her long before he ever opened his mouth.
200.
She whispered, trying to sound her sexiest. She cooed at him as he eyed her up and down again, taking in every inch of her long legs.
200 it is,
he whispered back, reached forward and grabbed a handful of her butt, kneading it painfully. But the woman didn't break from her spiel, continuing to eye him with lustful eyes.
Follow me,
she said, curling a finger and beckoning for him to stay close. As she walked through the door and up the narrow staircase, she looked behind her, watching as his eyes fixated on her butt again. To keep them drawn, she swaggered it from side to side a little, noting his mouth opening as his tongue went to work. When she reached the top of the stairs, the cop tried to reach forward, hoping to grab another handful of her, but she was too quick and began to skip up the next flight. A cheeky snicker escaped her, bouncing up the stairs as the pair of them continued on. Only when she reached the very top of the stairs did she slow enough for him to get another feel.
Come on, Captain, don't keep me waiting.
She oozed into his ear, then broke free and skipped down the hallway.
Hey, not so fast,
Dwight called out, feeling the hammer in his chest beating overtime. He wasn't a young man anymore, and stairs weren't something he chose to do. If he had to exercise, as his doctor and wife kept telling him, then fucking hookers was a far better form of workout.
Come on, honey bun,
the woman cooed, beckoning for him to catch up. She held up a key, dangled it from side to side a few times, then unlocked the door. Before Dwight had a chance to catch up, she disappeared from the hallway into a room where he planned to make her pay for choosing one so fucking high in a building with no elevator. He reached the door, briefly peered inside, then licked his lips again. He could already feel his prick warm in anticipation of what lay ahead. This wasn't the first hooker he'd taken care of, and she wasn't going to be the last. In Dwight's world, taking care of hookers was something he'd been born to do, and they needed him as much as he needed them. They just didn't know it yet.
Hey, you coming?
Not yet, sweetheart, he whispered as he closed the door behind him, then locked it just to be sure. After walking down the brief entrance, he poked his head into the dimly lit room where the bed was the only real piece of furniture.
It's all we need,
he muttered to himself as he stepped towards the broad. The woman was standing on the other side of the bed and had already taken her top off. Her breasts pointed at him like accusatory fingers, and he licked his lips again as the throbbing in his pants ramped up a notch.
And the rest,
he whispered, eyeing her up and down again. She looked perfect, although he normally didn't favor dark women. He figured he didn't choose them through habit and vowed to change that once he sampled what this one had to offer. She slipped off her skirt and stood before him wearing nothing but a red thong. As he stepped forward, the woman slid onto the bed and began to crawl towards him, staring up with eyes that he swore actually wanted him. It caught Dwight off guard, and for a moment he hesitated to react when she reached for his pants and began tugging on his belt to bring him forward. He felt the throbbing increase further as she undid his belt, then rose onto her knees, thrusting her delicious chest out in the process.
You like 'em?
She hissed hungrily at him, and Dwight reached down, cupping each full breast in his hands.
Damn, these are fine,
he said, then leaned down and began to flick each of the nipples in turn with his tongue. The woman ran her fingers through his hair and pulled him closer, willing him to do more.
Yes, you do like 'em,
she whispered, pulling his face even closer. Dwight peered up at her, squeezed one breast harder, and began sucking on it in earnest, biting the soft flesh hard enough to make the woman wince. As his hand began to work its way down her body, slowly caressing the soft skin beneath his fingers, the woman began to moan. Just as he reached the top of the thong, his head started to feel giddy, and by the time he managed to pull his face away from her, the room began to swim. With his legs failing him, Dwight looked up at the woman, now staring back at him with an expression resembling thunderheads. It was the last thing he saw before the world disappeared, his body dropping before her and hitting the floor hard. It was the taste in his mouth that Dwight first noticed when he regained consciousness. There wasn't a sound in the room, but somewhere in the distance he could hear the familiar blaring of a cab's horn. That was followed by a siren, and he was sure it was the sound of the cavalry coming to rescue him. But as it too faded from his ears, he knew no one would come. It took a little longer for his eyes to readjust to the room. Whilst it wasn't completely dark, the light that did work wasn't doing such a hot job. The room was still bathed in more shadows, and with no movement visible for the briefest moment, Dwight thought he was alone. There was an annoying itch on the side of his face, and as he tried to reach for it, something bit into the flesh of his wrist. He looked up and across to where his hand was tied to the bedhead, then shook it furiously as he realized he'd been tied down with his own cuffs. What the fuck? He tried to look around the room again and this time saw the dark shadow watching him from the corner. It didn't move at first, but he knew who the eyes belonged to.
What the fuck do you want, bitch?
He tried to sound strong, but his tone betrayed him, the panic it held more than evident. As he looked further down, he saw that he was in fact naked, each arm and leg cuffed to the 4 posts of the bed. As a sign of defiance, Dwight pulled on his arms and legs at the same time, shaking the bed as hard as he could in the hope of somehow escaping his captor. But the cuffs held tight, doing what they had been designed to do with perfection. The shadow stepped slowly forward, the woman holding something up to the side of her face. Dwight couldn't make out what it was at first, but then saw the familiar outline of the knife he kept taped to his ankle.
Let me go right now and you might survive this.
He snarled, bits of spit flying across his chest. He shook the bed for a second time, this time more desperate to break free. The woman reached the foot of the bed, lowered the knife, and carefully ran the tip of the blade along the length of Dwight's underfoot. Whilst not painful, it did give him a sense of terror as he felt the steel threaten the supple skin.
Isn't this what you like, Dwight? To be in the presence of fear, of pain? What?
The woman lifted the blade slightly and pointed it, taunting him with his own weapon.
Isn't this how you like to treat women?
She lowered the knife again, this time dipping the tip down onto the bottom of his shin. He could feel the sharpness resting on his skin as sweat began to bead on his brow.
Look, I don't know who you've been talking to, but I'm a cop. I protect people.
He whispered, now sounding more fearful as he realized the woman's purpose.
Protect? You think you protect people?
He felt as the tip began to run along the length of his leg, over his knee and up towards his groin. The pain, although bearable, increased tenfold from threat alone. Just as he thought she would run the blade across his balls, she stopped and held the knife in place, the tip a mere inch from his prized possession.
The only thing you know how to do, you piece of shit, is hurt people. How many women have you beaten in your time, and how many have died because of what you inflicted on them?
He looked up at her with a shocked expression, although the fear itself remained clearly evident.
I never killed anyone. Maybe not directly, but the girls you raped, manipulated, and turned away when they came to you for help, their blood is on your hands. Raped?
Before he had a chance to blink, the woman shot the knife from where it was resting beside his scrotum to the point just beneath the head of his penis. He felt the blade move the smallest bit, followed by a warm trickle of blood as it ran down between his butt cheeks.
Oh, God, no, no, no,
he began. The woman's expression never changed, her eyes locked on to his.
Please, I swear to you, I'll never hurt anyone again.
She pushed the blade down with the barest pressure, and Dwight's face exploded in panic.
No, please, I swear it. I know you won't, Dwight. Do you know how I know?
Before he had a chance to answer, the woman lifted the blade, moved the tip across to the middle of his chest, and slowly pushed down. His eyes widened for the briefest moment, a split second of disbelief and terror as he felt the steel force its way into his body. The woman reached across with her other hand, pushed harder, and forced the entire length of metal into the dying man's chest. Urine began to flow almost the same moment the blood trickled down the side of his body. His eyes were still staring at her, but the glazed expression told her that Dwight Brooks was gone. He'd paid his dues and left his mortal body behind. Once she was sure he was dead, the woman briefly went to the bathroom and returned a moment later with a backpack. She placed the bag on the bed, opened it, and reached inside. After removing a long rectangular box, the woman opened it and lifted a rose from it, the petals of the flower as black as the depth of night. This she placed across the chest of the dead man, and in his hand a card, one she had printed herself long ago. She scanned the words a final time before closing the bag once more. They were the words she knew were needed to remind those who chose to do wrong, that there would always be a price to pay, a price that she would make sure was paid in full. A pound of flesh, Black Death. Chapter 3.
Stephanie lives inside you just as much as Lightman,
Jim Lawson said, the pipe held tight between his teeth as he spoke. Despite Sam knowing this to be a dream, the words rang as true as the day he had really spoken them to her. I understand, she replied, gazing across the paddock towards the hint of ocean that peeked out between the trees in the distance. During her brief stay at his home, it was Jim's front porch that had been one of her favorite places, a place the pair now sat, watching the day go by. There was a can of beer wedged between Jim's legs, the man swaying back and forth ever so slightly in his rocking chair as he spoke.
If nothing else, remember that the monster inside you is as real as he once was. He can still kill. All it will take is for you to drop your guard at the wrong time.
Sam nodded, gripped her own can of beer, and took a sip. Despite being a dream, she marveled at how real the beer tasted, the cool liquid leaving the bitter aftertaste. I read the book, she offered. Jim paused and looked at her.
And? Any surprises?
Plenty. I especially love the kid whose ear he chewed off. Jim nodded.
Ah, yes. Reedy Thompson. The kid that may have single-handedly triggered one of the worst serial killers in living memory. He certainly paid for his mistake.
Indeed he did. The sky began to slowly turn the color of fire, with long streaks of clouds highlighting the blazing embers as Sam drank again.
Whilst you may have Lightman inside your mind, that book is how you get into his. You will need all the help you can get when the time comes to finally confront him.
Will it come to that? Sam asked, but she already knew the answer to that. Of course it would. It feels like some sort of Freddy Krueger movie.
Freddy who?
Jim asked. Sam smiled apologetically. Sorry, just a horror movie character.
I never watched horror movies.
He sipped.
Didn't need to. Too many in my life already.
Sam giggled a little at that. Do you think it will ever end? The question surprised Jim, as if catching him off guard.
Which bit?
He finally asked in reply. The killing, all of it. He considered the question for a long time, but seemed to know the answer the entire time, as if not wanting to share it. When he finally did, it sent a surprising shudder down Sam's spine.
Not as long as there are people around,
he said before taking a long drink from his can. I was afraid you'd say that, Sam answered, almost whispering. She didn't feel like the beer anymore, now wishing she could wake up and escape the dream. But it was Jim himself that made her stay, the old man sitting a few feet away and staring at a view he'd been using for his own tranquility for decades.
There's a new one you're chasing, isn't there?
Sam nodded, thinking of Black Death. There is, and it's a woman, isn't it? At least that's what everyone's saying.
It is a woman. Rare, you know. Although not as rare as you might think. There have been plenty of female serial killers. If you get right down to it, you yourself could have been one.
Sam shuddered, knowing the truth behind the old man's words. She didn't need to answer, Jim continuing on as if caught on a track.
This one is different, though. I have seen a lot of killers in my time, and this one is different.
How so? Sam asked.
This one isn't doing it for fun or hate or any of the normal reasons people tend to snap. This one is on a mission, a real mission.
Like a mission from God? Jim eyed her for a moment.
No, not from God. Son of Sam thought he was on a mission from Satan. I guess you know the name.
Sam nodded. David Berkowitz, yes.
Sometimes people will claim a lot of things to pin their excuses on, even being on a mission from Satan himself. But this girl is on a real mission, one that goes a lot deeper. If you want my advice, young lady, don't spend all of your time investigating the killer. Also, spend some time looking at the victims.
You think she has a greater cause?
Maybe not a greater cause, but something is definitely driving her.
There was a sudden crash from somewhere behind the house, but Jim didn't move, simply waving it away as Sam looked towards the noise.
Someone wanting to shoot clay pigeons again.
He suddenly turned to face Sam, his face losing its usual friendly appeal.
Listen, there's something important I need to share with you.
He stood, Sam sure he would fall as she heard his joints crack like an old tree branch.
Follow me. This is important.
He led her back into the house and towards the sitting room where he had given her the diary and other things. She paused as he reached the desk, pulled out one of the drawers, and then removed it completely.
I need you to come and find this.
He removed what appeared to be a manila folder, loose pages sticking out from each side. What's in it?
You'll see when you open it. Whatever happens, keep this safe. There's a lot writing on it.
Okay, I promise, Sam said, watching Jim nod and return the drawer back to its previous spot. Once he was finished, he slowly shuffled back through the door and returned to the rocker, the sky almost completely dark. Sam joined him, picked up her beer, and took another sip. She looked back across at Jim as he drank, the years now clearly visible on his face as the light faded from the world. He turned to her a final time, offered her a warm smile, and slowly nodded his head. Sam waited for him to say the words she would come to remember him by, the final ones he would ever speak to her.
The world will never be dark as long as there are those prepared to fight for the light.
Sam slowly opened her eyes and for the briefest moment forgot where she was. It took her a minute for reality to come clear again, the fog of sleep keeping her temporarily under the veil. The hum of the aircraft surrounded her, and as she looked across the aisle, she saw Tim fast asleep, the laptop precariously balanced on his chest. They were still airborne, heading to Chicago to begin the hunt for the killer dubbed Black Death. Sam mouthed the name to herself as if needing convincing of the fact.
What time is it?
Tim whispered. A little after 3, Sam replied, looking past her partner and out through the window, the darkness hiding any evidence of the world beyond.
Damn, I'm stuffed.
He stood, stretched, and as Sam heard his spine creak in rapid succession, thought back to the dream she just had and the words Jim had said to her. Can I grab the laptop? She asked, and Tim handed it to her before heading off to take care of bathroom business. Sam popped the lid, hit the power button, and waited for the screen to come to life. Once the computer had fully awakened, Sam began searching through the archives of the Black Death files, opening each of the victims' folders and scattering them across the laptop's screen. First, there was Trent Houghton, a supermarket manager who was found murdered in one of the upstairs rooms at Basil's, a less-than-attractive strip bar brothel. He had been tied to a bed, stabbed to death with a single wound to the chest, and then left with a black rose and a calling card. Sam read the words on the card, wondering if there was something poetic about the short message. "What you doing?" Tim asked as he dropped back into his seat. "Checking the victims for any similarities. Hey, do you know what pound of flesh references?" "Pound of flesh? That's Shakespeare. You craving literature?" "Shakespeare. It's what was quoted on the calling card the killer left at each of the bodies." She turned the laptop to face Tim and watched as he leaned in to check out the photo. Printed cards, wow. This killer really takes her job serious. As she spun the screen towards herself, Sam opened the next folder, this one belonging to the crime scene of Brock Lewiston. He was an off-duty cab driver, single and no children. His body was found at Roxy's, a kind of Hotel Cross halfway house that rented rooms out by the hour. The layout of the rooms were similar and the items left by the killer identical. The third victim was the defense attorney, Mitchell McDutton, his body found in the appropriately named The Studded Crevice. Ugh, Sam whispered to herself. Who comes up with these names? Huh? Tim called out. Nothing, just talking to myself. Just don't answer yourself, Tim quipped before returning to his cell phone. The fourth victim, Neil Porter, had been discovered in his own car, tied down to the passenger seat, then stabbed a single time. The blade's handle protruded straight out and was what caught the attention of a passerby. They all had the calling card left in their hands, as well as a black rose left balanced on the knife handle. All had been stabbed a single time by a knife left embedded in their chests. Sam opened up a blank page in her writing pad and began to make random notes, trying to find anything that could link the victims to each other. Whether they were married, had children, divorced, hobbies, played sports, anything that could give her a direction in which to start with. But after another hour of sorting through statements and other bits of information Mama had collated, there was virtually nothing she could add. It was as if the victims had been selected as randomly as lottery numbers. It can't be like that, she whispered to herself. You know, repeatedly whispering to yourself is the first sign of old age. You know that, right? Sam looked across the aisle and saw Tim staring at her, his cell resting in his lap. He wore a grin, although his eyes still appeared tired. None of it makes sense. On the one hand, this has all the hallmarks of every victim being pre-planned. The flowers, the calling cards, the knife. But then on the other hand, there's nothing linking any of them, making it as if they were randomly selected. Tim finished. Yes. Well, I understand what you're saying. There's one thing that tips the scales in the direction of where we should be looking. Sam looked at him curiously. What? The way random works is much more disorganized. The killers usually choose someone and then incorporate them into a game, like killing the same way and leaving clues for the cops to find so they know they came from the same killer. Isn't that what we have here? Sam asked. Yes and no. What do you mean no? I think this killer isn't doing this for the police or attention for that matter. I think the killer is doing this to get back at the victims themselves. He turned the cell to face him, typed a couple of things into it, then began to read out loud. Pound of flesh, the act of exacting payment or penalty to fulfill a deal or punishment. Sam pondered the words for a moment, giving them time to sink in before trying to answer. We have the calling card itself. That's the difference, isn't it? Tim nodded. Bingo. Their plane landed at O'Hare's a little after 8 that morning, and both Tim and Sam bounded from the plane. Each had managed to get a little extra sleep after their brief mid-air exchange and had been woken an hour out from landing for a breakfast neither could resist. A car was already waiting for them by the hangar, and within a few short minutes of landing, they headed out into the morning's rush hour and closer to their new case. Sam sent Mama a fresh text once Tim had taken the wheel, and the woman had replied almost instantly with the location of their accommodation whilst in town. "So, Mr. Detective, where to first?" Sam asked as she pocketed her cell.
"Same as always, ma'am. Site of the first murder."
"That would be—" Sam began, but her cell started to ring, and when she pulled it back out, held the screen up for Tim to see. It was Mama, and if she was calling this soon after the previous message, it could only mean one thing: a fresh development. "Hey, Mama," Sam said, answering the call. "There's been another one, child. I'll send you the details now. Police are still at the scene, but they may be a bit standoffish with this one. Make sure you flash the ID I slipped into your packs."
"Standoffish?" Tim asked.
"The victim is Chicago PD." The Treetop Hotel was a run-down building with barely a patch of paint to call fresh. From the outside, it appeared as if it could have been completely abandoned, with several broken windows scattered amongst the few facing the road. On the inside, Sam and Tim found the first thing to hit them being the smell, one that reminded them of a certain jail they had both only recently experienced. They headed for the desk, asked which floor the cops were situated, then climbed up the narrow staircase in single file, listening to the sounds of a building where most rooms were occupied by those paying by the hour. Once they reached the 4th floor, they scanned both ways, then headed to where they could see the back of one officer leaning against the open doorway. As said cop heard their approach, he turned and stared at them steely-eyed.
"What do you two want?"
His voice sounded as gravelly as his demeanor, but neither Sam nor Tim let it affect them. Sam held up her ID and the cop simply nodded, stepped aside, and waved them through. She made a mental note to ask Tim how Mama had managed to get them government identification, but then lost the thought as she stepped into the room and saw the body still cuffed to the bed.
"Who are you two?"
Another officer asked, and before either could answer, the first cop answered for them.
"Washington, you people don't waste time,"
Cop number 2 said.
"Not like he's the first,"
Tim offered, then leaned down and checked the body for signs of injuries. Of course, there were none, except for the faint nick on his penis and the obvious murder weapon sticking from his chest.
"Got that right. Whoever did this is doing one hell of a job. Quick, clean, and no clues except those she wants us to find." "So you agree it's definitely a woman?"
Tim asked.
"First couple I wasn't so sure, but the last two made me question it. With the captain here, I know for sure. He wasn't into any fag shit. He loved the women, and there's no way he'd get his gear off for anything but pussy."
He noted Sam, swallowed, and added,
"Sorry."
"It's all good, Detective. Not my first crime scene," Sam offered as she made her way around the side of the bed.
"Listen, I've got the meat wagon waiting downstairs. I was about to finish up and get them in here. Was there anything else you needed?"
Tim looked at Sam and she shook her head in reply. Tim conveyed his own head shake, and the cop threw his things into a bag, zipped it up, and called out to the cop by the door.
"Sorry there's not more I can help you with, but it's identical to the rest."
"I don't get it," Sam said once they were back in the car. She opened the laptop almost immediately and began comparing the latest victim to the rest already open on her screen. Just as she was making fresh notes in her pad, her cell rang. "Hi, Mama." Sam listened intently as Mama relayed what little information she had. There were no working cameras in the building, nor those on either side. The nearest one she could access was almost half a block away, and that meant hundreds of people walking past. She was trying to locate the police officer to see who had been in his company, but for the time being, nothing had proven successful. Once she had passed on everything she could, Mama hung up, and Sam returned to her laptop as Tim continued making his way through traffic.
"Let's head to the hotel, drop our gear, and regroup.
I'm sure a plan will come to form once we find our starting point. Sam smiled, gave Tim a thumbs up, and continued her investigation. It was while Sam was taking a shower that she thought of a way forward. It made sense to her, and once back out in the main room, she hit the laptop while Tim headed for the bathroom. She grabbed a seat on her bed, sat cross-legged, and held the computer in her lap as she began typing in earnest, searching for the extra files Mama had added for each of the victims. Only once she found the right section did her fingers pause while her eyes darted across the screen. By the time Tim had returned from his own bathroom time, she had a small list before her. Joanne Houghton, Sam said aloud. Who? Trent Houghton's wife. That's who we go and see next, followed by Martha Lewiston, Brock's mother. Tim nodded as he grabbed a can of Coke from the small bar fridge, snapped the top, and began to guzzle the cool liquid. Sam watched him, only too aware of her own affiliation with the drink. Probably the best place, Tim agreed as he set the can on the table. You want to drive? Chapter 4. The drive out to Garfield Ridge took a little over 20 minutes, and as Samantha worked her way through traffic, Tim sorted through some of the folders Sam had assembled on the laptop screen. He sat silently, the radio playing random tracks that were barely loud enough to be heard. Tim mumbled, surprised, as they waited at a red light. You find something? Sam asked. Not sure, but I wonder how upset our beloved Joanne Houghton is now that good old Trent is dead and buried. What do you mean? They're married, children? Sam said as she accelerated on green. Maybe, but according to these police reports, it looks as if good old Trent liked to touch his woman up. Touch her up? 7 call-outs for domestic violence in the past 3 years. Although she never charged him, the police certainly spent enough time at their home. Sounds like a charmer. That he does, Tim offered, continuing to flick through more folders. Let's see if Mrs. Houghton thinks so. The dog began barking almost immediately when Tim knocked on the door of the modest home. They could see it running back and forth at a frantic pace behind the smoked window, a shadow lunging this way and that as its growls echoed down some unseen hallway. A moment later, a voice sounding distant and unenthused began to shout for the dog to shut her damn yappin'. When the door finally opened, a woman peered out at them through a narrow crack, thick glasses balancing on a nose that looked much too small for her face. What you want? I ain't got money. We're not after money, ma'am, Sam began. We're with the Washington Crime Service. My partner and I were wondering if we could talk to you about your husband. The woman paused as she eyed them suspiciously, then opened the door a little further. Crime Service? I told the police everything I know, not sure whether I have anything else. A child, maybe 5 or 6 years old, walked up beside her mother, pulled on her skirt and held her arms up. The woman ignored her for the most part. This is different, ma'am. Not so much the crime, but rather the insurance payout that accompanies this unfortunate incident. They ain't paid me a dime yet. Will this hurry it up? Sam nodded, feeling the woman's immediate interest rise at the sound of the cash register dinging in her mind. She finally pulled the door open wide enough to offer them entrance, yanking the child aside by one arm before gesturing them inside. Damn it, Lucy, I told you to get to bed for your nap. After leading them down a dim hallway, the room opened into a bright living room with the huge window opened entirely. The breeze flowed through the room as the curtains flapped lazily. There was a smell of flowers in the air, but Sam immediately recognized the cheap air freshener that covered the other smell, the one lingering beneath. Won't you sit? Joanne Houghton offered them, sliding her own chair out from the kitchen table. Whilst the home wasn't the cleanest, it also wasn't the worst they had seen. This was the kind of home that could be described as disorganized without feeling dirty. Thank you, Tim said as he sat. Would you like a tea or coffee? Both declined politely as the girl came back into the room, this time carrying a rabbit almost the size of herself. Lucy Houghton, if I have to tell you to leave that damn rabbit alone one more time, I'll... She began, but never finished the sentence as the child flashed both visitors a grin before disappearing back to the far side of the house. I can't imagine it's easy losing your husband with a little one, Sam offered. There's another one upstairs sleeping, and damn straight it ain't easy. Only thing keeping me sane is knowing that soon there'll be some insurance money to see us through. She stopped suddenly and eyed Tim suspiciously. There will be insurance money, won't there? I'm sure the claim will go straight through, ma'am. Ma'am makes me sound old. Please, call me Joe. All right, Joe, did the police ask you whether you know who murdered your husband? They did, and I don't. Not a clue. Did Trent have any enemies? At work, maybe? Or even any hobbies he may have had? Sam asked. Hobbies? The only hobbies that man had were drinking and beating on me. Did you ever report it? Now it was Tim's turn to sit forward. Report it? Hell no. He would have killed me if I did. But the police were called, were they not? On more than one occasion? Joe paused as if thinking about her answers, and Sam understood that the woman was still frightened. Despite knowing her abuser was dead, she still carried the fear as if he could walk through the door at any moment. My sister called them a couple of times. She began, paused, then added, plus the neighbor. Old George across the street stepped in once, and Trent nearly whooped on him, too. Sam listened as Tim took over some of the questioning, trying to see whether the woman knew more than she was letting on. Spousal retaliation wasn't something foreign to her, and she knew that sometimes others would step in to save the victim before things really went too far. Joe, do you think any of them could have hurt Trent? Tim asked, as if reading Sam's thoughts. The question stirred something inside Joanne Houghton, but not the way Sam had predicted. Someone like who? My sister? Old George? Mister, Trent may have been an asshole. He may have beat up on me some after the drink had taken hold of him. But he provided for us just the same. The bills were paid, our mouths were fed, and the kids always had clothes. He did his job, and despite a few questionable moments, he was a good husband. She paused for a bit, something biting into her. He was trying to get help. He really was. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to offend. Tim was almost blushing as he said the words, opening the way for Sam to slide back into the prime seat. My partner didn't mean your sister, Joe. We sometimes find there to be others that could step in, like distant friends or victims of abuse themselves, anybody that may take offense to your husband's actions. Like I told the police, there's nobody I know. Somebody took my Trent from his family and left us here to fend for ourselves. I just hope they find the son of a bitch that did this. I'm sure they will, ma'am, Sam offered. I'm not sure if that got us anywhere, Sam whispered to Tim as they climbed back into their car. As she dropped into the passenger seat, he snapped his seatbelt into place, closed the door, and gripped the wheel while simply staring out through the windshield. You all good? How long ago did he die? He suddenly asked, his eyes remaining fixed on nothing in particular. About a week, Sam answered. Did you see the faint bruise on her cheek? The yellowing had almost completely disappeared. I didn't notice, but we already know he beat her up. Yes, but what if she really does know more than she's letting on? You really think so? Her husband died a week ago, Sam, and when we questioned her about it, how many tears did she shed exactly? None, Sam offered, unsure of where he was going. Even if that crap about him always providing was true, you'd expect some sort of reaction this soon after his death. I mean, he died violently. That's traumatic for anybody to stomach, but the woman who carried his children? He paused briefly, gripping the steering wheel tighter. Nah, I don't buy it. My guess is she'd already moved on, maybe even long enough for her new boyfriend to take care of business. But that doesn't make sense. The police have already said that this Black Death is the killer. Yes, but what if Black Death was this woman's boyfriend? What if the rest are some sort of cover-up? We need to find a link between the victims. That's the only thing that will give us a break in this. Tim nodded, turned the key, and fired up the engine. A moment later, they were retracing their way back out to the main road and on to the next interview. Brock Lewiston's mother lived just 3 doors down from her son's apartment, and when she answered the door to Tim and Sam, at first she didn't want to answer. "Mrs. Lewiston, we're with the Washington Crime Service. We would just like to ask you some questions about your son, if that's okay." Just as Sam thought the old woman was going to close the door in their faces, she pushed the door closed, unlatched the security chain, and reopened it for them. "Please, come in." She beckoned, her face still caught in the grip of grief. Once seated at the second kitchen table of the day, Sam again explained the reasons for their visit and opened up the conversation to any fresh information the grieving mother might have. But again, she shook her head and simply repeated what their previous interviewee had already told them.
"Is this your son?"
Tim asked, pointing to a photo frame sitting on a small table near him. The woman didn't answer, simply nodding instead. Tim rose a little and reached for the frame, picked it up, and stared at the chubby-looking man standing on a small boat.
"Did he like boating?"
"That was taken at a friend's birthday out at the lake. He wasn't much of an active person." Sam couldn't help but notice the woman's quiet demeanor, especially as she spoke of her son specifically. She wondered whether it was the grief or something else. It was almost as if...
"I noticed that Brock lived quite close to you,"
Tim continued, returning the photo. "Yes, just a couple of doors up."
"Was there a reason for that? I only ask because normally kids try to get as far away from the parents as possible. I know I did."
He tried to sound jovial, but Martha wasn't budging, remaining almost stone-faced. He just liked being close, that's all. No matter how much Sam and Tim tried, the mum didn't open up about her son nor anything that might help them in any way. Sam would later comment about how closed off the conversation was. Once they were satisfied that question time was over, they thanked Martha and headed back to their car, pausing briefly in the hallway for a final thank you. "Please, if you can think of anything, no matter how minor, here's my card. You can call day or night." Sam finished, shook her hand a final time, and walked back out into the sunshine. "Well, that could have gone better," Sam said, dropping into the driver's seat. Tim slipped in beside her, snapped in his seatbelt, and motioned for her to drive. "In a hurry? Where am I going?"
"Just head back to the hotel."
He half whispered, waited for Sam to pull out onto the road, then held up a small envelope. "What is—" Sam began, looked at the small envelope, then hissed in disbelief.
"No, did you steal her mail?"
"I did. Look at this," he said, holding the white envelope up for her to see.
"No postage marks and the initials on the front."
B.D. It took her a brief moment, but when it hit her, Sam felt the familiar cramping of nerves.
She was here? Oh my God.
Not wanting to risk an accident, Sam pulled the car into a side street, then watched as Tim opened the envelope. It was still sealed, surprising the pair. "Where did you find it?" Sam asked.
"By the door. There was a pile of mail and brochures and stuff on the hallway table. This was sticking out just far enough for me to notice."
He reached inside and pulled out a small slip of paper. On it were written just 4 simple words. "Things will get better."
"What does that mean?"
Sam whispered, staring at the words.
"I don't know, but one thing's for sure. Whoever wrote these words, they think they're on some kind of mission."
"You think so?"
"I have a hunch. Let's get back to the hotel. There's something I need to check out."
Once back in their room, Tim didn't hesitate to grab the laptop and immediately started searching, setting his intuition free to wander across the keyboard. Sam grabbed her cell and called Mama to see if there had been any new developments. "Mama? What is it?" she asked, listening to the weeping woman on the other end. Tim looked up from the screen, suddenly aware of the tone in Sam's voice. For a brief moment, Sam thought that Mama's grief for Victor had briefly reappeared, maybe catching the emotional woman off guard at an inopportune time. But when the woman next spoke, the hammer smashed into Samantha's own chest, the very air suddenly gone from the room. "Sam, Jim Lawson just died." From where he sat, Tim saw Sam's expression change instantly, the pain and shock crossing her face like a thunderstorm across a windswept plain. He set the laptop down, stood, and mouthed something to her, trying to find out the news. But all Sam could do was slowly hold the phone out to him, unable to speak as the strength went out of her legs. She dropped down into the nearest chair, one hand covering her mouth as the tears began to fill her eyes. A single thought ran through her mind as she barely heard Tim's own shock begin to take hold. The dream she had that very morning, a final dream and a last moment she shared with him, was all she could think of. As Tim ended the call and slowly shuffled across to his bed, Sam wiped away her tears and tried her best to recall what Jim had told her during that brief exchange. She recalled him sitting in his favorite place, holding a can of beer in his lap as he watched a beautiful sunset unfold before his very eyes, and that is exactly how she hoped he left this world. The grief both agents dealt with that afternoon wasn't anything either could share, and thus spent their time closed off in their own rooms. Maybe it had been fate that in this hotel they had been given the opportunity to rent a 2-bedroom suite and had accepted it absently. It gave them the space they needed to grieve in their own way. For the most part, Sam just lay on the bed, staring up at the ceiling as she remembered the man who had been a part of her entire life. He had been a part of her family for most of his own, a crucial player in the whole Lightman affair. In his own room, Tim sat on the edge of the bed with his head hung in despair. He'd known Jim for a long time and often marveled at how the man could somehow read his very thoughts when near him. It was as if he had a higher purpose, to guide and counsel those affected by grief and the horrendous acts of this world. John Milton phoned each of them later that afternoon, offering his condolences as he spoke of the amazing service Jim had provided over the years. To both, it was the kind of phone call that reminded them of the incredible bond between the entire Pogrom team and the immense responsibility they played. But as each ended the call, they returned to the darkness, a place both knew they had to endure before they could ever hope to return to service. Grief wasn't something to be dealt with lightly, and when it came to Jim Lawson, he was as much a part of every person's family as their blood relatives. For him, the grief would run strong for a long time to come. "I can't believe he's gone," Sam whispered as she sipped her tea the following morning. Despite lying awake for the majority of the night, she did manage to finally drift off to sleep a little after 3. Even Harry Lightman must have understood, giving Sam a reprieve from his usual infestations of her dreams. But the sleep, what little she did get, was brief, poor, and irrelevant, and after giving up hope of any real sleep, Sam finally rose a little after 6. To her surprise, Tim was already up and sitting at the table, tapping away on the laptop. "I know. Can't deny he had a pretty good run, though. What was he, like 107 or something?" Sam smiled a little, sipped, and set her cup down. She had pondered telling Tim about the dream since she had it, but now seemed like the perfect time. "I know it sounds weird, but he came to me." Tim looked up from the computer screen and considered her for a moment. "Crazy, I know, but he did. He came and spoke to me." "No," Tim offered. "No, not crazy at all." "We sat on his porch drinking beer." She laughed a little at the memory, one very similar to the actual memory of their recent stay at the home. "We sat and talked, and he told me things about—" She closed her eyes and tried to recall the words. "About this very case." "What did he say?" Tim asked. "That we should start our search with the victims. He said that's where our answer lies." She paused briefly, trying to recall a dream that had been one of the few that hadn't included her late serial killer relative. "And—" "Did he tell you about the folder?" Tim suddenly asked, and Sam nearly dropped her tea. She looked at him wide-eyed as Tim nodded.
He did, didn't he?
You too?
Yeah, me too.
Why didn't you say anything? He looked a little embarrassed as he shuffled uncomfortably in his seat.
Didn't want you to think me crazy.
I would never think you crazy, Sam offered, remembering Tim's own past and the pain he went through before being found by John Milton.
We rode horses on the foreshore. Can you imagine? Jim Lawson riding bareback along the beach.
He laughed a little as he spoke, then turned serious again as he remembered the other part of his own vivid dream.
And then he took us inside and showed me the folder.
Do you think it's real? Sam asked. It took him a moment, but after a few seconds, Tim began to nod. He was staring off into the shadows as if reliving the moment.
Yes. Yes, I do,
he finally said. They sat in silence for a few moments, as if suddenly aware of the paranormal connotations of their conversation. Were they really talking about shared dreams and the spirit of Jim Lawson visiting them? It was Sam that eventually broke the silence. Do we tell someone? Tim looked up, almost shocked.
Tell someone? Tell them what? That Jim visited us in our dreams before he died? They'd think us crazy.
Sam thought about his words for a moment before continuing. We could say that he told us for real. During our visit. Maybe get someone to check out the drawer, and if the folder is there, then we check it out. Tim listened intently, then mulled the idea over in his mind as Sam watched him from across the top of her cup. He slowly began to nod his head, then finally looked up.
That's probably the best way to go. I like it.
They sat in silence for a few moments, Sam quietly sipping her tea while Tim played with the remnants of a slice of toast. Whilst neither felt like the nutrition they were holding, it made for a simple distraction. Only when Sam finally finished her tea did Tim begin to start talking again.
I think I found something interesting.
Huh?
I couldn't stop thinking about Martha Lewiston's demeanor yesterday, and I went in and had to poke around in a few places.
Find anything interesting? Sam asked, returning to her seat.
Yeah, well, maybe.
He turned the laptop to face Sam and sat back as her eyes darted across the paperwork he had open. It took her barely a few seconds to get the gist of the information before she looked up again. You think he beat her up?
And then some. I think he had her living in absolute terror, close enough to control her, yet far enough to have his own little hangout. I bet the prick even made her come over to clean for him.
The reports were from several of the local hospitals. Martha Lewiston had visited them on what could be considered regular visits, each time presenting with injuries consistent with family violence. These included extensive bruising, cracked ribs, and a list of internal injuries several sheets long. As Tim turned the laptop back to face himself, Sam grabbed her cell and phoned Mama. Despite the traumatic event from the previous day, she knew the team superstar would be sitting at her desk like always. There was nothing in the world that could keep her away. The two spent the first few minutes talking about Jim and the plans for his funeral. It had been planned to be held a week from tomorrow, and if Black Death still hadn't been captured, would be postponed for a couple of days if needed. Sam made a mental note to thank John for the suggestion, knowing it wouldn't have been an easy decision. It was one quality she had admired about the Maine man since she met him, his never-ending care for his people. Mama, could you look something up for me? Tim has discovered Martha Lewiston's medical records, and it shows substantial injuries we believe to be from family violence. We also found out that Joanne Houghton had also been a victim of family violence. You think the violence is connected? Maybe. Not sure. But it's the only thing we can find in common with the two women we've interviewed. That and the fact they're both mothers. Okay, let me see what I can find. Sam was about to thank her and wish her good luck when another thought crossed her mind. Oh, and Mama? Yeah? When Tim and I were at Jim's, he showed us a folder that he kept in his sitting room desk. It's a manila folder, and it contains quite a few files. I think I remember the word current printed on the front. Could you see if someone can get a hold of it for us?" Tim looked up but remained blank-faced. "Sure thing. Thank you, Mama." She hung up, shot a wink at Tim, and headed for the bathroom. Knowing the date for Jim's funeral had now been set, she wanted to do everything in her power to make sure she could attend on the day it had been planned. It was the least she could do for a man who had given his life to ending the suffering of so many people. Chapter 5. Neville Potter loved his job. Not just because he had worked his butt off to get the latest promotion, and definitely not because it meant an extra 40 grand in his pay packet, plus 5 extra days of annual leave up his sleeve. No, the reason Neville loved this job over any he had ever worked in the past was because he had beaten that cunt Emily Brierson to the role. He considered himself the front runner for the role of press secretary after spending years playing second fiddle to the last person to hold the title. But Jack Dillinger had retired from the role he'd held comfortably in his hand for the better part of a decade, and Neville knew the job was rightfully his. That was until the mayor herself had brought in Emily Brierson, and it soon became clear the purpose for the introduction. Neville wasn't one to take second place to some bitch who just happened to walk in off the street, and thus he had tried his hardest to ensure she wouldn't interfere with his plans. But interfere she did, and soon began to turn the tide, capturing the attention of a lot more than just the mayor. She shook her little ass all over the building, conveniently helping those she could manipulate into letting her lend a hand. Neville had no choice but to watch from the sidelines as the reality of him losing his promotion began to sink in. However, Neville had never been one to stand on the sidelines. He'd certainly let his wife Pamela know that early on in the marriage. And was it really that bad to flex a bit of manly muscle around one's own castle? Neville had watched his own father slap his mother more than enough times to know that sometimes women needed a bit of persuasion. Despite feeling the urge to slap the bitch every time he saw her, Neville knew that he needed to handle Brierson in an entirely different way, one that didn't implicate him in the slightest. And thus he had decided to try and get rid of the bitch by hatching a lie, something that would remove her completely from his life. It didn't take long to cook up a plan, and when he stood back to take in what he'd come up with, the smile was enough to see his satisfaction. It was simple, really, and didn't need a lot of planning. When it came to the mayor's office, nothing mattered more than honesty. It was one of the foundations of the building, and Neville remembered what happened to that slut Nancy Werner. She had been one of the receptionists, nothing more than a message taker. But she had also helped herself to a few items that weren't hers, including one very specific ornament that had lived on one of the councilmen's desks for years. When they had discovered the items in her bag late one afternoon, shortly before she was due to finish for the day, Werner had been fired on the spot, but not before being berated in front of the entire office, including those that came to watch. She was lucky she wasn't charged, although that's where Neville hoped to change things up a bit. His plan was simple: to steal a few credit cards from here and there and order items online before anybody had a chance to cancel them. But rather than have the goods sent to her home, he would arrange to have them shipped to her mother's home instead. Who would be dumb enough to have shit sent to their own fucking home? He said to himself as he cruised through some online stores during one lunch break. The only problem he could think of was how to get enough credit cards to make the whole thing worthwhile. He needed there to be a significant amount of money spent, otherwise the whole thing might not be deemed serious enough. No, what he needed was an event, something that made a lot of people sit up and take notice. 6 is what he finally set as his minimum number. 6 credit cards from various people around the office. And what he needed was the means to get access to them. No, not just access. What he needed were the cards themselves and to have them in his own hand. That way he would not only use the cards for a bunch of online purchases, but he could also plant them around her very home or office. As the plan began to come together in his mind, Neville sat back in his chair, looked out through his office door, and began to smile.
"Emily Brierson, your goose is fucked,"
he whispered, staring at the point he knew to be the outer wall of her office. Everything going well, he expected her days in the mayor's office to be numbered, possibly as low as half a dozen. The perfect moment came just 3 days after Neville made the conscious decision to fulfill his plan. It was a Friday, and shortly before 3 o'clock, Julie Tucker, one of the busybodies that worked upstairs, came around telling everybody about a quick meeting the mayor wanted to have in the boardroom. Everyone was required to attend, as she had an important announcement to make. Neville acknowledged Julie as she stuck her ugly head through his door, offering her a fake smile and a wave, promising to be there. He had no intention of turning up, already aware of the announcement being made. It was nothing more than a temporary goodbye to one of the bitches leaving to have a baby. Fucked if I'm gonna waste time listening to some bullshit about a whore that should have kept her knees closed. Neville grumbled under his breath as he watched Julie spread her message through other offices further along the corridor. Once she was gone, he went to his door, locked it shut, and returned to his desk. He knew everybody would go, they always did, keen to suck up to the boss. Neville returned to his computer and began to visit more sites he planned to use, making mental notes for some of the gifts Brierson would soon be ordering for herself. It also helped to pass the time until the rest of the floor was deserted, maybe taking as long as half an hour. The mayor would keep the meeting going as long as possible, loving the sound of her own voice. Neville often wondered how long the silly bitch would stand in front of the mirror and practice her public speaking routine. 10 minutes after hearing the final murmur of voices walk past his door, he decided to take his chances and head out on his fishing expedition. He first opened the door and listened from afar, then stuck his head out into the hallway and paused. Silence greeted him, and once he'd convinced himself the place was empty, he headed down the hall to the furthest office from his. The good thing about this building was that it was old and CCTV cameras hadn't been installed on all floors. They were mainly on the first 2 floors plus the 10th, the one with the big tamale herself. Bitch just likes to be filmed. He snickered as the thought ran through his mind. Just as he neared Donald Linker's office, he thought he heard a noise from within and instead of turning into the room, pretended to walk straight past. But as he glanced in on his way past, he saw the window open, a shallow breeze blowing the curtains around. Dumb fucker, Neville muttered. Once in the office, he didn't hesitate, heading straight to the desk of the man in question. He opened the drawer where he knew the fat slob would have his wallet sitting, and once he spotted it, felt the adrenaline kick up a notch. If anyone walked in at that moment, it would be him that was fucked. But no one did walk in, the place remaining deserted. Neville found what he was looking for, pulled the visa from the wallet, and pocketed it. It was one of 4 he spotted and hoped that he chose the one used the least. That way, he figured he'd have enough time to get back to his office and use it. The next victim he hit was one of the young up-herself princesses, Helen Carter. She had only been working on the floor for 6 months or so, but Neville knew she was married to some rich banker guy. Just as he suspected, her purse had also been left in one of the drawers, and when Neville investigated, he found several cards to choose from. Like taking candy from a dumb cunt, he chortled, slipping another card into his pocket. Whilst he found the next 3 just as easily, he struggled to find the last. After visiting half a dozen more offices, Neville failed to find a single wallet, suspecting that the rest had taken their valuables with them. Why would they do that? He thought to himself, and then, while chuckling, added, because there are fucking thieves around. After finally getting home from the office with the 5 credit cards in his pocket, Neville locked his front door, then went straight to his computer. He wasn't aware of the erection in his pants until he reached into his pocket for the cards. That's what fucking this bitch does to me, he whispered, giving it a brief squeeze. He then opened the VPN server he'd downloaded earlier and made sure the connection was active before opening a new page. Just before he began to type, he remembered that his wife Pam finished earlier on a Friday and he wouldn't have as long as he'd hoped. Not wasting any more time, he immediately opened half a dozen pages, typed in various names into the search bars, and hit enter on each. He wanted to make everything look as authentic as possible and began to scroll through pages upon pages of inventory. Handbags, sunglasses, jewelry, everything a bitch like Brierson would need in her life. Once he'd selected items, Neville began to add things to carts, then checked out each in turn, waiting around 5 minutes between. He took a small slip of paper from his own wallet, carefully entered the address as the place to deliver the goods, then set it alight with a match. As the ashes smoldered beside his laptop, he began to seal the deal, carefully entering the credit card details and hitting the buy button on each. By the third successful purchase, his erection became apparent again, and he gave it another squeeze. "Fuck, I love this," he hissed, adding another purchase. All up, Neville purchased in excess of 10 grand worth of goods. The fat slob Donald Linker only contributed a measly $600, but the rest of the group did really well. Neville sealed each deal with a grin on his face, nodding as the success screen flashed on. Once done, he deleted the VPN software from his laptop, deleted the history, and hid the credit cards in one of his suit jackets. He'd only finished one half of the job. The other was still to come. He looked at the watch and saw that it was still almost a half hour before Pam finished work. To pass the time, Neville headed for the bedroom, took out some of his wife's underwear, and began to take care of the erection he'd been sporting for most of the afternoon. When the lingerie still wasn't doing its thing a few minutes in, he opened his cell, put on some porn, and continued to masturbate in earnest, thinking of Emily Brierson the entire time. Neville headed out early the following morning, leaving Pam still asleep, snoring like a rhino. He paused at the bedroom door to look at his wife of 22 years. She disgusted him almost as much as the bitches at work, but somehow always managed to work her way into his heart. He didn't like slapping her around as much as he did, but sometimes women just needed a touch-up. Once out of the house, he hopped in his Camry and headed straight to where he knew Brierson's home would be waiting for him. The bitch played tennis each Saturday morning. Neville hated tennis, a game he always believed to be invented by gay rich folk. He once tried his hand at it but couldn't get the racket to connect with anything but the ground and had given up almost immediately. With the bitch at the tennis court, her small cottage-like home would be waiting for him and, with any luck, let him inside. He didn't have a plan for gaining access, simply assuming an opportunity would somehow present itself. Once he pulled up out front, he was relieved to see the entire front of the house hidden by a huge hedge. The driveway was empty, and with no garage, he knew Brierson's Ford was gone. There was a small sliver of grass running between the hedge and the path running along the front of the blindingly white cottage, and as Neville walked along it, he quite literally found his key to getting inside. The dumb broad had placed one of those fake rocks almost directly beside the steps to the front door. It was one of the cheap ones one might buy from a junk mail catalog someone stuffed into one's mailbox. It couldn't have cost any more than $5. The whole stupidity of the rock was funny. For one, there were no other rocks lying anywhere else, and the fake rock was sitting on the concrete path. Neville almost began to laugh as he picked it up and unsnapped the base. The single key fell into his cupped hand, and he looked around to confirm his privacy. Once he was sure he was alone, Neville climbed the single step and knocked. It didn't take long for him to slip the key into the lock and open the door, aware that time was of the essence. He wanted to be in and out as quickly as possible to ensure his plan had been completed. Once inside, he slowly crept along the hallway, making his way towards what he hoped would be the bitch's bedroom. It was a room draped in the shadows, with the small curtained window unable to allow enough light through to fully light it up. There was a single bed, a side chest, and a small dressing table complete with mirror. As if driven by his insatiable lust for anything sexual, He made a beeline for the bedside chest, opened the top drawer, and instantly felt the disappointment when he didn't find the underwear. What he discovered instead were 3 books neatly propped against one side. The first was the Bible, the second a small handbook about knitting, whilst the third was a book about Oprah.
Could have guessed.
He muttered under his breath, feeling the repulsiveness of the woman who lived in this very room. Not dismayed, he moved on to the second drawer, this time finding a handful of undies, the kind he'd always referred to as granny wear. They were the kind that Pam only wore when she had her period, a style he hated seeing on her. He wanted to see her butt, and undies the size of car covers didn't do it for him. He slammed the drawer shut a little too hard and instantly felt the shock of the bang as it echoed around the room. He paused briefly, listening for any follow-up sounds. There were none, and he was about to turn away when curiosity got the better of him. He slowly leaned down a little and tugged on the third drawer's handle. There was a t-shirt lying on top, and as soon as Neville pushed it aside, he felt the familiar throb in his pants start up. Hiding beneath the t-shirt lay a purple vibrator, its smooth surface almost shiny in appearance.
Holy shit, the bitch fucks herself,
he cawed as he reached for it. At first he simply held it, staring at it and imagining where it had recently been. Then, as if to confirm something in his own mind, he lifted the toy up to his face and smelled the plastic. Neville was almost disappointed when he detected the faint aroma of soap. He had hoped to at least get a small whiff of the bitch's box, but no such luck. She had washed it after its last use. He dropped it back into its hiding spot, returned the t-shirt to its previous position, and closed the drawer. What he needed was a hiding spot of his own, somewhere to plant the credit cards. It couldn't be too difficult to find, but also not somewhere where Brierson was likely to find it. In the end, Neville hid them where he figured they'd never be found, especially by a woman as feminine as Emily Brierson. He dropped the small pouch containing the cards into the toilet cistern. He'd watched a lot of cop shows, and the toilet cistern was a common enough place to stash things you didn't want anyone to find. And if the cops really did come looking, there was every chance that's where they'd check. 3 days was all it took for the fireworks to start. While the theft of the credit cards was already reported by midday Saturday, it took authorities very little time to trace the purchases back to the thief. They had all been sent to the same address, which also happened to be the mother's home of one of the employees in the building where the credit cards were all stolen. She wailed like a small child as the police led her out. To top it off, her hands were cuffed, and as they passed by Neville's office, Brierson was crying uncontrollably, which was enough to return the familiar feeling in his pants. Once the procession had left the building, the whispers began, with some noting other things that had disappeared during the preceding weeks and months. Others mentioned finding the woman deceptive and often acting suspiciously when seen from a distance. And throughout it all, Neville watched from the sidelines, quietly content with removing the competition. Emily Brierson's home was searched that afternoon, and as Neville had predicted, the stolen credit cards were found where he had planted them. The accused was charged with numerous offenses, including theft, credit card fraud, and, to Neville's surprise, assaulting a police officer after spitting on the officer watching her as the rest searched her home. Neville made it a point of ignoring the eventual outcome of her charges, instead focusing on what he knew lay ahead of him. Of course, he received the promotion a few weeks later, handed the official notice by the good mayor herself. She even shook his hand, although Neville would have preferred a man's shake instead. Women holding positions of power just didn't feel right to him, and although he was smiling on the outside, on the inside he was screaming. He celebrated his victory late into the night, hitting a couple of bars with a few friends, and when he got home sometime after midnight, he celebrated some more, first by breaking Pam's nose after slamming it into the bedhead, then by sodomizing his wife as he rained fists down on her from behind. She buried her face into the pillow as hard as she could, but not enough to fully quieten her cries, because it was the cries that Neville loved to hear the most. Almost a month after his promotion, Neville's car had broken down one morning, the brake suddenly failing at a set of traffic lights. After pushing the car off the side of the road, he'd ordered an Uber to take him to work. As he stood by his car waiting for the ride to show up, his anger began to grow, sure that somehow it was Pam's fault. She was, after all, the housewife. Wasn't it her responsibility to make sure everything in the house worked? His hands were flexing and relaxing as he stood, leaning against the car with his fists clenching tighter and tighter. Pam's face was front of mind, and he knew the bitch would pay for making him look like an idiot. Only losers broke down in the middle of traffic, and he needed to show her just how badly she fucked up. The Uber pulled up almost 30 minutes later, and by then he'd added making him late for work onto the list he intended to share with his wife when he got home. He hopped in the back seat, closed the door, and spat the address at the driver. The car pulled back into traffic almost immediately, and Neville watched as the cars passed them by, his anger beginning to slowly recede. It was the driver's eyes repeatedly looking back at him through the rear vision mirror that got his attention. He hadn't noticed at first, but from the side profile he could make out, combined with the partial face he could see in the mirror, the woman driving the car was hot. Not as hot as some of the porn stars he liked to masturbate over, but for a black chick, she was gorgeous. He found himself unable to keep his eyes off her, and while he hadn't noticed it in the beginning, now he could also smell the sweetness of her perfume. "I think I recognize that scent," he began, trying his hardest to sound sincere. "Oh, really?" The woman turned a little, looked back at him, then returned her focus to the road. "It was a gift from my sister. It was her favorite." "Poison, right?" The woman nodded. "Correct. Wow, you have a good nose," she said. "I also have an amazing dick," he thought to himself. "Thank you." "So, taking you to work?" "Yeah, I work with the mayor." This time he sounded a little pompous, but he figured, what the hell, he'd deserved the promotion. "That's so cool. Me, I just drive my car all day. Pretty sheltered life, you know?" "You don't get out much? Can't be good for the social life." "Guess not. Still, this is a good way to meet people. You know, find out bits and pieces about their lives." She paused briefly, then added, "Met my ex-husband doing this." "Really? You met your husband?" He leaned forward in his seat, taken by the smile he could only half see. "Sure did. Sitting right where you are. A pilot. Took him to the airport that first time." "You said ex?" "They all become exes once you find out about their cheating." Neville felt the familiar warmth in his pants begin to throb. "Wait, someone cheated on you? Why would they do that? You're beautiful." He could see her blush a little, turning her head just enough to hide it. "I'm sorry. Didn't mean to embarrass you." She looked back at him through the mirror and smiled again. His throbbing seemed to intensify as the erection struggled for room. "Don't apologize. Some men are just assholes." "Yes, they are." He suddenly found himself trying to twist his wedding band off, not realizing he had even begun to try and remove it. He watched as traffic continued to pass them. "Hey, I know it's a long shot, but I kind of feel like we have some sort of connection." She looked back at him again, the same smile still staring back at him. "Connection? Really?" It seemed as if she caught his bullshit, and for a second he was sure the game was over. He giggled a bit. "I'm sorry. Pretty lame, huh?" "Kind of," she replied. They continued to head further towards the city, the conversation seemingly paused. Neville began to reconsider his wedding band and was about to slip it back on when the woman began to speak again. "You know, I'm open for a drink if you want." He jumped at the opportunity with open arms. "Drink? Sure. Where?" "How about I pick you up after work? I guess I know where that is now." She laughed a little, and it had an insane effect on his hard-on. "After work sounds great. Say 5:30? Work went blindingly slow, almost to the point where he wanted to scream for the time to pass quicker. By 10 o'clock, Neville was sure that he'd stared at the clock for 6 straight hours, checking the time on his cell, wristwatch, and computer almost every minute. At one point, he closed his eyes and imagined his Uber driver naked, performing a striptease for him as he sat watching her with his pants down around his ankles. The tightness in his pants was driving him crazy, and he almost considered closing his door and taking care of it himself. But then his thoughts turned to the possibility that she wanted more than just a drink. Maybe she needed what he had to give. Maybe she could tell that he wasn't one of those faggy, new-age, sensitive homos that everybody needed so badly these days. He was a real man, an old-school man that she wanted to take her and do with as he pleased. She wanted to be fucked the way a woman needed to be fucked. "Do you have the updated press release for me, Neville?" He almost jumped out of his chair as the voice sounded closer than the door. Neville looked up and saw the mayor standing in the doorway, leaning against the frame and eyeing him as if she'd been standing there forever. "Ma'am, sorry." "Not sleeping, were you?" "No, of course not. My car broke down and I had a full-on morning. Yes, I'll get the release up to you straight away." Teresa Coppins nodded, her eyes drilling into him like lasers before she turned and disappeared back into the hallway. Neville held his breath until she disappeared from view, then sighed, feeling the color return to his face. "Fucking bitch," he hissed before returning to his computer screen. Neville nearly stumbled as he raced down the stairs and out through the front doors of the building. The anticipation had been building all day, and now that the time had finally arrived, he found himself unable to keep up with his legs. There was a short walk back to where he had been dropped off, and with the amount of people out and about, almost missed where his date was waiting. She was parked in almost the same place, her smile visible through the windshield. He didn't hesitate, and instead of sitting in the back seat, this time hopped in the front. As she started to turn out into traffic, he reached across and squeezed her leg, feeling the heat of her through the stockings. "Jezebel," he said out loud, reading her ID card fixed to the sun visor. Inside, he thought, that's a hooker's name if ever there was one. "And yours?" "Bill." He lied, unsure of why he felt the need to. He was, after all, the master of his domain, and not even Pam would ever dare to question him. "Pleased to meet you, Bill," Jezebel said, offering him her hand. He shook with her, then sat back and just stared as she worked the vehicle through peak hour. "Has anybody ever told you just how unbelievably sexy you are?" He thought his confidence would rattle her a bit and waited for her girly response, no doubt something weak and uninspired. But what she said brought him crashing back down to earth in a second. "You think so? Does that mean we can skip the drink and just get right down to fucking?" They found the nearest hotel, and Jezebel led Neville into the elevator, waited for the doors to close, then kissed him passionately. As the elevator shot up, his hand shot down, rubbing the hot spot of her crotch as her tongue worked its magic in his mouth. He could feel her moan building as he pressed on her spot hard. Just as he felt his prick needing to burst through his pants, the elevator died, slowed, and opened up to a dark hallway. "Let's go, stud," she crooned, pulling him along by his tie. Neville had never felt so overcome with urge before, feeling as if he needed this woman right there and then. He couldn't keep his eyes off her tight butt, trying to reach out and grab it as she walked a couple of feet ahead. Once they reached the door, she slid the key in and he spun her back to face him. Without hesitating, Neville slipped his hand up her skirt and tried to feel her wetness. But she closed her thighs before his fingers had a chance to pull the soft cloth of her knickers aside and instead twisted the door open and disappeared inside. He slowly followed, locked the door behind him, and started to undo his pants. Just as they dropped around his ankles, the cell sitting in his pocket began to ring. He looked at it for a moment, considered answering it, then kicked the pants away. It would just be Pam, and that bitch had no idea of the shitstorm coming home to her tonight. Jezebel slipped off her top, revealing firm breasts that seemed to stare at him. He felt the throbbing hit high gear and saw Jezebel take a peek.
"I think someone wants to play,"
she whispered, pointing to his crotch.
"He certainly does."
He stepped forward until his knees touched the bed, then watched as his new conquest slipped out of her skirt.
"Fuck, you're amazing."
She turned a little, let him see her red thong in all its glory, and wiggled her butt at him.
"See anything you like?"
He felt like fainting, believing all the blood in his body was somehow inside his cock. It felt huge, almost too big to believe, and wanted nothing more than to watch it disappear between her lips.
"Come here, beautiful,"
he whispered, gesturing for her to crawl across the bed. Jezebel complied, slinking her way across to him. Just before reaching him, she began to circle a nipple with one of her fingers, slowly teasing him as she moaned in time.
"Want a little taste?"
He didn't need to be asked twice and dropped onto the bed. He slowly kissed her shin, then thigh, slowly working his way up. He paused briefly near her honeypot, sniffed deeply and closed his eyes. Once he reached her breasts, there was no stopping him as he began to suck on the first one he could get into his mouth, almost hard enough for the nipple to reach the back of his throat. He never felt the dizziness start until it was much too late to avert it, and as he fell back on the bed with the world starting to swim before him, he saw a shadow rise above him that he knew wanted more than his body. It was the taste in his mouth that first brought him up from the shadows. He could feel the restraints on his arms and legs, and for the briefest moment still believed it was all part of the game. This woman was more than just a sex maniac. She wanted to have some real fun, the kind of fun he himself understood. He tried to speak, but his throat felt much too dry and so didn't bother. The shadows in the room were playing tricks on him, and he tried to focus on each, wondering which one she was hiding in. As his eyes adjusted to the light, he finally saw her, standing near the back wall. She was watching him, as if waiting for him to come around so she could make sure he enjoyed her game as well. When she finally stepped forward, he felt himself getting hard again, this time not feeling the previous restrictions his clothes had on it. He tried to look down and saw his dick lying on the crest of his stomach. He forced a throb and saw it bounce a little. "You've excited him," was what he tried to say, but the words failed to leave his throat.
"Don't speak,"
the woman said, and it was her tone that first made him question the moment. "But," he tried again, for the first time sensing something wrong.
"Your days of hurting women are over. I'm here to tell you that your wife is fighting back."
"What?" was what he meant to say, but it only came out as, "What?"
"Pamela has requested to end her marriage from you, Neville."
I don't under..."
"This is the end."
Neville had barely enough time to make sense of the situation before the blade punched through into his chest. As the blood began to flow and he could feel the world fading away, he had a final recurring thought, one that would never be answered.
"But I'm in charge, aren't I?"
Chapter 6. When the phone rang later that morning, Sam answered it without checking the caller ID. She had assumed it was Mama, and to her surprise, listened as John Milton greeted her. "John, how are you?" Tim heard her say the name and lowered his own cell that he'd been scrolling through.
"Hello, Samantha. How are things going there?"
She quickly filled him in, leaving out the part about Jim visiting both her and Tim during the flight over. John listened with interest, not speaking again until she was finished.
"Before you head out, I've got something for you. There's been another murder."
"Another one?" Sam replied. "Hang on, I'll put you on speaker." She did, set the phone down on the table and waited for John to continue.
"Years ago, back before I hit the big time, you could say, I needed an investor's help. The person that came forward was a man named Nick Coppins. Him and I had had dealings previously, but not like that. He had 2 daughters named Teresa and Trudy. Several years later, wait, One sec, guys." He paused for a moment, speaking to someone else in the room with him. The voice was muffled and took a few moments to finish. "Sorry, so many things happening. Anyway, Trudy was murdered a few years later, and the killer officially became the third one we ever ended. Nick and Teresa know what we do because they've experienced our service firsthand. Teresa also happens to be the mayor of Chicago now. She phoned me just now and told me about another murder, one matching all the rest, including calling card, the rose, and a blade to the chest. The victim worked for her, and she's asked us to step it up. I'm sorry for putting pressure on you guys, but we need you to find them as quickly as possible." "We think we may have a lead, John," Tim interjected. "The victims we've already investigated had a history of violence, namely upon their partners and immediate family." "We thinking some sort of guardian angel here?" "Possibly, but we need to make a couple more stops before we know for sure." "Okay, get on it. Send Mama anything you have and I'll get her to follow things up from this end. I'll get her to send the details of the latest victim through now. Go get 'em, guys. I'm counting on you."
He didn't wait for a response, the call ending with a resounding click. Sam and Tim looked at each other for a moment before reaching for the laptop and checking the latest message from Mama. "Neville Potter, found murdered at the bed place a few hours ago. Married, no children. Check this out," Sam said, turning the laptop a little so Tim could see the crime scene photo that had already been uploaded. The photo showed a standard motel room, the bed the main focus with a man tied to it. There was a knife handle protruding from his chest and lying behind it, the stem of the rose. They could just make out the calling card left in the dead man's hand, which completed the usual lineup for this killer.
"All the same," Tim said, "in almost every detail.
And always hotels with no security cameras, high foot traffic, and always less than classy clientele." Sam leaned forward and began to type something, then watched as another screen opened up. She typed a few more words. "Wife's name is Pamela." A bit more typing, and Sam watched as another page opened, this one revealing what she already suspected. "And there's her medical records. Broken jaw, bruising, cracked ribs, broken finger, teeth knocked out. This guy was a piece of shit to her. I wonder how hard Pamela Potter is grieving right now."
"I can't imagine she'd be too upset,"
Tim offered, his eyes still darting from line to line. "Anal tearing on more than one occasion."
"Someone certainly looked out for this woman."
Before they headed to the home of the latest victim, the pair decided to check out the murder scene itself. It wasn't a huge drive from where they were staying, and traffic wasn't particularly hectic. After just 10 minutes in the car, Sam followed Tim into the elevator that Neville Potter had been in just hours before. The room turned out to be mostly free from police, with just a single cop guarding the body. Once the pair flashed their ID cards, he waved them in and watched as they began to check out the room.
"I'm just waiting for the meat wagon. Should have been here a while ago, but they got held up at a suicide downtown."
As if on cue, there was another knock on the door, and as the cop opened it, a man and woman from the coroner's office wheeled their trolley in. They waved a hello to Sam and Tim, then headed straight to the body.
"Damn,"
the man said.
"This Black Death chick is really getting on with things."
His partner nodded as she slid Neville's legs into the black bag. Rigor was still somewhat visible, but the effect seemed to be wearing off.
"Is she ever? Hate to be on the other end of her shit,"
the woman replied. "You guys attended any of the other scenes?" Sam asked, peering at the name tag of the man. Bryson immediately began to nod.
"Sure have. Jill and I attended 2 others."
He pointed at his partner as if Sam needed reminding of whom his partner was.
"Damn Terminator, that woman. Certainly getting her name out there."
Tim winked at Sam and she understood. They weren't going to find anything worthwhile here and simply thanked the cop before heading back out into the hallway. "What are you thinking?" Sam asked as they entered the elevator again. "I think we need to speak to his wife. Maybe Jim was right." Pamela Potter turned out to be missing in action by the time Tim and Sam showed up on her doorstep. They tried for several minutes, knocking on the door repeatedly, but to no avail. Just as they were about to leave, a neighbor popped her head over the short fence between their homes. "You after Pammy?" "Yes. Do you know where we might find her?" "You the police?" Sam reached for her purse, pulled out her fake ID, and quickly flashed it at the woman. "Not quite. Crime Service." Never heard of that one. She's in my home. Her husband has just been murdered, although I'm guessing you already know that." The woman beckoned them over and they walked back out the bottom of the driveway, rounded the fence, and made their way to the new front door. It was standing open by the time they reached it, and Helena Jeffries waved them inside. The corridor was dimly lit and led through into a relatively comfortable sitting room. A fire was crackling in the fireplace, despite the warmth of the day. "I get cold easily," Helena said as she passed them. Sitting on one of the couches was Pamela, her face almost vacant from grief. Sam would later tell Tim that the first impression she got from her was relief, just as they had predicted. "Pam?" Sam asked. The woman nodded, stood, and offered her hand. "Do you mind if we ask you a couple of questions?" "He was an asshole," Helena interjected before anyone could get a word out. "Helena, please," Pam whispered, almost embarrassed by the outburst. "Well, he was. Good riddance." "I'm guessing you two didn't have a smooth marriage?" Helena scoffed a little, shook her head, and headed for the kitchen. When she was gone, Pam sat forward a little. "I'm sorry for Helena. I've leaned on her a lot in recent years, and she's seen most of the ugliness to come out of it." "How long has he been beating you?" Sam asked. "Almost since the very beginning. By then it was too late. My parents would have been horrified at me getting a divorce so soon after tying the knot." She paused to gather her thoughts. "They were very much old school when it came to marriage." They listened as Helena began to open and close cupboards in the next room, the dishes rattling this way and that. "She cooks when she's angry. It's her escape. Helena is also a survivor of abuse. Her husband passed a few years ago from cancer." "Would you have any idea who might have wanted Neville dead? Any enemies? Anyone at all?" Pamela shifted her feet at the question, then lowered her eyes. Sam picked up on it immediately. "No," the woman said, but all three knew she was lying. "Pamela, I know this must be hard for you, but we need to find out who murdered your husband. They have already killed 6 people, and who knows how many more will follow." Sam sat forward a little more, trying her best to connect with the woman. "Pam, if you know anything that can help us. If someone's out there doing away with those that like to beat up women, then good riddance. Fuckers don't deserve to live." It was Helena, back to add another serving of her thoughts. "But surely you must know that this is wrong." Tim tried, but neither were listening. Instead, Helena walked up behind Pam, rested her hands on the seated woman's shoulders, and squeezed. "No one is going to hurt Pammy now. She's safe here with me." That was when Sam realized the rest of the story between the women. They weren't just neighbors helping each other out, they were a lot more. And when Pam reached up and squeezed Helena's hand, their story fell out completely. "Yes, it's what you think it is. It may not be conventional, but neither is getting beaten senseless every day. We have each other, and that's all that matters." Sam reached into her purse, pulled out a card, and placed it on the table. She looked at Pam as she did, hoping to get into the mind of the weaker woman. "Please, Pam." Only once they were back in the car did they speak, Tim frustrated by the lack of help from either woman. "It's almost as if they're happy there's a killer on the loose." "For them, it's not just a killer, you know that. This is more than that. but I'm betting they know exactly who killed Neville.
I'd put money on it.
Tim pulled the car back into the road and headed in no discernible direction. He reached a T intersection and paused, unsure of which way to turn. Sam stared off into the distance, trying to make sense of the situation. This person is never going to stop, she whispered, but Tim had other ideas.
This person, whoever they are, they're...
He paused, a thought suddenly striking him in the face. Tim? What is it? A car honked from behind and Tim took off, turning right after flashing an apologetic wave.
I've just had a thought. I need to get back to the room.
It wasn't until they were back in their hotel room that Tim finally shared his thoughts. Sam tried her hardest to keep quiet on the return journey, despite her own thoughts fighting her every step of the way.
They're all linked,
Tim began after sitting down at the table. Okay, I think we already know that. The killer has made that part pretty obvious. He ignored her mockery, his eyes seemingly staring at her, but seeing right through her.
None of the people know each other. I think that much has already been established. If they were, we would have known about it. And yet...
His voice trailed off for a brief moment to collect his thoughts again.
And yet, they do know each other, just indirectly.
What do you mean?
I mean, they know a lot more than they've been letting on, at least some of them. Pamela, Joanne Houghton, Martha, I don't think so, but I bet if we dug a little further, we'd find a neighbor or a friend who'd know more.
That was when Sam felt more than just intrigue. She somehow knew he was onto something. What are you talking about?
I bet if we dug hard enough, we'd find something where this killer is advertising. These kills aren't random, they're premeditated. I bet the killer knew exactly who they were going to kill long before they met any of their victims.
Sam's phone rang just then, and when she answered, she heard Mama's voice. After a brief greeting, she listened to the news, which seemed to find its way to her with perfect timing. She thanked the woman on the other end, canceled the call, and set her phone on the table.
Don't tell me another one,
Tim said almost bluntly. No, Neville Potter's vehicle was brought in by tow truck. Police checked it, and guess what they found? He sat forward a little, his face ready for anything. The brakes had been tampered with. Someone wanted him to break down.
He was murdered after work last night. Do we know how he got downtown without a car?
Mama said phone records showed he called for an Uber. Tim mulled the information over in his mind, then flipped open the laptop. He tapped away for a few minutes, leaving Sam clueless as to what he was searching for. But once he found what he was looking for, he spun the screen around to face her.
Surprise. The driver was brand new on the job, had a single fare, and clocked off after it. I bet if Mama checked out this Jezebel Hartwell, she'll find that it's a fake name and address.
Instead of phoning, Sam simply messaged Mama the details, then sat patiently and watched as Tim continued his search. What are you thinking?
I'm thinking there's a website somewhere, one where people make contact with this Black Death and she picks up on their call for help. I'd bet everything I owned on that fact. They're all linked because of the way they're contacting her.
Sam's cell beeped, and when she checked, nodded. Jezebel Hartwell is a fake name and address. Tim sat and stared at Sam for a few seconds, letting the information sink in. This was it, the exact thing he'd hoped for.
It's her. This Jezebel Hartwell is Black Death.
He reached for the laptop again and resumed typing. After a few more seconds, he cursed at the screen.
Fuck, I knew it.
Sam took a look and saw a photo of a young blonde woman and didn't need to ask for confirmation.
As fake as the rest of the profile.
But at least we have something to go on, a name at least. Yes, it's fake, but it's a start. The laptop suddenly beeped, indicating a new message, and Tim opened the notification absently as his thoughts continued swirling in his mind.
Holy shit, check this out.
he suddenly said, and Sam leaned in to watch. Mama had managed to track down a feed from one of Neville Potter's neighbors. The camera itself was situated directly across the street, and the view they were watching was of the driveway during the middle of the night. A streetlight shone brightly for a few moments, then suddenly died as if someone had flicked a switch. They continued watching as the camera switched to infrared mode. It wasn't top of the line, but it covered enough of the scene with its vision to detect the lone shadow carefully moving towards Potter's car. Whilst not the HD footage they were used to, the grainy feed still had enough clarity to highlight the lone figure as it dropped beside the car and reached up underneath. The whole operation was over in a matter of seconds, and the person they knew to be Black Death slipped back into the shadows. But for the first time, they had both a fake name and actual footage of the person herself. They were on the trail, and that was the best place they could be at that moment.
We need her message board. If we can get hold of where she finds her targets, then we find her.
How do you propose we do that? The web is huge. She could be in one of millions of sites. Tim thought for a moment, staring at the screen as the video cycled through a second time.
But we know she uses the name Black Death. That's the name she leaves on her calling card. I bet it's more than just fancy words. I bet that Black Death is also her handle and used for more than just cards.
Mama's been searching high and low for the name. Nothing's popping up, Sam offered.
Tell her to focus on sites used by domestic violence survivors, those that help and support them, even just chat sites devoted to them. I'm telling you, Sam, she's there. We just have to look harder.
As Tim began to type again, Sam picked up her cell and began to type herself, but not in the way Tim was. I tell you what, you keep searching here, and I'm going to try and talk to Pamela again. I have a feeling if I can get her alone, she might spill a little more. Sam drove back to the home of the latest victim, but instead of parking right out the front, decided to hang back a little to give herself time to simply watch. What she needed was a break from Helena, and if she could wait for an opportune time, it might make all the difference. The afternoon was getting on, and Sam began to wonder whether there would be enough time left in the day for her hopes to come to fruition. She wasn't sure whether Helena worked, so made that her first priority once parked. It turned out that Helena did in fact work. She spent a couple of hours per day helping out at a local seniors center. Sam pondered how she could find out when the woman was next due to go to work, and then it hit her. After dialing the number, she listened as the call rang on the other end. After several repetitions, a soft-spoken voice answered with a standard greeting.
Autumn Rise Retirement Home, how may I help you?
Sam swallowed hard and began her plan. Oh, yes, hello. My name is Sandra Tully, and I found a credit card belonging to a Helena Jeffries. I was told she works there and I could drop it in for her?
Yes, ma'am, that's correct, but Helena's not due back in until 7 this evening. If you drop it in, I could make sure the card is safely returned to her.
Oh, that's too kind. Would you do that? Okay, I'll drop it in. Thank you so much. Sam canceled the call, looked at the time, and wondered whether it would be worth returning to the room and spending the 3 hours there instead. Rather than waste time sitting around, Sam decided that it might be time better served if she followed up on other leads. For one, there were other victims she could look up, even if just to see whether their theory checked out. As she sat wondering which route to take, Sam did something unexpected, as if caught in a kind of moment. She opened Facebook, more out of curiosity than anything else. In the search bar, she typed the name Mitchell McDutton, hit search, and waited for technology to do its thing. As always, all it took was a mere second or two, and before her were several pages of possibilities. She slowly scrolled, trying to place the one she needed. But with nothing jumping out at her, Sam re-entered the name, this time using the shortened name Mitch. Once she hit search and the results popped up a second time, Sam again began to scroll the endless possibilities. There were simply too many to consider, and she didn't have the time to sort through them individually. She returned to the very top and stared at the boxes looking back at her and suddenly realized another option. Instead of staying on the results highlighted under People, she pressed the option titled Stories and watched as new possibilities popped up. This time, Sam took her time scanning the possibilities and soon found what she was looking for. R.I.P. bro, till we meet again, someone named Hunky Dunky had written, and when Sam clicked on the specific Mitch McDutton, found the page of the man who had been Black Death's third victim. His cover showed him sipping cocktails by a pool with several other men sitting around him. The comments on the page had all been typed after his death, with many hoping for him to rest in peace. But as Sam continued to scroll, one comment stood out, a single one that went against what all the others had said. It was an acronym, one Sam herself had only discovered a few months before. RIHUSOB. Rot in hell, you son of a bitch, was what the person had wished Mitch, and strangely had been liked by 12 other people. The name who had left the comment was Hank Fraser, but when Sam clicked on the name, the account that popped up was mostly blocked, courtesy of the privacy settings. She thought it strange that this single person had left such a comment, liked by a dozen other people and yet ignored by everyone else. It felt as if there was more to it than that, and decided it was worth investigating a little more. While her cell could track old Hank down, Sam knew Mama's computer would do a much better job and in a fraction of the time. So she screenshotted the account page, sent it through to the woman herself, then followed it up with a call. As always, Mama answered by the second ring, already scanning the message sent to her. "Gimme a sec, I'm just running the name now. How are you kids doing out there? Any luck?" "Maybe. Have a few things on the go, but I think Tim's on to a definite possibility." "A lot of sites to search, though. I have 2 computers working on it, plus Candace, the new girl." "Candace?" Sam asked, unfamiliar with the name. "Started a couple of days ago. John figured I could use the help. Oh, here you go. And curiously interesting." Mama's voice faded out as she read her own handiwork. "What is?" Sam asked, her own intrigue rising. "Hank Fraser has a son who's part of a local soccer club Mitchell McDutton worked with, and 7 of the people who liked his comment also have children in the very same team." "You thinking McDutton was up to no good with their children?" Sam asked, her interest piqued. "From the looks of this, I'd say there's a very good chance." Hank Fraser lived just a 20-minute drive from where Sam was parked, and with a couple of hours before Helena would leave for work, Sam couldn't think of a better reason to go. If McDutton really was up to shady dealings with children, it made the Black Death connection so much stronger. She took a final look at Pamela's home, then headed off to another victim's victim. With any luck, she would find the link between McDutton and the rest of the victims and back Tim's theory even more. As she drove, Sam phoned Tim and shared with him her discovery. He sounded pleased but distracted, and as she spoke, Sam could hear his fingers continuing to tap away on the keyboard. "That's awesome. Keep at it and I'll continue on here," he finally said, then canceled the call before Sam had a chance to answer. Just like always, once Tim had something in his sights, his attention was as good as gone. The Fraser home was set in what appeared to be a good neighborhood, with the kind of streets where children still played out in front yards, with many riding bicycles between friends' homes. Sam pulled up in front of the house and admired it for a moment. It was clear from the outside that whomever lived inside loved the place and took care of it regularly. The grass was freshly mown, the building itself clean and free from any wear and tear. There was a single elm in the front yard, and it added that homely touch trees seemed to offer. The garage, attached to the side of the home, stood open, and Sam could see a man she assumed to be Hank Fraser working on an old classic. She hopped out of her own and slowly headed for the open door. "Mr. Fraser?" she called out as she neared. The man peeked out from under the hood, staring at her with a warm smile.
"One and only,"
he offered, wiping his hands on an old rag. "Sir, I was wondering if I could ask you a few questions."
"Sure. About what?"
He appeared friendly, taking a couple of steps toward her as he eyed the stranger curiously. "About Mitchell McDutton, sir." His demeanor changed instantly, the dark cloud rolling across his brow like a full-blown storm. The warm smile disappeared, replaced by a chiseled frown that could cut pine cones in half.
"Who's asking?"
Sam almost reached for her purse, the instinctual habit hard to break. But just before she did, it occurred to her that if there had indeed been an advertisement to murder an offender, then asking as an authority figure wouldn't help. So Sam decided to approach this from a new angle. "I'm asking more for myself than anything. My little brother used to be coached by Mr. McDutton a few years ago. Johnny loved running, and Mitchell promised to get him to a professional level." She neared the man, still eyeing her suspiciously, continuing to build the story in her mind seconds before she said it out loud. She began, trying to convey a sense of grief.
"It's okay, please."
"Johnny took his own life recently. He phoned me that night and told me how McDutton had forced himself on him on several occasions, each time threatening to kill me if he told."
"Oh my God,"
Hank said.
"I'm so sorry."
"I checked out his Facebook page, and that's where I saw your comment. I have a friend who works— I'm sorry, I probably shouldn't tell you. I don't want Mary to lose her job."
"Perfectly understandable. That piece of shit got exactly what he deserved."
I couldn't help but— "Hank, is everything okay?" Sam turned and saw a woman standing on the stoop watching them from afar.
"Come on inside. My wife will fix us a nice cup of tea."
Hank and Skylar Fraser listened as Sam retold the story, this time adding her own fear and suspicions. They held their beverages close, their eyes fixed as the tale unfolded. When she was done, Sam added a few forced tears, doing her best to sound as genuine as she could. Skylar rose from her own seat and sat next to Sam, rubbing her shoulder as the tears flowed. "He was always so gentle, and this monster stole him away." It took her a few moments to get herself back under control, Hank watching with fire blazing in his eyes.
"That piece of shit hurt plenty of boys and girls. He coached the local soccer team, including our daughter and several others from the neighborhood. It seems he didn't care who he hurt, nor which gender they were."
Sam wiped her eyes, then leaned in a little, trying to lower her voice enough to convey a sense of secrecy. "Mr. Fraser,
"Hank, please."
Sam nodded. "Hank, I need closure. I need to know that what happened to that monster wasn't just some random accident. I need to know that he was made to pay for what happened to Johnny." Hank looked at his wife, exchanged a kind of telepathic thought with her, and nodded slowly.
"He died for his crimes."
"I only ask because one of my workmates told me about this murderer called Black Death." She paused for effect, leaned in closer, and lowered her voice even further. "They said that she was killing those who hurt others, kind of like a vigilante. I can only imagine that a lot of parents would be looking for that type of closure."
"Yes, they would,"
Hank whispered. "Do you think that's what happened? Do you think someone told her about McDutton and she took care of him?" Again, the Frasers looked at each other as if trying to decide whether to reveal a secret. It was Skylar that next spoke. "He met Black Death and she made him pay for his crimes. Of that you can be sure." "But how can you be so sure?" Sam asked. "How do we know it wasn't just some crazy hooker he got mixed up with?"
"It wasn't any hooker. He was killed by Black Death. Of that you can be sure."
Skylar repeated, and this time Sam threw the bait. "What if there was another person who needed to meet her? Someone beating up a defenseless woman. Do you think there's a way of contacting her so this person has a chance? Endthepain.onion, Sam said triumphantly as she walked back into their hotel room. Tim had migrated across to the bed and was still typing away as he lay on his stomach. Huh? He asked, looking up from the screen. Hank Fraser said one of the other parents had posted a message on that board and she noticed it. Endthepain.onion. Hank who? Sam quickly filled him in as she snatched the laptop away and set it up on the table. She took off her coat, hung it on the back of the chair, and sat, almost in a single motion. I'm impressed, he finally offered once the story had been conveyed. And on the dark web. He slapped himself in the head. Of course we weren't going to find her, not if she's sticking to those sorts of sites. Sam nodded and began activating the necessary software to access the site. And now we know how to find her, she said triumphantly. One step closer. Chapter 7. End the Pain was a message board that allowed not only individual posts, but also conversations between unlinked parties through sub-level chat rooms. Sam scrolled through countless pages of posts left by people, all appearing to suffer from the same issue, domestic violence. There were plenty of stories to go around, with countless victims and those watching from afar. Whilst many spoke of the horror they witnessed, only a few mentioned the killer Sam was hunting. They see her as a kind of hero, Sam whispered as she read, like a vigilante out to save the city. I guess in a way she is. But these victims, they can't all deserve to be murdered. Tim, there's fathers here, mothers suffering from illnesses that are treatable. Tell that to the ones at the other end of the fist. Doubt you'll find a lot of sympathy. Sam read on, horrified by some of the comments. There were some talking about Black Death directly, calling for her to out herself so they could thank her personally. Then there were others calling for her to end the brutality and hand herself in. The victims were as varied as the day was long. Children, women, even babies in some posts. And while there were a few scattered female abusers, the majority were men. It was painful to read, but the more she did, the more Sam wondered about the morality of their own mission. Do you think we are like this? What? Tim asked, surprised by her question. Do you think people would look at us like they do this woman? Would they think we're wrong for doing what we do? People will always fall on both sides of the fence. That's the reason why we're out here doing what we do. Remember, it was through John's own suffering that we ended up here. The system so many people put their faith in failed, and it fails a lot. We do what we do because we no longer believe the system can do what it's supposed to. An eye for an eye? Tim nodded without hesitation. An eye for an eye. If we prove that they murdered, then we take them out, no questions asked. But isn't that what she's doing? Sitting cross-legged on her bed on the other side of the city, Grace Shaw sipped her soup as she scanned the message boards, feeling the anger burning deep inside. So many victims, too many to help, even for her. Their tormentors were people that had no care, no fear, no moral compass to bring them back to the light. She slowly scrolled through posts, stopping occasionally to read one, then continued on as the story rang too close to home. She was always searching for the next, deciding early on that the weak needed protecting from those who preyed on them, the kind of protection she failed to give her sister. Even after all these years, the anger still burned strong inside her, with only one way to tame the flames. She needed to help, to end the lives of those who would willingly beat the defenseless. It was her time to rise and show the world that this type of violence would need to be paid for, paid any way necessary. She looked at the box of cards sitting on her dresser, cards that held the price for preying on women and children. They would never fully understand all the reasons behind her acts, but those cards should have been enough to tell them why. Her eyes fell on a message from a woman calling herself Muffin Maker. Original, she thought to herself as she read the post. Why won't she just leave? My sister has been married to this asshole for almost 10 years, and he's beaten her up so many times. She's lost 2 pregnancies because of him, and still she won't leave. Grace looked at the message, read it a second time, then scrolled down to the comments. There were the usual responses, mostly from those asking why she just doesn't run. But Grace knew that for some, running wasn't an option, the fear and terror keeping the victims firmly within the clutches of their attackers. But her eyes fell on one comment in particular, one that seemed to speak to her above all the others. She'll leave when he's dead, or she is, the person had written, and right there was what Grace understood to be the cold, hard truth. For many of these victims, death was their only escape, whichever one it took. Grace clicked on the original poster, copied the code that accompanied the name, and forwarded it to Clive, the unknown hacker who identified the people behind the posts. Within a few short hours, she would have all the information she needed to write another person's life. Waking up early had become part of her normal day, and as Grace flicked off the alarm, she picked up the cell and checked her messages. Just as she knew it would, Clive's message had landed just a couple of hours after she sent the request. Whoever he was, or she for that matter, they knew their job well. After getting herself ready for work, Grace opened the file and began to read the details of Clara Buchanan and her sister, Nancy Prescott. It was Clara that had posted several messages about her sister's abusive husband, a man capable of beating his pregnant wife so hard to cause her to miscarry their unborn baby, not once, but twice. The second time, Nancy had been 6 months pregnant, and he had beaten her so severely she not only suffered a miscarriage, but also required a full hysterectomy, courtesy of the baseball bat he had used to rape her after a substantial drinking session with his buddies. As Grace read the articles Clive had included, she wept openly, allowing her anger to leak from her like an open wound. It helped in more ways than one. By allowing the rage to escape her, Grace found that she could keep her emotions in check for long enough once she was in the company of her target. The medical reports were the worst, Grace feeling numb as she read the injuries over and over again, feeling her tears soak the shirt she was wearing. But that was just the tip of the file Clive had sent. There were also police reports, social media posts from friends and family, as well as the death notices for the unborn child. There was a link in one of the articles, and when Grace clicked on it, she found herself watching reporters trying to question Nancy's husband as he left court, acquitted of manslaughter due to mental health issues. As she continued reading, she could already see herself standing above the man that brutalized Nancy Prescott and end him just as she had all the others. This one needed ending as soon as possible, and Grace knew just where. This one would be easy. Norman Prescott had always had it easy. He was what you might have called a spoiled child. His father, Raymond, had worked hard his entire life, raising Norman as a single parent after losing his wife during childbirth. His son became his world, and there was nothing he wouldn't do to ensure he had a normal upbringing, or at least as normal as possible. Whether it was fulfilling his everyday needs or just gifting him everything else, Ray ensured Norman would never want for anything. But Norman had a mean streak, one visible to many who knew the boy and his father. From an early age, the brat, as he was known amongst many circles, would often tease those smaller and weaker than himself. He was the kid who sat in the back row of class, pulling on the ponytails of those girls unfortunate enough to be seated in front of him. It wasn't unusual for him to bail smaller kids up for lunch money, quickly recruiting a couple of helpers who would also do his bidding. His name in grade school was well known, and most of the kids, as well as some of the teachers, tried their hardest to keep clear of him. By the time he reached high school, his demeanor grew more violent, leaving a wake of victims and injuries behind him and his cronies. Despite being called in for meetings on several occasions, Raymond Prescott refused to believe that his only boy could be responsible for the things he was accused of. Raymond had worked hard enough to save a substantial amount of money, and by the time Norman had turned 15, had invested heavily in a local bar called the Lucky Star. It sat on the Lower West Side and attracted the kind of clientele that weren't afraid to part with their money. To increase his bottom line, Raymond began to hire barmaids who were willing to provide extra services to the regular crowd for those clients willing to pay a little extra. Before long, even the local authorities began to drop in from time to time, willing to add their own stamp of approval. But Raymond's luck took a hit in late 2004 when he suffered a stroke, leaving him unable to look after himself, let alone a bar. Norman took over the running of the establishment, eventually dumping his father in a cheap seniors' retirement home where he would get the care he needed. At least that's what Norman told himself. In reality, the cesspool he had dropped his father in was one of the worst nursing homes in all of Chicago. The old man suffered for 9 months before slipping away late one night. Only 7 people showed up to the funeral, none of whom were his son. As his father was being buried, Norman was in the middle of hiring a new barmaid, one he needed to test out personally. When it came to the bar staff, he needed to ensure they knew what kind of services his establishment offered, and it was up to him to make sure they were at the level needed. He had married Nancy in late 2006, after meeting her at a New Year's Eve ball the previous year. He had treated her like an absolute queen while they dated, showering her with gifts and praises until she was so starstruck there was no way she could see the real him. But Norman, not one to mask his real self, let her have both barrels soon after moving her into his home. She never saw it coming, and once he had his hooks in her, made sure she was so terrified there was no chance of her escaping. He found that it was never difficult to scare someone, especially when they had loved ones which he could threaten. It wasn't long before Nancy began to bore him. More than that, she became a damn nuisance. She would often question him about why he stayed out so late, why he needed to remain at the bar for long hours, and why she couldn't visit it. Norman did his best to keep his wife as far away from his business as possible. When she had announced her first pregnancy, Norman had first hit the roof, then hit her stomach in a fit of alcohol-induced rage. He beat her until she was on the ground, then continued kicking her until he saw the blood leaking from between her legs, slowly pooling on the pale tiles of the kitchen floor. She had told the nurses that she slipped on that occasion, the kitchen floor still wet after mopping it earlier. Of course, they knew she was lying, but without the victim willing to supply the information, no one bothered to follow things up. And thus Nancy had returned to the home she shared with Norman, and the place she would eventually think of as her own place of execution. But nothing could have prepared her for the monster that Norman became, a beast who took pleasure in her pain. He would dish out slaps and punches as easily as some people swatted flies. If she didn't move fast enough, he would kick her in the butt, sometimes hard enough to send her sprawling. She knew he was cheating on her, Norman admitting the fact each time he raped her. This became an almost weekly occurrence, and normally when he came home drunk on Sunday night. Norman had a habit of bending Nancy over the kitchen table, not bothering which hole he stuck it in, then begin shouting about the women he'd screwed that week as he did his thing. Although initially trying to break free from him, Nancy quickly learned that it was easier to simply let him get it over with. It usually only took a minute, sometimes less, and once he was finished, generally let her be. But nothing prepared her for the horror that happened on Christmas Eve, 2013, the night that her sister had confronted him and caused one of the biggest events of her young life. Nancy had been almost 20 years younger than Norman when they met, and despite her friends and family advising her against marrying the man, Nancy did anyway, always too stubborn to listen. Her sister Clara had always warned Nancy, not trusting Norman since the very beginning. She wasn't surprised to learn that he was beating her, often visiting with Nancy while Norman was at work. But no matter how much she begged her sister to leave, she refused, the fear visible in her eyes each time Clara confronted her. It was as if Norman had reprogrammed Nancy in a way that she was unable to go against him. The truth was, Norman had threatened to cut her sister's tits off if she so much as uttered a breath about their marriage to anyone. Christmas time had always been the hardest for Nancy, with Norman always insisting on hosting the Christmas Eve meal for the family. It was one of the only times where Nancy could have her own family to the house, which in reality only meant Clara. Their mother and father had passed, which only left the two sisters. Clara's husband, Mike, was a financial advisor and could barely speak above a whisper, too shy to leave an impression on anybody. Whilst the rest of the people engaged in conversation, Nancy and Clara tended to keep to themselves, sitting at the opposite end from where Norman would sit with his two closest friends, plus a number of business associates. As the dinner progressed, he would eye the sisters as they sat whispering to each other, imagining all the stories his wife was sharing about him. By the time most guests had bid the hosts farewell, it was near midnight and the alcohol had flowed a little too freely for Norman. He struggled to stand upright, and when Nancy passed a little too close to him, reached out and grabbed her arm with a fierce grip. Clara saw the look of pain on her sister's face and stepped in. "Who the fuck do you think you are, Norman? This is your wife, you son of a bitch. You're supposed to be protecting her." For a moment, Norman simply sat and stared as this little hurricane began whipping up winds beside him, a finger darting into his face every few words. "See this bump here? She's fucking pregnant with your baby. What the hell is wrong with you?" Nancy shrunk back as she listened to her sister unleash years of frustration and anger. She wanted to intervene and talk Clara down, but somehow she remained frozen, unable to move. Norman continued to listen, watching the little firecracker pop off before his very eyes. And then, just as she was beginning to wind down, he began to laugh. Slowly at first, then with the kind of bellows reserved for only the most humorous of situations. Clara simply stopped, stared at him for a moment, then turned back to her sister. Mike stood next to Nancy, one arm around her shoulders as if trying to shield his pregnant sister-in-law. "Honey, you need to leave now, with us, tonight. Grab your things and let's go." Looking back, Nancy would later say that she wished she could change her decision at that moment. But as she looked across to where Norman was sitting, his stare was enough to tell her what words could never convey. If she left then, they would all be dead before they reached the car. One look told Clara that Nancy wouldn't leave, and without another thought, grabbed Mike's arm and pulled him towards the door. "I'll call you in the morning," Clara said absently over her shoulder, speaking about a phone call that would never eventuate. Clara and Mike's car hadn't reached the end of the driveway before Norman struck the first blow. He had simply stood, taken 2 steps towards his 6-month pregnant wife, and punched her square in the face. Blood poured from her nose as she hit the ground, her voice temporarily lost. As she tried to stand, the wind suddenly left her as Norman's boot exploded to the side of her chest. A second swing caught her to the side of the face, and Nancy fell onto her back. As she lay like a turtle with her arms and legs splayed out, Norman took a single step forward, raised one leg, and brought the heel of his boot down into the middle of her stomach, effectively killing his unborn son in the process. Nancy struggled to breathe as her consciousness faded in and out in waves of agony that radiated out from her middle. She tried to roll over, but the pain was too intense. And while she thought this session had run its course, Norman had other plans. He left the room temporarily, leaving Nancy writhing in agony on the floor. She could barely make out his footfalls and tried again to roll over. But no matter how hard she tried, her body seemed to be paralyzed, refusing to move. She suddenly felt her dress being pulled, followed by her underwear. Aware that she was bleeding, Nancy had hoped that Norman had simply gone to get her a towel. She knew how much he hated her bleeding all over the place. Before she had a chance to comprehend what was happening, she felt something blunt push against her vagina. The blood already leaking from her had lubricated the object, and she felt whatever it was force its way into her, brutalizing her in a way she had never felt before. "Wanna fuck something?" Norman shouted at her. "Fuck this." The object tore into her, reaching what felt to be the middle of her stomach. The fetus must have been pushed aside because the place where it felt to reach was far beyond where she had felt the little kicks only a few hours before. Pain tore through her as Norman pushed and pulled the object, thrusting it into her like a maniac. She tried to scream, but the sound caught in her throat. He must have leaned down at some point and spat in her face because she could taste his saliva through her own terror. And just before she finally passed out completely, Norman whispered a final insult into her ear, one she knew to be true. "Your dirty cunt will never birth my child." Nancy woke up in a hospital bed 3 days later, her baby gone forever and her husband sitting in a jail cell. It had been Clara herself who had returned to the house, walking in to find her sister on the floor less than half an hour later. By then, Norman was fast asleep on the couch, passed out from his late-night workout session. Mike called the ambulance while Clara did her best to save her sister's life. She succeeded, keeping her from bleeding to death until the paramedics arrived. The police arrested Norman on the spot and took him in, Clara glad to finally free her sister from the monster. But while Norman did face court, there were too many corrupt officials in his back pocket. It didn't take long for the prosecution to drop the charges on the condition that Norman attend anger management classes. He made the promise, signed the paperwork, and was back home before the week was out. Nancy spent more than a week in hospital, her caring husband visiting her a single time to take her home upon her release. Clara watched from her own car, grieving the sister she knew would end up dead at the hands of a man she couldn't escape. Not unless she did something drastic, such as hire someone to end him once and for all. Grace received a response almost immediately once she made contact with Clara, the sister offering the killer whatever amount of money she demanded. But money wasn't Grace's driving force, and thus refused to take any. This was about saving the life of a woman that had suffered horrifying injuries at the hands of a man she had put her trust in. If anything, Grace wanted to drive straight to the house, slice the asshole's throat, and hold Nancy in her arms, telling her that everything would be okay. She wanted to make him suffer, to make him endure the kind of pain he inflicted on his trusting wife. But she knew that this wasn't about herself getting revenge. If it was, she would have made them all suffer. Their death would not have come as quickly as it did. Instead, she would have made them lie defenseless as her anger tore them to shreds, a little piece at a time. No matter how much anger and hate she felt, Grace knew that despite being labeled a cold-hearted killer by the press, she had her own morals to adhere to. Nothing could ever make her cross the line that these people did. Whilst they may have painted her as a sadistic killer, Grace saw herself as someone like the person responsible for putting down suffering animals at a vet, someone yielding compassion to end the suffering once and for all. Clara, unsure of the exact words to use, simply used her sister's injuries and the duration over which she sustained them as her justification. She added Norman's details as best she could without naming him. She needed to in case someone else was watching, the ones that monitored these types of places for the authorities. But Grace only needed minimum information, able to seek out what she needed from other sources. Despite being a direct message-to-message system, there was always the chance that others could be watching, and not even Grace took those kinds of risks. Once she had what she needed, she simply replied with a single emoji, One Clara understood immediately. It was a single rose, one Grace had manipulated herself, the petals of the once beautiful flower now as dark as the depths of death itself. Norman always worked long hours, or at least that's what he told those interested enough to listen to him. But rather than work, what he did was sit in his office and either gamble online or berate his staff, calling them into his office one at a time. His favorite days were those when he needed to interview new staff. Because of his unique style of management, staff turnover was quite high at the Lucky Star. There wasn't a week that went by where one of the barmaids didn't run off, not bothering to return after a shift where Norman had put the hard word on her. He had surrounded himself with women, ensuring that any position they could handle was allocated to one. There were only 2 positions that he needed men for, and those he always ensured were kept well away from his females. The first was the door security. For that position, he had hired 2 ex-bikers, both too fat and lazy to do much more than sit by the entrance. He had initially ordered them to stand by the door, but after one of them had collapsed from exhaustion after a couple of shifts, he had conceded and given the okay for them to drag a couple of bar stools out. Both doormen worked their shifts from 2 in the afternoon all the way to 2 in the morning. Only once the place had fully emptied were they allowed to piss off. Rick, the younger of the 2, had elected to move into one of the upstairs rooms in exchange for a slice of his paycheck, and Norman, never one to turn down cash, had jumped at the chance. The other position that Norman needed a man for was the cellar hand, the one responsible for unloading the delivery trucks as well as keeping the bar stocked at all times. For this, he had hired an ex-soldier called Marty Reed. He'd copped a bullet to the side of the head in Afghanistan, and it left him a little short upstairs. Norman found him to be perfect for the job because he didn't drink, was too stupid to chat up the girls, and worked for half the money he was prepared to pay. This made Marty another fine addition to the Lucky Star. Grace set up all the usual monitoring she used when focusing on a chosen target. Time was never on her side, almost mindful of what could happen if she took too long to eliminate her victim. It was Ellie Bunting that always steamrolled her way into Grace's mind whenever she thought about what could happen if she took too long. Ellie had been one of her first cases, a woman that had been bashed by her boyfriend on a daily basis. This was before Grace had access to her current monitoring help and a good month before Clive came on the scene. Grace began to follow Ellie's boyfriend for several days to try and get a feel for how his days unfolded. The night before she had planned to execute her intentions, said boyfriend had had a little too much to drink and simply squeezed a little too hard when putting his girlfriend into a headlock. He never noticed her passing out, too intoxicated to understand that he had cut off her airway, crushed her windpipe, and rendered her unconscious without the ability to breathe. She died within minutes, while the boyfriend passed out beside her, spending the night next to his girlfriend for the very last time. Grace had promised herself that she would never allow that to happen again. Once she had a target in her sights, her time to execution was usually hours, not days. It was how she had proceeded after Ellie had paid the ultimate price. Norman had placed a wanted ad on one of the local job boards, and Grace answered it almost immediately. Her plan was simple: go to the interview, work that evening, and then when the time was right, end the fucker. He already owned his own establishment, and as long as there were no cameras, she was as good as there. But there were cameras, both inside and out. It was Clive that had given her a rundown of what to expect in the Lucky Tavern, and it had also been Clive who had given her the answer to getting around the surveillance. He or she would simply disable the cameras ahead of time for her, ensuring there would be no trace of her. Grace knew it was the best course and thus had given the go-ahead, offering Clive the usual sum for the impeccable service. Once Grace answered the advert and received a response, Clive set the wheels in motion, paving the way for Grace to go in and do her thing. The Lucky Tavern appeared as anything but lucky. resembling something that could only be described as used up. The outside of the place looked like it hadn't been painted in decades, with half the windows along the second floor smashed. There was a fluorescent sign hanging above the door, but the word bar was missing the B and half the A, leaving the part that actually glowed looking like some strange foreign symbol. Inside, the view didn't get much better, and as Grace walked through the front door, she felt the foul stench smack her in the face, followed by some weird guy that was talking with a lisp.
"You here for the job?"
he asked, half limping towards her.
"Yes, I am. Here to see Norm?"
"Out back," the guy said, spittle flying from his tongue as he pointed towards a curtain behind the bar. "Help yourself." A woman working behind the bar eyed her suspiciously, then pointed to the curtain as if to remind Grace of the direction. "Second on the right." And then, after snickering a little, "Hope you brought knee pads." Grace ignored the comment and pushed through the thin piece of fabric that felt like an old bedsheet. The stench of stale beer was more pronounced in the dark hallway, laced with the unmistakable scent of dope. She knew what she was in for even before knocking on the door and prepared herself for the worst. "Come," Norman called out once Grace knocked. She opened the door and stepped inside the moderate office. There was a desk behind which Norman was sitting, with a couch off to one side. Grace knew the purpose of that couch and wondered whether this prick intended to have her on it before the interview was over. "You Grace?"
"Yes, sir."
He grinned a little, enjoying what he heard. Grace watched his eyes undress her, slowly running up her long legs, focusing on her crotch for a moment before continuing up to her cleavage. "You said you've worked behind a bar before?"
"That's right."
"Ever offer more than just drinks?" He wasn't beating around the bush, and Grace immediately recognized his self-confidence.
"Sometimes,"
she lied.
"What I need is someone to run the bar 3 till late, Mondays through Thursdays. Bitch that had the job shot through without notice. Think you can handle it?"
"I can handle it," she replied, noting his eyes dropping down to her bust line again. "So why should I hire you?" This was it, Grace thought, the question to try and get her naked. She wasn't prepared to drop to her knees, not for anyone. She knew getting topless was part of her act, but other than that, this prick would get nothing else from her.
"Because once I have my post-shift drink, I need something to warm me up."
It was the best she could come up with and wasn't sure whether it would work. But just as he was about to answer, the phone rang, and once Norman picked up the call, found his attention pulled in another direction.
"Stanley, my man, how they hangin'?"
He remembered the woman in the room, pulled the receiver from his ear, and said,
"Work tonight's shift and we'll see how you go."
He waved her away, not bothering to wait for an answer, simply turning his chair and facing the rear wall. Grace nodded slightly, looked up at the camera watching her, and hoped Clive had come through. She took a final look over her shoulder before walking through the door, watching the man she intended to kill within just a few hours. If everything worked the way she hoped, Nancy Prescott would never have to endure her husband again. The Lucky Tavern failed to live up to its name, the night filled with the type of clientele Grace loathed. The men were mostly middle to late aged, out to escape from whatever woman they kept at home. Others came simply to sit and drink their sorrows away. The women who did come in were either paid to be there or reliant on free drinks for a service their chaperones hoped for at the end of the night. The staff working the bar were angry almost all of the time, simply filling orders without any sense of politeness or sensitivity. They slammed the drinks down on the bar, snatched the money, and most of the time failed to make change. There were 3 women working the floor, and one would always be missing, Grace assuming they would be out the back, earning an extra kick into their pay packets. There was also a room upstairs, and all 3 took turns to escort drinkers to the second floor for a brief session. Grace worked the bar as best she could, despite never having spent time behind one before. Thankfully, this wasn't the sort of place where drinks had fancy names, most simply ordering beers and shots of basic spirits. Despite her lack of in-depth knowledge, none of the other staff were any wiser. One thing she did take great care with was her appearance. Grace donned a short wig, one suitable enough to hide the bald head underneath. Hair had always been one of the first and foremost identifying features police noted down, and Grace had shaved hers off months before her first murder, relying on a number of wigs to alter her appearance. She also had a prosthetic piece for her nose, adding a hint of a bump to the bridge of it. There was also the fake scar she painted onto her chin, barely an inch long, but still prominent enough to be noticed. As she worked the bar, she hoped that the heat of the room wouldn't impact her appearance. Norman only made 2 appearances the whole night. Once around 7, when a local pizza store made a dinner delivery, and the second right on closing, as if smelling his opportunity to inspect the new employee firsthand. Grace watched as he emerged from the curtain just as the floor girls bid farewell, leaving just her, the boss, and one of the final bar staff. As if to highlight his true character, Norman went to the tip jar, took out the notes, and pocketed them, leaving behind coins which he didn't care for. The other woman barely paid it attention, not seeming to care as she finished replacing the spent bottles with fresh ones from the crate brought up earlier. Once she was done, the woman nodded at Norman, ignored Grace, and headed for the door. She didn't look back, and once she was gone, Grace knew her time had come. "Join me," she said, reaching for a bottle of Jack Daniels. "Never say no to a beautiful woman holding alcohol in her hand," he croaked, flicking a cigarette into his mouth and sparking a match. As he chased the tip with the flame, Grace poured 2 drinks, plonked the bottle on the table, and upended her glass as Norman dropped the spent match. She pretended not to pay him attention, slammed the glass down, and wiped the side of her mouth. As Norman reached for his glass, Grace poured herself a second, then repeated the ritual, not bothering to acknowledge her drinking partner. "You know, we could take this party upstairs," he half-whispered at her. Grace could smell his body odor from where she stood and couldn't for the life of her think of why anyone would want to get near him. "Sounds good," she said, grabbed the bottle and glasses, and headed for the stairs. Norman watched her walk past, focused on her tight buns, then slowly followed, remaining far enough behind to appreciate the view before him. The start of her routine happened just like it did with all the others. Men were so predictable. It took all of 30 seconds for Grace to remove her top and for Norman to start treating her nipples like Jolly Ranchers. His teeth felt vulgar enough for Grace to flinch, but she managed to hang on to the back of his head long enough until he passed out. The real conundrum came once she had him tied naked to the bed. He looked disgusting, smelled of rank body odor and piss, plus had some sort of genital herpes. Grace imagined taking a photo and posting it to the board where she knew Clara would still be waiting for word. But what Grace really struggled with was ending him. A knife to the chest seemed too simple for a beast who inflicted such horrible pain on Nancy and God knows how many other women. He was a piece of shit in every sense of the word, and what he needed was to suffer. It was the least he could do to repay what he owed. Grace stood in the corner of the room and waited. It was a sequence she had adopted ever since the first, watching her target lying unconscious before her as she let the thoughts run through her mind, those that fueled her rage. It was those very thoughts that made what she did possible. It was them that removed any humanity from her and turned her emotions into a brick. While Norman Prescott enjoyed his final dream, Black Death contemplated how best to end him. It normally took them at least an hour to sleep the drug off before briefly returning to the land of the living. When it came to Norman, he was still out of it almost 3 hours after losing consciousness. Grace began to worry about daybreak hitting before he woke, maybe some of the staff returning to clean, or maybe even some early morning delivery. But just as she contemplated simply stabbing him while he slept, she saw his fingers slowly curl as if trying to grab something in midair. A groan rumbled somewhere inside him, and then his eyes began to flicker.
"What the fuck?"
he whispered, sounding as if he'd swallowed sandpaper. He pulled on his restraints, the cuffs jangling on the bedhead. It was a decent timber frame, one Grace knew wouldn't break, given the man tied to it.
"Welcome back, Norman."
He peered up at her, trying to focus, but the light was still too bright for his sensitive eyes. He blinked repeatedly, still trying to make sense of the situation. Grace stepped forward, leaned down, and lifted the man's underwear. He finally found her and stared back, the anger rising in his gaze.
"What the fuck are you doing, cunt?"
he roared, and Grace gave him an uppercut to the base of his nose. She felt the tender skin split beneath her fist, then thrust his underpants into the open mouth as it struggled to scream in pain. Norman gagged as his own scent hit him, now coming from so close to his broken nose. Grace couldn't imagine it tasted any better, but focused on more urgent matters. She knew her plan was already off course, but now wondered how far her anger would take her. She hadn't experienced this type of rage in a long time, and not while a target was directly before her.
"Nancy sends her regards,"
she whispered, leaning down close to get right by his ear. Norman began to shake his fists at her, trying to break the bonds that would hold him for the rest of his life. Grace could feel the rage continue to build as she mentioned Nancy's name. Her hands were visibly shaking, and she was sure Norman could sense his days were over. As if trying to somehow control her emotions, Grace briefly closed her eyes, but all she could see were the words from the medical report. He had raped his pregnant wife with a baseball bat, and it was a vision Grace was unable to shake. She opened her eyes, briefly locked onto Norman's, then brought the knife down into his scrotum with a single thrust. Norman's eyes bulged as his body tensed, the gravelly scream locked into his throat, his underwear refusing to budge. Grace's rage refused to plateau, continuing to rise as her very vision began to change, everything before her taking on a deep shade of red. She pulled the knife out, dropped it onto the bed, and reached for the bottle of Jack. A moment before Norman realized what was about to happen, he tensed once more, doing his best to bring his legs together.
"Remember, Nancy?"
Grace hissed at him, feeling the tears flow freely as the anger took hold of her, shaking the woman to the very core. She stood beside Norman as he tried to pull away, but it did no good as his executioner brought the butt of the bottle out before her, then thrust it down and out as hard as she could. The blood from his wound created the perfect lubrication, and Grace pushed the bottle into his rectum with all her might. He screamed again, began to convulse in pain, and passed out. Grace didn't pause, leaving the bottle where it was wedged. She reached for the knife and brought it down on his chest. Once it was embedded up to the hilt, Grace pulled it out and brought it down a second time, and then a third. Crying and groaning with uncontrolled emotion, she repeatedly stabbed the deceased corpse again and again, her tears falling with each thrust. Only when a drop of blood hit her in the eye did she pause, holding the knife above the body as if waiting to plunge it a final time. But the blade slipped from her fingers, bounced on the battered corpse, and came to rest on the mattress beside him. Norman's eyes were half open and staring back at her, his sins paid for in full. Grace silently wept as she looked at the mess she had created. This was not what she came for, and felt ashamed by her actions. She had always promised to remain the person she was, willing herself to absorb the emotions instead of letting them out. As she began to clean the scene as best she could, Grace quickly realized that there was nothing she could do to make it look like a regular Black Death murder. So, instead of placing the card in his hand and the rose on his chest, Grace simply looked at both of her totems, then let them slip from her fingers, both landing between Norman's feet like discarded trash. Tonight, she couldn't be Black Death. Tonight, she was just a regular woman that had been scarred by too many incidents. What she needed was to get out and get out quick. Without hesitating, Grace packed up everything she needed to, took a final look at the scene of destruction, and left the room. As she walked down the short corridor, she suddenly froze as something moved beside her. Grace turned and locked eyes with a man standing in the doorway of one of the rooms. She recognized him as the cellar guy. He stared at her with horror in his eyes, and she suddenly remembered the stabbing frenzy. What he could see was a woman covered in his boss's blood. She was sure he must have heard everything that happened, and for the moment didn't know what to do. It was the man who made the first move, raising his hand and offering her a towel. Grace looked at it for a moment, then took it, neither of them speaking. As she turned and continued towards the stairs, she began to wipe at her face, doing her best to remove away the last remnants of her explosion. Chapter 8. They think there's been another one, Tim said as Sam returned from her shower that morning. They think? Mama said the body's pretty beaten up, definitely not as clean as the rest. Sam finished drying her hair, dropped the towel on the chair, and eyed him for a moment. So what? They think a copycat? Maybe not. The card and rose were still there, but the body? Yeah. Well, his body is kinda messed up. Tim whispered the final two words, trying to enunciate the horror Mama had described. Messed up how? Messed up as in a bottle of Jack Daniels jammed up his butt messed up, and his chest cavity turned into some kind of shredding party. Sam looked at him horrified. A bottle of... She began, her own words reduced to a whisper as she tried to comprehend the image building in her mind. I know, right? Do we know the victim? Norman Prescott, 52, married to Nancy Prescott, and, surprise, surprise, Mrs. Prescott has a significant history of domestic violence injuries, most notably raped by a baseball bat that killed the 6-month-old fetus she was carrying. Here, check this out. Tim finished, pressing play on the news article and spinning the screen towards her. Sam watched in disbelief, listening to the reporters firing questions at the recently released Prescott. They let him go? Sam asked, her voice filled with the shock experienced by many others. They did indeed. Seems he had quite a few friends in places that mattered, and my guess is, called in a few favors at the right time. Sam sat at the table in disbelief, running through the information she had been handed in such a short amount of time. Do we go and speak with this Nancy Prescott? Tim raised his eyebrows in quick succession, signifying he had something up his sleeve. No need to. Turns out good old Mama Bear hit a little bit of pay dirt last night. Tell me, Sam said, sitting up a little. Good old end the pain kind of pay dirt. What did she find? Someone talking to Black Death herself. Someone calling themselves Muffin Maker. Muffin Maker? Who knows? Anyway, there's not much to go on conversation-wise. But the person keeps referring to her sister being with a man she married who was 18 years her senior. Norman Prescott was 18 years older than his wife. Plus, Tim continued, raising a finger to highlight the importance of his next point. He caused his wife to suffer 2 miscarriages, the second through rape with a baseball bat. That's pretty specific. And Nancy only has a single sister, Clara Buchanan. So I'm guessing we're going to pay Miss Buchanan a visit? Tim rose from his chair, gave her the flick and finger point, and nodded. Knew you were the smarter one of the team. Clara Buchanan lived in a small town an hour south of Chicago, and Tim took the wheel as Sam continued scrolling her way through the information Mama had sent. More pages kept hitting her inbox, each time a little ping announcing the new arrival. Traffic was almost non-existent, and Tim fumbled the radio as he drove. He thumbed the scan button and sorted through a few of the radio stations, but for the first few stations, nothing worked for him. It was only when he heard the familiar tones of Evermore blasting out Running that he left it alone, tapping the wheel as he settled in for the cruise. Sam's eyes continued darting across the virtual pages, reading police reports, medical reports, as well as newspaper stories of Norman Prescott's handiwork. No wonder she flipped, Sam said once Tim turned the volume down again. Who? He asked, not following. Black Death. The shit this guy did? I mean, there's domestic violence, and then there's this bloke. He took things to a whole new level. I'm sure once we see the sister-in-law, we'll get a clearer picture of just how bad this shit really was. The Buchanans lived on a rural block on the outskirts of town, and as Tim wheeled their car up the long driveway, he could already see their intended interviewees sitting under the shade of a huge tree that covered nearly half their home. Clara had a champagne flute in one hand, a cigarette in the other, and appeared to be almost jovial as they pulled up. I was wondering how long it would take you, she called out as they stepped out into the sunshine. Excuse me? Sam called back. You're reporters, aren't you? Hounded us when that monster was released from custody. I knew you'd be back the second he died. Ma'am, we're not reporters. Tim called back, and her demeanor changed in an instant. Police, then? Sam shook her head. No, ma'am, we just wanted to talk to you about Black Death. They approached the seated woman as she sat her glass on the table. A man came around the side of the house and called out to his wife. Everything okay, sweetheart? Yes, fine. Without bothering with formalities, Sam decided that it was time to go in with all guns blazing. They could no longer afford to beat around the bush, and if this woman knew who their SK was, they needed to know. We know everything, muffin maker, she whispered. Clara Buchanan's color faded from her face. She almost dropped the cigarette from her fingers and snapped her mouth shut. It wasn't what she had been expecting, at least not this soon after the murder. Who are you? She whispered, for fear of anyone hearing. Ma'am, we are the people that know you engaged the serial killer known as Black Death. We have your conversation, and we know you tried to offer payment. Like my partner here said, we know everything. It took Clara a long time to calm herself enough to be able to speak again. Her husband returned at one point, but she snapped at him to leave her be, that she had important business with the guests. He didn't put up an argument, silently returning into the house. Once she had her third cigarette burning between her fingers, she finally managed to put complete sentences together, still wary of the listening audience before her. I swear, I don't know who she was. All I know is that she contacted me and I responded. What do you mean she contacted you? Didn't you answer her advert or something? Clara looked at Sam for a moment, almost as if her words had somehow amused her. Advert? You think she advertises her services? That's what we're here to find out. I put up a post on that site about my sister, and the next thing I know, I get a message from someone claiming to be able to get rid of that prick forever. I kind of put two and two together, figuring it had to be her. And then what? Clara looked at Tim. What do you mean, and then what? And then I asked her to do it. You saw the conversation. But how did you tell her where? When? Clara looked confused, as if unsure of the question. There were no instructions. She left the conversation, sent me a single black rose, and went and killed him. Quite fast, too, I must admit. As if feeling some of her strength return, Clara reached for the glass and resumed sipping the drink. Why do you think I'm out here celebrating? That was when Sam slapped the glass from her hand, sending it smashing into the ground beside them. We don't have time for bullshit. This woman you think is your best friend? She's murdered 7 people that we know of. Who knows if there's more? We don't even know if she's eliminated witnesses yet. That seemed to get Clara's attention. Witnesses? She asked meekly. Yes, witnesses. You know, people she spoke to who have half a chance of helping authorities identify her. People like you. But I don't know anything. Maybe you know more than you think, Tim added. Clara paused, stared back to the house, and saw Mike through one of the windows. As if asked, she began to speak about her husband, almost as if she was about to leave him. He's not the strongest man, but he has one of the biggest hearts I've ever known. I know I shouldn't have done what I did, but someone had to. Nancy has been hurt in ways none of us could ever imagine. That monster deserved everything he got. If I end up in jail because of it, or worse, dead, then so be it. I'd do it again. I saved my sister, and if that's what it takes, then let her go and continue. She snarled the final few words defiantly, and Sam knew she wouldn't get anything else from the woman. This woman will continue, and who knows where she'll end up. All I can tell you is that she's the one making the decisions with who she considers to be a threat. A threat? A threat to who? The men beating up their wives? Clara had missed the point, and Sam wanted to make sure she understood it before she left. She leaned down a little closer to emphasize her words a little more. I pray she doesn't consider you a threat. It was all she could think of to say, and simply turned back towards the car. Tim followed, and neither looked back. They drove back to the city in relative quiet, and before Sam even knew she would, she fell asleep as Tim gently nursed the car along the gentle slopes of the road. He had turned on the radio again, listening to some station playing love ballads from the 80s and 90s. Phil Collins had always had the ability to work his magic on her, and within a few bars of his best work, she found herself gone. There was something unnerving about knowing she was dreaming when all she wanted was to relax and let go, but right from the beginning, Sam knew it was impossible. There was unfinished business inside her mind, and she knew that eventually she would have to face Lightman once and for all. He was a sickness living inside her mind like a walking, talking tumor. He was a growth that refused to leave, trying his best to tear her down the way he had destroyed the rest of his family. Just like the previous occasion, Sam found herself standing outside the small, run-down hut again. The sun was shining brightly, just as it always was, and the scene before her appeared as tranquil and inviting as she remembered. But when she looked again, there was a single difference that immediately grabbed her attention. It was her mother that was missing. She had always appeared in these dreams either as a voice to comfort her or as a victim to stand between Lightman and her child. On this occasion, however, there was nobody. The hut looked completely deserted, with not even gentle tufts of smoke billowing from the chimney. If it hadn't been for the birdsong and gentle breeze on her face, Sam may have mistaken the scene before her as a painting, rather than an actual setting for this dream. She took a few paces towards the steps leading up to the porch, staring down at the very spot where Lightman had ripped her mother's throat out. Sam looked carefully, hoping for some evidence of an aged stain, but to her dismay, there was nothing but old timber boards. Her heart began to pound as she carefully reached for the door handle, the black iron metal feeling ice cold despite the warmth of the day. The second she touched the metal, the bird song that had been playing all around her just moments before disappeared in an instant, replaced with a deathly silence. At the same time, the sun also vanished, a dark shadow suddenly overtaking the mountaintop. The gloom that fell across the countryside chilled Sam, and she nearly pulled her fingers back from the door. But something told her that there would be no pulling back. She was committed to opening that door once and for all, whether she wanted to or not. As she turned the handle and pushed gently, the door creaked defiantly as it drew back into the shadows of the room. Sam gave it a little push right near the end and watched as it pulled itself further into the room, revealing the inside of the cabin for the first time. The fireplace was alive with flames. It surprised her, considering the chimney had been cold only moments before. But from where she stood, not only could she see the flicker of the flames on the adjoining wall, but she could also hear it crackling. Sam turned to look behind her, mostly from instinct to make sure there was no one behind her. But as she looked, she saw that, as strange as it seemed, rain had begun to fall, the heat of the day vanishing as the air chilled around her. Just as she was about to step back and regather her thoughts, a voice spoke, one not only familiar, but also unfamiliar. It was Lightman, but somehow minus the evil. He was sitting by the fire, resting himself in a rocker, his feet raised on the edge of the brickwork. From where she stood, Sam could smell the flames, the smokiness almost burning her nostrils as she craned to see what he was up to. She could see most of his bottom half, including part of the rocker, his legs and the feet resting on the bricks.
Come and sit. I feel like we've never had a chance to actually talk before.
His voice didn't sound old at all, instead, somewhere maybe in his early 40s. Sam remained where she stood, unsure of whether this was just another trick designed to fool her into slipping up. He sat forward, and for the first time in her life, Sam Rader stared into the eyes of her great-great-grandfather, a monster responsible for as many as 4 dozen murders and counting. She stared back at him, feeling his eyes bore into her very soul. Just a dream, she whispered to herself. Just a dream.
Kid, if this was just a dream, then why are you so afraid?
Because I know what you're capable of.
Capable of? But I'm long gone, child. My time ended long before you were ever born.
His face suddenly changed, somehow morphing into a younger version of himself as he smiled out at her.
Sam, come and sit. I just want to talk.
He stood but remained in his place.
Please.
He motioned at the chair next to his and waited. Unsure of why she would take such a risk, Sam stepped forward, paused, then took another step, this one taking her partly through the door. In here, the warmth felt as raw as ever, the fireplace blasting heat into the small cabin. A light sweat beaded across her brow as she stepped fully through the door, swallowed hard, and gave in to the monster.
Please, sit,
Lightman said, gesturing at the chair again. Sam did as he asked, never taking her eyes off him.
I'm Eddie.
Much to her surprise, he stuck out his hand, a warm smile dawning across his face. Sam shook with him, expecting his touch to feel as cold as the day had turned outside, but instead it felt as warm as the heat radiating from the fireplace. He pumped her hand several times, let go, and dropped back down into his rocker, but not before turning it slightly to face his guest. They sat staring at each other for a long time, Sam wondering whether he was trying to connect with her telepathically. He grinned as the thought crossed her mind, as if reading her thoughts.
Why am I here?
She finally asked, unable to contain her curiosity any longer.
Because we're related, and I thought it was high time we officially met. I know Harry doesn't extend the warmest welcome at the best of times. He can be a trifle trying at times.
He half chuckled as if telling some light joke. Sam didn't respond.
Look, we both know what you really are. Don't you think that?
What exactly do you think I am? Eddie paused, caught off guard by her question.
Why do you women always deny your real self? Your grandmother did, your mother did, and now you're doing it.
Sam kept her face expressionless, not giving away a thing to the monster now sitting beside her. Eddie tried to read her, but found himself unable to.
You're a killer, and I must say much more convincing than your mother.
Leave her out of this, Sam hissed, but Eddie knew he hit the right chord and thus continued to fish.
If only she had realized her full potential the way you have. I mean, she could have taken things so much further.
He knew he was getting under her skin, itching in just the right place to force Sam to lose her cool. She closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and tried to push the anger deeper inside herself. No easy feat when already inside your own dream.
Did I say something wrong?
She opened her eyes, gazed back at the face staring at her, and smiled. Eddie was momentarily caught off guard again, Sam watching as he leaned slightly backwards. I don't know what happened between you and anybody else in our family, but I'm here to tell you that you will never beat me. Do you hear me?
I'm going to end you once and for all." He snapped his mouth shut and simply stared back as if somehow wounded by her words. And then, as if finally unable to hold back any longer, Eddie began to laugh, his face again morphing before Sam's eyes. When he leaned forward again, she saw that Harry had returned, now appearing the way he always did in these dreams. His teeth were yellowed with dark spots where the rot had set in. His hair was unkempt, long strands hanging across his face, caught in the stubble of his straggly beard. But what Sam saw more than anything else were his eyes, pitch black, devoid of any humanity, boring into her very soul as he watched her. She tried to smile, to somehow fight back against the monster that had returned to the forefront of his show. He began, clasping his arms around himself and pretending to shiver.
"So cold in here. Should I throw another log on the fire?"
He turned to look at the fireplace, and when Sam turned to see what he wanted to show her, felt the shock slam into her like a hammer. Her mother's twisted and broken body had been forced onto the grating of the fireplace itself, her head caved in and leaning on one shoulder, her dead eyes staring back out from the flames. Her clothes were mostly burnt away, and Sam could see the skin scorched black, almost turned to charcoal by the heat. As Sam recoiled in horror, her scream rising above the crackle of the fire, Harry Lightman began to laugh, a guttural sound that shook Sam to the very core. He rose, then lunged at her without warning. Sam did her best to fight him off, but he got the jump on her and she felt his hands close around her throat in a second. Trying with all her might, Sam swung her arm at his face, then followed it with the other. None of her training seemed to work, with Lightman's rank breath just inches from her face.
"You're one of us, you know."
"Never," was all she managed to scream into the monster's face as she swung a fist and...
"Samantha!"
Tim screamed at her. It took her a moment, at first trying to fight the hands shaking her awake. She nearly bit one, the familiar taste in her mouth filling the air with the scent of blood. "Huh?" she croaked, releasing her hold on Tim's wrist. "What happened?"
"From where I was sitting, someone tried to murder you in your sleep."
He leaned back into his own seat, and Sam noticed for the first time that they were pulled over to the side of the road. "How long was I out for?"
"About 20, I'd say."
He handed her a bottle of water. The taste of blood felt surreal to her, and as she twisted the top off, felt something trickle down her chin. She wiped at it, then saw the reason for the taste, the streak of blood running along her finger. "Oh, shit," she whispered, feeling the sting on the side of her lip. "I'm gonna need something stronger than this." Chapter 9. They found a bar at a small one-stop town called Cider Creek. As Sam read the name, it conjured up memories of the place where Harry Lightman had unleashed his torment, Cider Hill never fully recovering from the ordeal. Tim parked the car in the near-empty lot and the pair headed inside. The atmosphere wasn't too bad, with a friendly bartender welcoming them the second they walked through the door.
"Howdy,"
he offered, dropped a fresh bowl of peanuts on the bar, and wiped his hands on the apron he wore around his middle.
"What'll it be?"
"JD and Coke, please," Sam replied. "No ice." The bartender nodded, then looked at Tim.
"I'll have the same, thanks."
Once their drinks were before them, the bartender returned to his previous duties, leaving the pair to do their drinking in private. At first, they just sat and sipped, Sam trying her best to get rid of the taste. It still had the power to send her senses into overdrive, being her own blood and all, but Mr. Daniels soon calmed her enough to refocus her attention. "Want to go sit outside?" Sam finally asked, pointing to a door leading out to an undercover area. Tim nodded, scooped up his drink, and followed her out.
"What the hell happened?"
Tim asked after they sat again, already knowing the answer. He'd been around long enough to know whenever Sam confronted her inner demons.
Sam also knew the answer, but wasn't sure how to answer the question, not the way she normally did. The truth was, Lightman had gotten to her. He'd never had such power over her before, but for some reason, this time felt different. She began, searching for the right words. He beat me. Tim looked at her curiously. What do you mean, beat you? As in hit you? No, not like that. I mean, he got in my head. I know it doesn't make sense, but he's somehow manipulating himself more and more into my subconscious. Tim took a drink, pulled out his cigarettes, and fired one up. He stared at the smoke as it rose before being dragged along by the breeze. It makes perfect sense. Inner demons are the worst. For one, you can never outrun them. They're as much a part of you as your heart. I can't imagine what it must feel like to have such a monster living inside you. He's been terrorizing my entire family for almost a century. He's murdered so many, including my grandmother, my mother, and God knows who else. The hard thing about them, Tim continued, is that first you need to decide whether those demons are real. Sam stopped rolling her drink between her fingers and stared across the table. Tim instantly knew she was about to snap at him. What the hell do you mean if he's real? I can promise you, he's real. He surrendered, holding his hands up to calm her before the emotion really let go. Hey, I'm on your side, remember? I've had some experience with this sort of thing. No, not like this. This is different. Lightman is inside me. Somehow, he managed to get inside all of our heads and slowly work his way to such a place that he has total control. I'm not saying he's not real. What I'm saying is that you, Sam, you need to decide if he's real, and if he is, then you need to use that to your advantage. But how? How do I use that? Tim shrugged apologetically. That's the million-dollar question. Only you can answer that, and only you will know when the right time is to utilize it. Sam took a long drink from her glass, picked up Tim's cigarettes, and rolled the packet between her fingers. Tim watched her for a bit, then reached out for them. You don't want those, he said. Sam relinquished them after opening the packet and taking a whiff, the smell of fresh tobacco filling her nostrils. Jim told me about Lightman as well, during that final dream. Really? What did he say? He said the secret was in the diary. You mean Lightman's little black book? Tim could see the fear in her eyes, something he had never seen before, despite all that they had been through. That's the one. He said what I needed to do was turn the tables, get into his head for a change, turn it around on him and beat him. I've heard some pretty crazy things, even seen a lot of weird shit, especially when it comes from some of those we hunt. I mean, the stories they tell you about voices and demons and fucking dogs telling them what to do, I never believed any of them. What? How can you say? Tim held up a hand. Hear me out. I never believed any of them, not until now. Somehow, I see the truth in your eyes. It's as if I can somehow see into your mind and see the very essence of the man you speak of. When you say he's real, I believe you. The words he spoke meant more to her at that moment than she could ever explain. Without knowing she was going to, Sam rose in her chair a little, leaned forward and kissed him, feeling a jolt down her spine as their lips touched. Tim didn't move, simply responding to the woman who'd grown on him with each passing day. She tasted the cigarette on him, somehow finding comfort in it the way a long-lost memory will sometimes spring forth from a random smell or taste. While it only lasted a few seconds, the moment felt more like minutes, Sam feeling her heart pounding much too fast as she slowly pulled back. Tim gazed back at her, the surprise evident on his face. Sam? He asked, tilting his head a little like a puppy. I'm sorry, she replied, slowly pulling back and retaking her seat. No, that's not what... Tim began, trying to catch up to the moment. It had happened so fast. The kiss had happened in the blink of an eye, leaving him almost speechless. What just happened? I shouldn't have done that. It was wrong. Are you okay? Yes. No. I'm just so confused. This case, Black Death, Lightman, they're all just in my head, and I have no idea which way is up anymore. Was the kiss bad? Kiss? No, it was perfect. Really, it was just unexpected. Sam sat back a little, looked across at her partner, and smiled. Wait, are you blushing, Timothy? Her words only served to increase the color in his cheeks, rising like lava towards the top of a volcano. She was sure the heat was rising just as much and giggled as Tim flipped her the bird. Oh my God, that's so cute. Cute? He grabbed the glass, drank his drink in 3 large gulps, then belched as hard as he could. I'll show you cute. Sam laughed even louder as the color in Tim's cheeks began to recede a little. That's disgusting, she cried, tears rolling down her cheeks as she tried to stay upright. Oh my, I have to pee. She stood and half ran towards the door marked gals. Tim watched as she disappeared into the ladies' room, the feelings he didn't know he had continuing to linger. Once he was sure he knew how to deal with them, he stood, headed for the bar, and refilled their drinks. Sam returned almost 10 minutes later, her hair and makeup fixed from her slumber ordeal and laughing attack. She looked much more composed than when they first walked into the bar, and as she sat down, let out a long sigh. That's better. See? All I needed was a strong man to help me see the funny side of life. Not sure about the strong man part, but I'll take it. He picked up his drink, held it out, and said, "Cheers." They clinked glasses and drank before Sam's cell began to vibrate on the table. "Hi, Dad," she answered, sounding a lot more jovial than she had when they first walked in. Tim gestured towards the men's room, and Sam nodded, listening as her father took center stage.
Hi, sweetheart. How's things?
Great, just relaxing for the moment. How's things back home?
They're good.
She could sense that he had something he wanted to say, and a split second before he did, she remembered about Jim.
Listen, I heard about Jim Lawson. I know you and he were quite close, and just wanted to see how you were holding up.
She wanted to tell him about the dream she had, not just about Jim, but also the more recent Lightman experience. It had been, after all, her father that had not only raised her, but also taught her the mental strength to beat anything the inner demon threw at her. But she also didn't like worrying him. He already knew enough about her role in Pogrom to understand the strains she was placed under. She didn't want to worry him anymore, knowing that each other was all that was left in this world. I'm hanging in. It was a shock to hear, but somehow I guess I knew the day would come sooner rather than later.
Well, he was like 200 years old or something.
Sam giggled a little, more out of courtesy than humor. Her father had always found humor to be the best icebreaker, and she knew he just wanted to make sure his little girl was good.
Well, as long as you're okay.
I am. Thank you for checking in with me.
That's my job, kiddo. Hey, listen, how about dropping by soon? I know someone that really misses you.
Her heart instantly pined for Jasper, their beautiful retriever remaining on the farm with her father. Soon, I promise.
All right, sweetheart. I love you.
I love you too, Dad. She hung up and for the first time in a long time felt a touch of homesickness. Despite only being away for a little over a year and a half, the time away from home had gone by slower when she really thought about it. Time was funny like that. In some ways, it flew past, like when on holiday or out go-karting, but then it could also feel slow when compared to an overall time frame, much like she was now. All good? Tim said, dropping back into his chair. Yeah, fine.
Has he heard about Jim yet?
Sam raised her cell and gave it a shake from side to side. That's why he rang. He knows how it would affect me.
Maybe that's why you feel the way you do.
Maybe it's because subconsciously you somehow feel like one of your mentors is gone.
Sam suddenly eyed him, feeling as if Tim touched on something she hadn't considered before. As weird as that sounds, I think you're right. Maybe it is all linked to Jim. She took a sip, her eyes focusing off into the distance. Maybe that's why Lightman is feeling more confident.
Huh?
The dream that I just had, it felt completely different. Normally, he's straight up front, killing someone in front of me, sometimes my mom, sometimes random people. But he's always trying to scare me or shock me. But this time, she took another sip. This time he changed. It was Eddie. Tim looked at her curiously.
Who's Eddie?
Sam realized she hadn't fully explained Harry to him, not the way she knew him. Harry Lightman was my great-grandfather. He had multiple personality disorder, with 3 distinct people living inside him. There was Eddie, Harry, and Louis. Harry was considered the main personality, the one that communicated with everybody. Eddie was the subordinate one. He kept mostly to himself, almost too shy to interact, if you like.
Why do I get the feeling you're about to introduce me to the monster?
Tim whispered, and Sam shot him a wink. Louis was the dominant one, the monster, if you will. You know, maybe I should just let you read his diary. He explains it so well.
Maybe,
Tim agreed. When Harry needed muscle or courage, he would call on Louis, and once he arrived, shit hit the fan. Louis was like an unstoppable force of power. Jim had a theory that Louis was in fact the cannibal.
And Louis is the one that comes after you?
Yes, mostly. That is, until just now. This time, it was Eddie.
I don't follow. Why would Eddie make an appearance? I thought he was the shy one.
Correct. And I'm pretty sure he was trying to lure me into a false sense of security. He somehow knew I'd listen to Eddie. By using him to lure me into the cabin and sit with him, man, he certainly played a number on me.
Sounds like it. But why? What's the purpose?
Sam pondered the question. That I don't know. Jim did warn me. He didn't often speak to my mother, but when he did, I know they often spoke about Lightman. He was inside her just like he is with me. She took a drink, held the bourbon in her mouth, and swallowed hard. He blamed himself for her, you know.
For your mom?
She nodded. He never came right out and said it, but I could tell. Ever since that very first time when he came on screen at Milton Ward, eyes can't tell lies. Remember that.
But how could he have...
He tried, but wasn't sure where to go. He couldn't have, Sam said, finishing the point he wanted to raise. It was her own battle to fight, just like this is mine. Somehow, I think my grandmother, Stephanie, also had him inside her, except she dealt with him in person as well.
That must have been hell.
Tim took a swallow, trying to imagine the monster when he was alive. Sam reached inside her jacket, held her hand inside for a few moments, then removed something from her pocket. She held it out to Tim, unsure whether he wanted to follow her deeper into the rabbit hole. Only if you want to. He reached for it without hesitation, flicking through a few pages before placing the diary on top of his cigarettes. Just remember one thing, Sam added.
What's that?
Once he's inside you, he's in there for good. They'd been at the bar for over an hour before the conversation returned to their current case. Black Death was still eluding them, and without any proper leads, they were powerless to locate her.
Mama hasn't had any luck finding any more contacts. Maybe she'll take a break, let things cool down some.
Sam looked at Tim and shook her head. There's no way. If anything, it wouldn't surprise me if... She began, then snapped her mouth shut.
What?
Of course. Clara.
What about her?
Tim asked, sitting forward. Now that Norman's been killed, she practically worships that woman. I would bet my Mustang that she'll try to warn her.
You really think so?
You saw how she celebrated. Even after what we said to her, she continued sunning herself in the blood of her victim. I'm telling you, she'll warn her. Sam reached for her cell and dialed Mama. Once connected, she explained her theory and asked Mama to see if she could trace Clara's messages, wherever they led to. As always, Mama obliged, promising to throw extra resources at the matter. Once Sam had hung up and finished her drink, she pushed her glass away, waving her hand back and forth. I'm done. As much as I needed that, I can never get used to drinking in the middle of the day.
You ready to continue?
Tim asked, and Sam gave him a mock salute. Let's go, Chief. They drove back to the hotel in relative silence, each with their own thoughts filling their minds. Sam thought about Jim and the last conversation they'd had, the last proper conversation. He had handed her the diary that time, offering her the option to really learn about the monster living inside her, the monster she had now handed to Tim. She looked down at the ring sitting on her finger, the diamond sparkling in the sunlight. It dazzled her, just the way it must have done when first handed to Stephanie all those years ago. He had told her that Stephanie was just as much a part of her as Lightman was. While he was the evil force, she was the good. Like shadow and light, good and evil, right and wrong, Sam held inside her both ends of the scale, both driving her and her alone. It was during that drive that things seemed to finally fall into place for her. In her mind, pieces of the puzzle first circled around each other, then dropped before her, all finding their rightful place as she continued to stare at the ring. She didn't tell Tim then, but she knew she would when the time was right. Jim had been right, despite Sam not understanding at first. They were both inside her, because they both were her. She was as much Harry as she was Stephanie. They were her conscious and unconscious, her subjective and objective. They decided how she handled situations. When the situation called for Louis, it was Louis that drove her, giving her the strength to fight. Stephanie was the one who pulled him back when he was no longer needed. Stephanie determined when Louis was called and how much of him needed to be unleashed. The dreams were never about the actual monster living inside her, because it was her, Samantha Rader, that was the monster. She was the one standing on that porch, killing her mother over and over again. It was her that sat in that cabin, gesturing for the weaker her to come and sit. Jim had tried to explain it to her on more than one occasion, but for some reason it hadn't clicked until now. Somehow, stepping back from the words had given them the clarity she needed to comprehend the message. She finally understood. Chapter 10. The room felt warm by the time they returned, and Sam hit the AC the second they stepped through the door. She was a cold sleeper and knew if the room didn't cool down enough, would suffer because of it. Tim hit the bathroom as she grabbed the laptop and began to flick through several pieces Mama had sent through. They had been right. Clara had indeed sent a message to Black Death almost the moment they had left her home. The message was brief and to the point. They know where you hide. Sam slammed her fist on the table, pissed at the stupidity of the woman. But part of her understood her intention, and again, she felt the confusion of the day grab at her. Hey, what happened? Tim asked, returning to the sound. Right on cue, almost the minute we left her. Look. She turned the screen a little and Tim read the words. Should have expected it. Yes, and now she's going to change where she communicates. She knows we're onto her, and that's just going to make it twice as hard to find her again. Tim dropped into a chair and stared at the laptop, thoughts filling his mind as he tried to make sense. He leaned forward and held his hand out. May I? He said of the computer. Sam slid it closer to him, then sat back, staring at the ceiling as she tried to find alternatives. There's gotta be a way, she whispered, more to herself than Tim, but he answered her anyway. It was a long time before he answered, Sam busy scrolling through her cell and searching for any possible lead she could follow. Maybe there is, he finally offered. Huh? Sam asked, trying to remember the original question. He stood, slid his chair closer to her, and slid the laptop across. On the screen were several open documents, plus 2 websites, both from the dark web.
See? Look. 7 victims, but only 6 were from this here website.
He pointed to End the Pain, running his finger down the list of names.
But this one came from End My Pain. They're different.
Sam looked as if to confirm. How did I never notice that before? The 2 pages looked virtually identical, all except the middle word, which itself had been shrunk down on each page.
Norman came from the same site as the others, the one Clara used to make contact. But Trent Houghton came from End My Pain. I'm betting she won't bother finding a new hunting ground. My guess is she's already done the searching and kept this one in reserve.
Sam pulled the laptop a little closer to herself and began scrolling through the new website. There were dozens upon dozens of message boards, each containing hundreds, if not thousands, of posts.
Back to square one,
she muttered. You want the laptop? I'm happy to use my cell. They each took turns on using the laptop. As the minutes turned into an hour and eventually the hours into a day, their search continued, carefully navigating through hundreds of messages. Back at the compound, Mama was running through her own selection of message boards, using several search programs along the way. Each time she found something even remotely linked, she forwarded the link straight through to whomever wasn't on the laptop. The cell was much easier to navigate the individual messages, and the amount of information they were evaluating soon turned into a mountain. By 2 the next morning, Sam was beat, her eyes struggling to stay open. Tim had the head wobbles himself, and each tried to prop the other up as best they could. But in the end, it didn't matter, with sleep refusing to release either one of them.
We need sleep,
Tim said, finally closing the computer and pushing it away. Agreed, Sam replied, and before either one could say anything else, each disappeared into their own rooms. The hotel room soon fell into silence, with only an occasional hum filling the air from a passing vehicle. And while Tim fell asleep almost instantly, his snoring taking hold soon after, it was Sam that lay awake for a long time. Her mind was still racing, and despite the heavy eyelids, sleep refused to accept her. The thoughts raced around like crazed chickens, fluttering this way and that, turning ordinary thoughts into endless conundrums she felt unable to solve. At the forefront of her mind was Lightman, still posing a relative danger to her, but behind him, standing with just as much brain space, was Black Death, a mysterious woman with a purpose. What Sam struggled with the most was that this woman had her own reasons for doing what she did. She could only imagine the driving force behind her, pushing the woman to do things few could ever compare to. Instead of closing her eyes and trying to sleep, Sam instead grabbed her cell, thumbed a text, and pressed send. It was barely a few seconds later when her reply came back, not via text, but by phone. She pressed answer and held the phone close. I'm sorry for calling so late, John.
Actually, kiddo, it's dinner time here.
What? Sam said, fatigue keeping her from following.
I'm in Australia, just helping prepare things for Jim.
His voice sounded heavy, and Sam wished she hadn't pressed the button.
Everything okay?
I'm just torn. This woman, she began, but wasn't sure how to share her thoughts.
She's killed 7 people, Sam. People that may have had issues themselves. Yes, they did bad things, but just doing bad things doesn't give anyone the right to just end them. That's why we only end those who murder the way they do. Once we know 100% that they've murdered for sport, we end them.
But what if the people she's killing are really evil? I mean, one raped his wife with a baseball bat, killed their unborn baby. John, that's
evil, yes. But what about Trent Houghton? He had a mental health issue that he started to get help for. He knew his actions were wrong and he tried to fix them. Were the others trying to as well? We'll never know.
I didn't know.
Look, I know things can get messed up, but imagine if someone had ended Tim for what he did. He was also messed up, but he was a kid. A dangerous kid, yes, but a kid nonetheless. What if I had ended him that day?
Sam suddenly realized that John would have been in a position to make that type of decision when faced with Tim. He was right. He could have ended him, and yet he didn't.
You and Tim are a good team and you balance each other. Sometimes you need to let go of the conscious decisions and trust the unconscious ones. This woman has a taste for what she's doing, and I doubt the truth will stop her from committing her acts.
Sam listened to his voice in the dark, closed her eyes, and tried to imagine confronting the woman. Thank you, John. I understand.
Get to it, kiddo. I'm counting on you.
He hung up, leaving Sam once more alone in the darkness of her mind. There was work to be done, and she knew she was the one to get it done before another one lost their life. It was just after 8 when Sam heard the sound of the shower through the walls. While her eyelids were still heavy and the grogginess of sleep remained, she also knew that there was work to be done and time was of the essence. She jumped out of bed, slipped on her shoes, and grabbed her cell. After knocking on the bathroom door and telling Tim she would be back soon, Sam headed out of the room for something she had missed the previous week. Running had always been one of her escapes. With earphones in, an open path before her, and the sun shining overhead, it had always been one of her favorite ways to start the day. Running was something that allowed her to relax her mind while letting the rest of her body work. There was quite a bit of traffic on the road, but she remembered passing a cemetery the previous day, and as she turned in that direction, could already see the tops of the trees at her destination. Cemeteries had always fascinated Sam, even from a young age. She could spend hours in them, walking the narrow paths while reading inscription after inscription, imagining the lives the people buried before her had led. It was the older graves that provided the most fascination, their stories a little harder to imagine. This particular cemetery was just over a mile from the hotel, and once Sam had entered the gate, she slowed to a jog as she removed the earphones and listened to the sounds of the place. There was plenty of birdsong to hear, plus the endless hum of the traffic. But there were also other sounds only found in graveyards. There were the whispers of the dead themselves, sometimes heard as the breeze floated through the branches of the trees which lined the avenues. There were the prayers whispered into the sky by mourners, spoken in 1,000 different languages. It was the most surreal of places she could imagine, and before she had run the length of a single road, had already slowed to read the headstones. There were husbands buried next to wives, sons and daughters beside their parents. Some rows had entire families buried beside each other, Sam slowing to read about each of them. She'd experienced many lives through the reading of headstones, with some also offering a photograph of the person laying inside the coffin. Sam would often stop completely, kneel and lay a hand on the marker, as if somehow connecting with the soul itself. One area she always found the most difficult was the children's section. Tiny little plots, often surrounded by flowers, fresh toys, and the raw grief of the parents who have had to say goodbye. Reading some of the headstones had often left her weeping, something she didn't find easy to deal with. It wasn't that she didn't respect the children's graves, it was rather the opposite. They were the ones that touched her the hardest. Sam had almost circumnavigated around the outside of the cemetery when she slowed for a second time to catch her breath. The graves on this side of the park were from the early to mid-20th century, and she found a few of them to be around the time of Lightman's second rampage. It was the time of Stephanie and the things she lived through, and was one of the times closest to Sam's heart. She had slowed to read about Henrietta Franks, a loving wife to George and mother to Henry and Robert. Gone with the blessing of angels had been inscribed onto her tombstone, and Sam searched for her family on either side. George lay on Henrietta's left, having died 3 years after his wife, while to her right lay Robert, who died in 1982. Only Henry was missing, and given that the plots on either side of the family had already been filled, wondered whether Henry was still alive, and if he was, where he would choose to be buried. Could he be buried inside with the others? She wasn't sure, but as she paused and read the inscription left on Robert's headstone, Sam was sure that it was the missing Henry that had chosen the message. Here lies Robert G. Franks. Rest easy, my brother, till we meet again and bait those hooks together. Sam stood and stared at the inscription, imagining the brothers out on some lake, casting their rods into the waters while talking about their week. They must have been keen fishermen, especially when putting a reference to it on their— Wait, Sam said to herself. Her eyes darted back to the line a second time. As her eyes read the inscription out loud, she tried to recapture a thought that had crossed her mind for the briefest moment before fleeing again. Till we meet again and bait those hooks together. I got it, Sam said as she bounced through the door. Tim was sitting on the couch cross-legged, the laptop balancing between his knees. Got it? The sweat was dripping from her brow, and she swiped it away with an absent hand. We'll never find her the way we're going, so we bring her to us. How do you propose to do that? We bait her. We turn you into a woman beater. You will be beating the shit out of me, and according to my posts, are as bad as Norman himself. I mean, we pile on the bullshit and wait for her. Tim mulled it over, and the more he thought about it, the more he knew she was right. There were finer details to consider, sure, but given what they had to work with, it was probably the best plan they could come up with. This could work, he finally said, closing the laptop and dropping it onto the couch beside him. We hire a house, play unhappy families, and start leaving the messages. There's just one problem with your plan, Tim suddenly said. There are already thousands of messages as it is. How will she not only find ours, but also select ours as the next one? For all we know, she might already have a list. Sam felt her initial excitement begin to diminish as she listened to Tim. The room felt uncomfortably hot, and she grabbed a towel to wipe her face. But it's an idea, right? Yes, it is, just not one that guarantees we get her attention. She tried to think of something else she could add to her initial idea, but nothing came forward. It frustrated her as that idea had already taken days to come up with. Another one might take just as long, and with Black Death murdering every couple of days or so, it meant more victims. Trying as best she could, nothing came to mind, and Sam headed for the shower. She felt uncomfortably sticky and needed to freshen up if her mind was going to show her the way, just as it always did. The water felt amazing, and Sam stood frozen in the center of the cubicle as the shower worked its magic on her. Cold showers walked hand in hand with morning runs, and it never failed to set her up for the day ahead. As she stood listening to the water falling around her, the idea she had concocted returned. But it is a good idea, she whispered to herself, unable to see how it could fail. Yes, there were plenty of other messages, but what if they made their own the worst imaginable? Conjure up some of the sickest and most depraved acts imaginable. Maybe even introduce a fake child into the mix, or 2 children. Surely she would notice. The thoughts continued to build, one on top of another on top of another. What if this happens? What if that happens? If only the acts of violence were bad enough. Nancy had been attacked by a baseball bat, raped by it. She had lost their baby. What if they had something just as bad? Surely it would get people talking. Then they would spread the message, and that's when it came to her, just as the original idea had fallen into her mind. She froze, ran the idea back through her mind a couple of times, then nodded to herself. She turned off the shower, grabbed a towel, and rushed through drying herself. She grabbed her clothes and was still pulling on her pants as she rushed back out into the main room. "Clara Buchanan," Sam half shouted as she came back into the room.
"What about her?"
Tim asked. He was just preparing them a cup of tea and was in the middle of pouring the water from the jug when he paused. "She will be our messenger. We place a message, make the injuries and effects as severe as possible, and then we get her to deliver them to Black Death. Tim, she already has rapport with her." He lowered the jug a little as he let the words sink in. Sam watched, her mouth slightly open in anticipation of his approval. As he set the jug down and began to nod, Sam knew she had found the answer.
"As long as she plays along, you might just be onto something."
He looked up at her, smiled, and pointed to the car keys.
"What are you waiting for? Let's get this show on the road."
Sam shot him a thumbs up and half ran for the bathroom excitedly. Nothing would make her leave the room in the state she was in, and she knew that 10 minutes in the bathroom would transform her. The plan played out in her mind over and over again as she prepared. She couldn't be sure Clara would play along, especially considering how much she felt indebted to the serial killer. It was her one concern, and she couldn't imagine what they would do if the woman refused to help. It only took her a few minutes to make herself look presentable. With her hair tied back and a new bounce in her step, Sam followed Tim back out to the car and towards what she hoped would be the beginning of the end of Black Death.
"I'm sorry she's not home right now,"
Mike Buchanan said as he answered the door. "Sir, it's important we speak with her. Do you have any idea where she might be?" He eyed them both before answering, as if already feeling the heat from the woman who clearly wore the pants in their relationship.
"I don't know why I feel this is going to come back and bite me in the ass, but she normally visits with her friend Trudy Wellington today."
"Would you happen to have her address?" Sam could see that he didn't want to give it to them as he wrote it on a slip of paper, but once he finished, he handed it over as quickly as possible for fear of someone seeing him commit the deed.
"Thank you,"
Tim said, shaking the man's hand before returning to the car. Only once they were rolling back down the driveway did they speak.
"Think I'll warn her?"
Tim looked at Sam as he steered the car back to the road. "Something tells me that man enjoys his time when the wifey is out," Sam offered. "I doubt he'll message her."
"Let's not make it any worse for him if we can. Couldn't think of anything worse than living with that kind of relationship."
It took them almost a half hour to head back the way they came, Sam slowly calling out the street numbers as Tim slowed the closer they got. "There," she finally called. 724.
"It looks like we made it right on time,"
Tim said, pointing towards the house. Clara Buchanan was standing by the front door with an older woman. They were chatting, but appeared to be at the end of their conversation. A moment later, Clara gave her friend a kiss on the cheek, a brief hug, then turned back to her car. "Should we confront her here?" Sam asked.
"Let's follow her for a bit. Maybe see if she heads somewhere a little more secluded. Something tells me she may not want to be as helpful as we hope without some sort of convincing."
They began to follow the BMW, remaining far enough behind to avoid being seen. Clara pulled up in front of another home a few miles from their starting point, but simply placed something in the home's mailbox. After jumping back into her car, she headed west towards Peoria. But several miles into their trip, she pulled into a roadside diner, parked her car, and headed inside. Tim pulled in on the opposite side of the lot, and they simply watched for a moment.
"Think she's here to meet someone?"
"I'm not sure. Should we go in and check?"
"May as well. No good sitting out here."
They hopped out of the car and tried to avoid the front windows of the diner as much as possible. No easy task considering the lack of traffic or foliage. Once they reached the door, they walked inside and began to look for Clara. She had grabbed a table near the back wall, sat alone, and appeared to be scrolling through her cell. A waitress approached her, and Clara looked to place her order while continuing to scroll. "Should we wait?" Sam asked. "Maybe just for a bit," Tim said, pointing to a table on the opposite wall, almost directly behind their target. The diner was almost deserted, save for 2 men sitting at the counter and one other table with a couple. There was a cook whom they could see through a small window, plus the lone waitress. There would be nothing shielding them if Clara decided to turn and check out the rest of the room. "If nothing else, that smell is amazing," Sam whispered to Tim, looking over to where the men at the counter appeared to be eating some sort of pie. "It's cherry," a voice suddenly said from behind them, and they turned to see the waitress standing there, notepad at the ready. "I'm in," Sam said, feeling her stomach rumble at the thought of tasting whatever hung in the air. "I'll pass, thanks," Tim said. "Aw, you sure? Keith doesn't make it often. It's a real treat." "I bet it is, but no thanks." "Okay then, suit yourself," the woman said, sounding a little offended. She returned to the counter where a plate of the pie was already waiting. She picked it up and walked it over to where Clara was sitting. "She's here for the pie?" Sam whispered. "Doesn't look like there's anyone coming to meet her." They watched as Clara thanked the waitress, put her cell down beside the plate, and picked up the fork. A second later, she was carefully picking up pieces of the pie and slowly chewing the gooey treat. "To hell with this," Tim finally said, unable to hold back any longer. He rose to his feet and made a beeline for Clara's table. He didn't bother with pleasantries, simply grabbing the chair opposite her, pulling it out, and dropping himself into it. "We need to talk." Clara opened her eyes and looked surprisingly at him, then at Sam as she sat beside her. "Back to have another crack at me?" she finally said, resuming her pie. "You know, if you're going to be joining me, you should order a slice of cherry pie. Keith doesn't make it often." "Look," Tim said, swallowing his anger as best he could. "Let's cut through this shit. We need you. Right now." "Sounds serious." Clara slid another piece of pie into her mouth, looking at him with smug eyes. Sam could tell that the woman had no intention of helping them. "I wonder how she would feel if she knew that one of the victims was a father of 2 young girls," Sam began. Clara simply rolled her eyes and took another bite. "And I wonder how her family and friends would feel knowing that she protected a killer who took that man from his children just as he began to show promise with his counseling." "Listen," Clara began. "They all jump on the help bandwagon once they're caught. You can't sway me with this bullshit." "Bandwagon?" Sam asked, her own smugness oozing from her. "Oh no, sweetheart, there was no bandwagon. You see, Trent Houghton had his own demons, just like the rest of us. I mean, being raped by an uncle that was supposed to protect you will do that to a person. How often did he get raped and beaten?" she asked, turning to Tim. "Almost every day." "That's right, almost every day. He began drinking at age 14 just to escape the violence in some way. His wife certainly understood he was trying to get help. What did she call him when we spoke to her?" "A good husband," Tim offered. Clara paused, put her fork down, and listened as Sam laid it out for her. They could see she hadn't known all the details, but was now starting to understand the point they had been trying to make. Yes, Trent was a man prone to violence, but he had a family, Clara, and he tried to get the help he knew he needed. His wife had stuck with him for a long time and knew his history. And now, thanks to a killer without remorse, those girls will grow up with a father that tried his hardest to better himself. I didn't know." "Of course you didn't. How could you? Granted, Norman was a piece of shit that deserved what he got. But did the others? Do those she intends to murder from here on out? Because those, Clara, their blood will be on your hands. Clara looked at them with shock, finally letting the severity sink in. The realization hit her hard and for the first time understood the consequences if she didn't act. But what could I possibly do? You can send a message for us. Chapter 11. Clara agreed to return to their hotel room and help create the message they hoped would get the attention of Black Death. They knew that it would probably take a lot more than a single posting, but had high hopes once Clara made contact that she could somehow manipulate the serial killer into revealing herself. While Sam worked with Clara on the message's actual structure, Tim sat in his own room and began working with Mama to set in motion the other side of the plan. It wasn't just the message they needed to deliver. They also needed to be able to display the message in real life. What they needed was a home. Instead of going back and forth with texts, Tim popped in one of the earpieces, preferring to chat in real time during such a critical point in their investigation. Mama responded with her usual flair for creating the impossible and soon had a couple of possibilities. What sort of image are we trying to convey here, my boy? Tim had thought about this and knew what they needed. Something in the working class range, not too upmarket. Sam was thinking we should pretend to have a couple of little ones, but I don't know how we could pull that off. Hard enough trying to make this work without adding more headaches. Well, there are a couple of homes that may suit. Both furnished, so that helps. One's north side, one's west. 5 of the victims lived in the northwest, so you got something either side. Doubt it'll matter much. Want to send the links? Already done. Let me know which and I'll see what I can manage. And if you... She began, then stopped suddenly in mid-sentence. Mama? Tim asked. No answer. Mama, everything okay? I'll call you back, sugar. She snapped, and then without waiting for an answer, disappeared. Tim took the moment to go and check in with the women in the next room. He could hear their murmur through the walls and could tell from the tone that Clara had done a complete turnaround, now overly keen to help. They were sitting on the bed, the laptop between them, with Sam typing stuff. As the door opened, she looked up and asked, Making progress? I think so. Mama's just had to pop out for a bit. How about you guys? Clara here has come up with some good ideas. I think when this woman reads the messages, she'll fall over herself to come find us. Mama came back after some time, calling for Tim over the earpiece. He kept the piece in, unsure of how long she would be. I'm here. Go ahead. I found something even better, she said, sounding excited by her news. Better? Tim asked. One of our cleaning crews is based up that way, and wouldn't you know it, one of them lives in Lincoln Park. Well, I just rang Steve Temple, and he said you can use his home. Not only does he live there with his wife, but also their twin girls. That's perfect, Tim said. But how did you manage to convince him to give it to us? How else? I offered him and his family a week's vacation in Florida, all expenses paid. Mama, you really are a magician. Maybe a witch, she replied. After getting the details, Tim returned to where the women were just finishing their message. He held up his phone, shaking it a little from side to side. House is sorted, and a lot more suitable than we were expecting. How so? Sam asked. Mama managed to find us one lived in by one of the cleanup crew up here. Cleanup crew? Claire asked. Never mind, Sam said, waving the question away. We can head there in a couple of hours, check things out, then you two could come back here and do what you need to with getting her attention. Sam nodded. Tim held something out to her, and when Sam held her hand open, Tim dropped something small into it. Clara was reading the message again and didn't notice, not the earpiece he handed her, nor the wink he shot her. She popped the device into her ear and turned back to the woman at the center of their plan. It was a little after 2 by the time Mama sent the thumbs up to say the home was available for them. The family had grabbed their essentials and were heading to the airport, leaving their home to the agents. The Chicago sky was brilliantly blue, just a few whispers of cloud hanging off to the south as they pulled out into traffic. Clara took shotgun with Sam driving, Tim taking the back seat so he could not only relay everything to Mama, but also keep an eye on their passenger. He didn't trust her, knowing she could throw a huge spanner in the works by sending a warning ahead of time. Tim knew that there was every chance the woman was simply playing along, telling them what they wanted to hear in order to gain information. What he needed was for this home to be perfect, and then for Sam to take her back to the hotel room while he prepped it. There were certain things he needed to take care of, unsure of how Black Death met her victims. There were still too many questions they needed answers to, and he wasn't sure whether they would ever get them before the serial killer showed up. But he also needed to keep Clara close, and thus debated with himself over how to handle her. If Sam took her back to the hotel room, even a quick bathroom break would give the woman enough time to jeopardize the operation. He considered confiscating her cell just until things were finished with, but then didn't want to risk turning her the other way if she did in fact support them. She was just difficult to read, which didn't help the situation. Sam navigated the roads towards Lincoln Park, making little conversation as she drove. Tim recognized it as her defense mechanism for nerves. Whenever they neared the pointy end of a hunt, she would often quieten, pulling herself inwards to cope. He thought back to the kiss as they drove, wondering if it had meant more. They'd been working together for quite some time already, and he had always had a certain level of attraction to her. But did he really want to risk their professional relationship by pursuing something he wasn't sure would ever fully develop? As he sat quietly in the back seat, he closed his eyes and thought back to the very first time he had seen her, aboard a flight from her home to Kansas. She had been sitting a few rows behind him, and on one pass on his way to the bathroom, she had been sleeping. Her face had looked so innocent, so sweet, and he had slowed his walk to prolong watching her. When he did finally meet her, sitting down beside her to discuss the brief interlude he had played out in his own mind over and over again, it almost felt surreal. Did he have feelings for her back then? Maybe. But given the role each had to play in this relationship, could he really act on those feelings? He opened his eyes again, looking at Sam's in the rearview mirror. Luckily, he had his sunglasses on and she couldn't tell. But then her own eyes moved, looking into the mirror directly into his eyes. Their gaze met, and for a split second, he was sure she knew he was watching. It was as if her eyes somehow acknowledged the fact, almost smiling back at him. She returned her attention back to the road, and Tim lifted his cell and thumbed the screen alive. Whatever thoughts and feelings he had about his partner, now wasn't the time to try and interpret them. There was a job at hand, and he couldn't risk interference of any kind, not when dealing with someone as dangerous as Black Death. Because unlike most of the serial killers he had hunted, this one was different, driven by a whole new level of rage. The home was perfect, nestled in a tree-lined street, surrounded by the kinds of neighbors most people hoped for, and everything one would need to ensure a comfortable life. With 2 floors of living space, plus a swimming pool in the backyard, it was what most people strived for in their life. Sam parked the car in the drive and they all climbed out, Clara nervously looking up and down the street.
"Don't worry, no one is going to recognize you here,"
Tim said, sensing her nerves. How do you know? For all we know, that could be her house right over there. She nodded her head towards a home on the other side of the road for fear of pointing and being seen.
"Somehow, I doubt that. We wouldn't be that lucky."
Sam walked to the spot where the keys were hidden and lifted the rock. She grabbed the bunch, then headed for the front door. The street lay in silence behind them as she popped the door open and waved the others inside before her. The scent of fresh flowers hung in the air, and the brightness of the home only seemed to add to the ambiance. Beautiful home. Clara said, heading for the fireplace where photographs lined the wall above it.
I'll check upstairs,
Tim said, bounding up the stairs 2 at a time to see what he had to work with. Sam looked around the living room, then spotted the door leading into the backyard. Just as she was about to pop the door, her earpiece came to life.
Don't let her out of your sight,
Tim whispered to her.
I still don't trust her 100% and don't want to give her the chance to screw this for us.
Okay, Sam replied, but in a normal tone, turning back to Clara. Think you're ready to do this? What, now? Not right this second, but soon. I just want to make sure you're comfortable with this. I think so. I just wish I could talk to her, maybe get a sense of understanding. What she did for my sister is something I can never repay, regardless of whether it was right or wrong. No one will ever know the impact that monster had on her. Sam sat on one of the chairs as she listened, and Clara followed suit, dropping into the couch closest to the fireplace. I doubt anyone could ever understand what your sister went through. None of the victims' families, for that matter. That's what makes this so hard. She has her own demons to fight, and killing people isn't going to fix her. She needs to be stopped. There was a brief silence, the women listening to Tim walking around upstairs. His footfalls came through the ceiling, the timber creaking every so often. Finally, Clara asked a question Sam didn't know how to answer, because it wasn't one she had even considered herself up to that point. What will you do once you catch her? Sam looked at her for a moment, her mind racing as the question seemed to avalanche its way through her thoughts. To be honest, I don't know. He'll kill her, won't he? Clara nodded up to the ceiling, and Sam wondered whether she was right in her assumptions. Maybe, but I doubt it will be as clear-cut as that. First, we have to catch her. The home was perfect, and once Tim had inspected the house in its entirety, he returned to the living room.
Let's do this,
he said, nodding for Sam to initiate the message.
We need to get her attention fast if we want to save lives. She might be already tracking her latest victim for all we know.
Clara's face instantly changed, her fears rising to the surface. What if she knows, suspects, she'll come after me?
Then you better hope the message is received in the manner we need it to be,
Tim informed her. Sam sat beside Clara as she opened her cell and did what she needed to do to get into the message board. Tim stood behind the couch, watching carefully as the pre-written message was copied and pasted into the box. She hesitated for a moment, took a deep breath, then pressed the send button. Clara looked at Sam, then turned her head towards Tim. Can I go now? It's done.
Not until we know she's read it.
But I did what you asked, Clara protested, rising to her feet to face Tim. You said you only needed me to send the message.
Yes, and now we need you to wait until we know she's taken the bait.
But, she began, but Tim refused to listen.
When it's done,
he snapped, cutting her off. Clara looked at Sam for support, but quickly realized it wasn't going to come from her either. She was alone in her protests and instead of continuing, dropped back onto the couch. For the moment, they had her cornered. Chapter 12. Paul Burns had been a man Grace had heard of before she saw his name on End the Pain. He had been charged with embezzling his employer the previous year, and the press had been relentless in their pursuit of him, right up to the moment he had been acquitted. But like so many others, the negative exposure had impacted him substantially, leading to alcoholism, drug use, and, of course, violence. Grace had the man in her sights, especially since learning that he'd put his 74-year-old father into the hospital. After his wife had run out on him, taking their 6-year-old daughter with her, Burns's life spiraled more and more out of control. After losing his home and then his car, he was soon forced to move back in with his parents, something that only served to enhance his demons. It had been Burns's sister who posted the message, begging for someone to help with a man that had lost all sense of direction in his life. The pain he was inflicting on his parents, both who were simply trying to survive retirement, was abhorrent. There were suspicions that Burns had been sexually assaulting his own mother, who had been wheelchair-bound for years, with his father catching him in the act. This was another one of those people that lived a sadistic life at the expense of others, normally substantially weaker than themselves. He needed to be ended, and Grace knew his time was fast approaching. Grace had parked her car down the street from where the Burns family lived, far enough away to not raise suspicions, but close enough to still see what she needed to. As she sat waiting for signs of life from the home, she continued to scroll through the message boards, filling her mind with the stories of those who had nowhere else to turn. She couldn't imagine why people needed to create horror movies when the world was already filled with such confrontational material, some which was enough to make one cry. There were stories of rapes and beatings inflicted on children, wives, partners, sisters, brothers, parents, the elderly, and sometimes even the pets. When it became too much for her, Grace would simply shut off her cell, close her eyes, and remember a sister whom she missed more than anything, someone she had considered to be a piece of her heart. It was Lucy's strength that had helped Grace through many situations, her younger sibling somehow able to boost her own courage through their unspoken connection. She pulled out an old photo of Lucy and stared at it for a long time, feeling the pain of her death as fresh as if it happened the previous day. Grace's biggest fear was losing that pain completely, feeling it slowly recede, like some of the memories of their time together that had begun to disappear. As the afternoon continued to churn on towards evening, Grace looked up on a few occasions, hoping for Burns to show his face. She knew from the posts that he still liked his drink and would often walk the 2 blocks to the supermarket for a fresh bottle to see him through the night. Grace checked the time, then thumbed the cell back into life, continuing to scroll. Once she had enough, she switched sites, logging into one of her other favorite hangouts. To her surprise, a message was waiting for her. She clicked on it and immediately recognized the name, Muffin Maker reaching out a second time. "I don't want your money," Grace whispered as she clicked on the message, recalling their previous exchange. But to her surprise, it wasn't about money. Instead, she needed help, a friend of hers in dire need. Grace sat up a little as she read the message, something about the words reaching out to her. It was about a young mom that had lost the father of her twins to cancer, and her new boyfriend was a crackhead with a taste for violence. He raped and beat the family daily, forcing the mom to hand over her paycheck whenever she brought one home. The mom had been to the hospital on several occasions, and Muffin Maker had a real fear that he would kill her during a drug-fueled episode. The tears stung her eyes as she wiped at them, reading how the girls would be orphans if anything happened to their mom. Grace knew the danger the girls were in and understood the consequences if she didn't act fast enough. To try and get her thoughts straight, Grace temporarily shut the cell, held it in her lap, and stared out through the windshield. There was movement ahead, and she watched as Paul Burns half stumbled from the door of his parents' home, turned down the sidewalk, and slowly walked towards where she was parked. Thoughts were screaming around her brain like stock cars round a racetrack. Visions of herself and Lucy coming home to find their own mum murdered in the bathroom. Of the man that had killed her and what he had put them through during his time with them. How much their lives changed once they were left orphaned. Burns was nearing her car, and Grace felt the rage intensify as she stared at him. He looked down, saw her watch him, and snarled, "What the fuck are you looking at, bitch?" That was when she knew she needed to act. Grace opened her car door, jumped out, and ran at Burns, the man barely a dozen yards from her. She didn't slow, lowering her head in the final second and grabbing him by the scruff. Burns lost balance, dropped to one knee, and tried to look up at the shadow that somehow knocked him over. But before he could speak, Grace brought her boot heel down on his fingers as they looked to support him on the concrete. He screamed in agony as 2 of them snapped. He fell down, clutching his hand close to his chest as Grace kneeled down and grabbed him by his shirt. To get her point across, she pulled out the blade she kept in her boot and pointed it at his eyeball.
"Listen up, Paul Burns,"
she whispered, her face barely an inch from him as the blade stared threateningly into his eye.
"I'm going to tell you this once, you piece of shit. Get off the booze, go and get the help you need, and then get the fuck out of your parents' home. Do you understand?"
He nodded intensely, shaking his head as if his life depended on it.
"I swear I will."
"Are you even listening?"
She brought the blade closer and he begged for his life.
"I swear, yes, I will."
Grace leaned in a little closer as a car door slammed somewhere further up.
"If you don't, I will come back and end you. Do you hear me?"
To emphasize her point, Grace shot the point of the blade forward, scraped the skin beside his eyelid, and watched a thin trail of blood start falling to the pavement.
"Oh, please, no,"
he shouted as footsteps came running towards them. Grace looked up and saw an old man halt as he saw the blade. He held his hands up and began to retreat, a wise move on his part. She looked back down in time to see the urine flow from Burns, running towards the curb and down into the gutter.
"You're gonna lose more than a trickle of piss if I have to come back."
Without looking back, Grace rose, returned to her car, and jumped in. She twisted the key, floored the gas pedal, and got the hell out of there while she could, trying her best to regain control over her anger. After swapping the plates on her car as a precaution, Grace ran up the stairs to her bedroom, paced back and forth several times, then picked up a pillow. She screamed into it, paused, then screamed again. The rage pumping through her veins hadn't subsided during the drive home, and she feared losing complete control. The message from Clara had completely blindsided her, and she wasn't sure how to regain her composure. Reading about the twin girls had ripped open familiar wounds she had never allowed to fully heal. All she could think about was racing over to that home and saving the children. She dropped the pillow and sat on the edge of the bed. After pulling the cell from her pocket, she opened the message again and reread it for the third time. If she was going to learn to control the rage that fueled her, then she would need to confront the pain living in her own soul, the kind she knew she could never fully heal. The words felt like trying to swallow barbed wire, scratching the shit out of her as they ran through her mind. So many emotions came with them, and although they fueled her for the job at hand, they also held her back by reminding Grace of what could happen if she lost control. Only when she was positive she could do it did she send a reply, one that had been anxiously awaited at the other end. Once she realized she had committed, Grace dropped the cell phone next to her on the bed, laid back, and grabbed the pillow. As she lay in a fetal position, holding the pillow close to her chest, she began to cry. The sobs soon turned into a crying fit she hadn't experienced in a very long time she had spent without her best friend. Almost 2 hours after pressing send on the message, the reply came through. It was a single emoji, a black rose, just like the one sent the first time.
"What does that mean?"
Clara asked as she stared at it.
"Is she coming here now? I have to get out of here. If she comes and I'm here and she knows what I—"
"Quiet," Tim snapped out of frustration. He understood the woman's fears, but she wasn't helping herself by repeatedly muttering doom and gloom. Clara snapped her mouth shut and looked up at Tim, her face appearing as if he'd slapped her rather than spoke.
"You and Sam will head back to the hotel, and I'll stay here."
"What? You can't stay here alone. She'll kill you,"
Clara whispered.
"I doubt that,"
Tim replied, then nodded at Sam. Samantha took the cue and waved for Clara to follow her. Once outside, she briefly turned back to Tim, looked into his eyes and tried to read his thoughts, but found him completely closed off. He was already in hunting mode, his cannibalistic instincts awakening just as they did for her when she knew the kill was close. "Please be careful," she finally wished and turned away. Tim watched them climb into the car, gave a final wave as they pulled away, and closed the door. The thought of taking on this SK wasn't what bothered him so much. He had far superior senses and knew how to use them to his full advantage. But what he faced was an unknown entity that still presented a problem. As long as Clara was out there, she could still undo everything. He turned back to the home, grabbed his bag, and set it down on the kitchen table. Inside, he found the little bits and pieces he brought to help him in this situation. Several cameras, Wi-Fi extenders, and motion sensors. Once active, they would feed back to the master control room where Mama would help him monitor the home in its entirety. Just as always, it was she that was the ace up his sleeve. 5 cameras and half a dozen detectors he placed upstairs, while the rest he scattered downstairs. He planned to keep the television running for most of the night, complete with a near-empty bottle of Jack Daniels on the table beside the couch. It was a ruse he hoped would be enough to coax the woman indoors, and once he had her inside, could quickly end her spree. It didn't take long for night to fall over the suburbs once the sun set. Tim stood in the back door as he watched the final few remnants of daylight disappear from view. He knew that it wouldn't take long for the killer to take the bait, possibly already on her way over to scope the place out. The breeze turned chilly as quickly as dusk had vanished, and with just a t-shirt on, Tim returned back inside, ensuring the door remained unlocked. He didn't want to make it too difficult for her to gain entry, and if he could manipulate where she came inside as well, would simplify his job.
Sam?
The earpiece was still in, and he wanted to check in.
Yeah, everything okay?
All's quiet here.
How's our passenger?
She's fallen asleep on the couch, snores almost as loud as you do. He chuckled a little at that.
I don't snore.
Uh-huh, you keep telling yourself that. Are you all set?
Think so. Mama's got the house covered mostly. Just need to sit back and wait and see what happens. Listen, if Clara sleeps, try and get a few minutes of shut-eye. Just be sure to keep her cell well away from her. If nothing happens tonight, one of us will need to be refreshed enough to watch her.
He sounded confident with getting a result, and Sam felt thankful she didn't have to make the call. There were just too many emotions she couldn't quite read with this situation. I will. I don't think Clara'll do anything rash. Really think she'll show? Sam asked.
I certainly hope so. No reason why she wouldn't. She did acknowledge the message, so who knows?
Tim sat on the couch as he listened to her voice, wishing she was with him in the room. They were a good team, and he considered her the best partner he'd ever worked with. While he always knew she would be a great addition to Pogrom, he never realized just how good she would be. Please keep in touch, and let me know if you hear anything.
I will,
he promised, breaking a little smile at her maternal instinct.
I will.
Grace woke to a darkened room, still clutching the pillow she had cried into. Night had fallen at some point, and for the first few moments she felt disorientated. It took her a moment to remember the hut she was in, having rented the out-of-the-way block of land just a week before. It served her purpose well, keeping her away from the jungle of the cityscape she struggled to be around. The job, which she had worked for almost 5 years, had a perfect rostering system, giving her 4 days off in every 9. While she worked long hours during her shifts, she found that she worked even longer shifts during her time away. She pushed the pillow away, sat up, and reached for her cell phone. It was still lying beside her on the mattress, and when she checked the time, was surprised to find it well after midnight. The cause of her grief suddenly flooded back as she recalled the message sent by Nancy's sister. There was another family she needed to save, one far more important than any of the others she had intervened in, because this one had reminded her of something much closer to home and a life stolen from her and her sister. Clara sensed where she was the moment the world began to return to her. She had been sleeping on a couch in a hotel room with people she didn't know, but was aware they wanted to hurt the person who helped free Nancy. She opened her eyes the tiniest crack, trying to make sense of what was happening. The only sound was coming from the television, the volume turned down to almost zero as an episode of Dr. Phil played out. She always hated the man, believing him to be the worst piece of garbage for gaining fame through other people's misery. But where was Sam? She opened her eyes a little more, trying to find the woman tasked with watching her. Shortly after returning to the room, Sam had asked for her cell phone in case Clara felt like using it to warn somebody. But now where was she? The chairs around the table were empty, and Clara moved her head ever so slightly to try and see a little further. Could she be sitting behind her? Not from that angle. If the television was turned down yet on, then there was every chance Sam had been watching it. She would need to be somewhere by her feet. Clara lifted her head a little, but the more she saw of the room, the more she realized her guard was gone, or at least no longer watching her. She sat up a little more and peered into the open doors of both the adjoining rooms, and there, lying on the bed, were Sam's bare feet. She must have figured that with her subject asleep, she could get a few minutes of shut-eye. Sitting up a little more, Clara looked around for her cell. It was nowhere to be seen, and she figured it was probably in the room with Sam. She carefully slid her feet onto the floor, then pushed herself up, standing as the shadows from the television continued to dance on the floor. Grace looked at the address again and figured it would take a little over an hour to reach it. Just as she decided that now was as good a time as any to get going, she wanted to see the face of the man that could cause so much pain and suffering. She typed his name into Google and hit search. Kit Ellington didn't have the kind of face she was expecting, but his eyes seemed to hide the horror he was capable of. There was a photo of him and his family in one of the articles that Grace clicked on, the story about how he had been suspected for sexually assaulting a coworker a few months prior. Another article showed him facing charges of battery. It didn't take her long to feel the anger return, especially when she saw the twins. They were gorgeous, dressed in identical summer dresses that highlighted their green eyes. Grace snapped the phone shut, jumped up, and began to get dressed. It took a bit of time, but I think I managed to superimpose your face onto several thousand web pages using the name Kit Ellington, Mama said as she helped Tim stay awake. I also have the monitoring linked into your cell, so you'll feel it through the vibration should anything enter the home. Just admit it, lady. You're a magician. You were born with a higher power. That always made her laugh, and Tim enjoyed hearing the sound. Thank you, my friend. Just be sure to keep yourself safe. This one's got me worried. I don't know why. She just feels different. I know what you mean. He finished for her. Believe me, I'll do everything I can to come home to you. She laughed again, always a sucker for Tim's humor. The drive out to Lincoln Park didn't take as long as Grace had assumed, pulling into the tree-lined street a little over 40 minutes after leaving her hideout. With no moon in the sky, the darkness took on a new level, with this street holding barely any streetlights. There was just a single one at either end, with one in the middle. On a road that looked more than 500 yards long, that left a lot of space in the dark. She parked near the top of the street and decided to walk the rest of the way. Although most of her other victims had been dealt with away from the family home, she felt this one couldn't wait. This one needed to be finished immediately. She stole her way along the street, counting the houses down until she stood in front of her mark. It was quite large, 2 floors, and the kind of home that conveyed happy family to those watching from outside. Bullshit, she whispered to herself as she crossed the threshold and stepped onto the lawn. There was a light coming through one of the bottom windows, and from the way it kept flickering between light and dark, Grace knew the television was on in the downstairs living area. She took a final look behind her and around the street, then made a beeline for the flickering shadows to try and get a peek inside. There was a small garden directly underneath that window, and lush bushes of flowers were growing there, each as high as her hips. Grace carefully stepped between them and crept closer to the window. Once she was close enough, she peered inside. It was the living room, and just as she assumed, the television was silently playing some old Western. She could see the couch, but it sat empty, a bottle of JD sitting on the table beside it that appeared to have been mostly dealt with. That was when she saw her way in. The back sliding door stood partly open, giving her free access inside. Chances were high that Kit Ellington had given up on the bourbon and headed for an early night. According to the message, the rest of the family had gone for the weekend, leaving the man of the house home alone to face his music. Grace pulled herself back and quietly made her way around the side of the house. There was no car in the driveway and thus could see her way through the carport with relative ease. There was a side gate, but surely that would be unlocked. She was right, the gate opening without a hitch. For some reason, she felt a lot more nervous this time around, sensing her heart beating much more pronounced as she stepped into the backyard. The air felt a lot cooler, too, as a light sweat broke across her brow. Something suddenly shuffled off to her right, and when she spun in that direction, she watched as a shape scurried through the carport and into the bushes. The cat moved like lightning and disappeared just a bare second after first appearing. "Fuck," Grace whispered, feeling the adrenaline course through her body. She took a deep breath, looked towards the door, and swallowed hard. It was time to save a family. The door led straight into the living room, and as Grace stood beside it, she listened for any sound. The silence was almost screaming at her, willing the assassin to run in and finish the job. It could all be over in a matter of minutes if she stopped pausing every few seconds. "Damn it, get going," she mouthed to herself and prepared for action. Just as she flexed her leg to step through, something began to vibrate in her pocket over and over again in short, sharp bursts. It took Grace a moment to realize that it was her cell, but why would anybody be messaging her? She pulled it out and was surprised to see that it wasn't an SMS coming through, but rather notifications for messages coming through to her message box online. She quickly opened it, unsure of how so many people could be messaging her at the same time. But it wasn't many people, instead just one, sending the same message over and over again. "Run, they're on to you." Grace took a moment for the words to sink in, but when they finally did, took off like the cat had moments before. She pushed away from the wall and made a jump for the gate, pulling the latch up and the gate open in one single motion. Just as she did, something moved inside the home and she kicked off for the bottom of the drive, running as fast as she could as something began chasing her. "Get up!" Sam screamed at Clara as she lay on the couch. "What have you done?" The woman opened her eyes, pretending to wake up, unaware of what the issue was. Sam grabbed her arm and pulled her up. "Ow, bitch!" she cried, pulling herself free. "Why, Clara? Why would you betray me like that?" "Because I can't be the reason so many will have to continue living in fear and pain. That's why." She screamed the last two words into her accuser's face, then sat back down. Sam turned slightly away and began speaking as if into thin air. It took Clara a moment before realizing Sam had the earpiece in. "I'm so sorry. I thought she was asleep. She took her cell and sent a message." As Sam listened to Tim's response, she turned and eyed Clara, her fury rising behind her eyes. "Okay, give me a bit. I'll come and get you." Without speaking a word, Sam walked into her room, grabbed something from the bag, and returned. She didn't pause, walking straight up to Clara and grabbing her by the arm. She pulled her unwilling captive into the bathroom, placed one cuff onto her wrist and the other around the shower head. It was a solid piece of pipe with no open ends, making a perfect anchor. "I strongly suggest you sit tight until we get back." Tim was already waiting at the bottom of the driveway by the time Sam pulled up, and he jumped in before she even stopped. He dropped into the seat beside her, slammed the door shut, and sat quietly as Sam turned the car around. Only once they were back underway did Sam try to make up for her mistake, hoping she didn't jeopardize the entire mission. "I'm so sorry. I can't believe she would do that."
"I had an idea she would. Her loyalty will always be to her sister."
"I should never have left you there. Did you get close? Did you see her?"
"Close enough to smell her perfume,"
he whispered, and Sam could tell he was still angry.
"But I got a decent look at her as we ran under the streetlight."
He turned to her then, and Sam could see something in his eyes that told her he had more. "What?" He didn't answer at first. "What? You've got something?"
"We know her."
"Wait, what?"
"Okay, well, not quite know her, but we've seen her before."
"Who is it?" Sam asked, now firing up herself.
"It's the woman that came to pick up Neville Potter, the one from the coroner's office."
"Jill?" Sam said, thinking back to the day they had visited the hotel room where Potter was murdered.
"That's the one."
"How sure are you?"
"No doubt in my mind. I remember the pronounced kink in her earlobes. At the time, I thought weighted earrings might fix them. I'm telling you, Sam, it was her."
"Weighted earrings?"
"Shut up. I tend to think about things, you know?"
By the time they returned to the hotel, the first wisps of impending daylight began to brighten the distant sky. Seeing night slowly begin to fade out made Tim yawn, and it quickly spread to Sam, following as if on cue.
"Don't start,"
he murmured as she killed the engine. They hurried to the elevator and rode up in silence, both eager to make sure their captive was still in the room. She had questions to answer, and neither of them were in the mood for any more bullshit. Sam cracked the door and followed Tim inside as he headed straight for the bathroom. He paused in the doorway, and for a brief second, Sam imagined an empty cuff dangling from the shower pipe. But when she heard the familiar jingle of metal on metal, knew Clara was still there.
"Thanks for making sure a killer is free to continue her work," he began, walking towards the shower. "I got half a mind to drop you at the nearest police station and let you explain the next murder away."
"I'm sorry," Clara began.
"I really am, but I did what I had to." "No, you didn't have to. You chose to."
He stepped forward a little closer, grabbed the key from Sam, and unlocked the cuff. Clara began rubbing her wrist the way they always seemed to do it in the movies and followed them out into the room again. Tim pointed at the couch and she sat without speaking. Sam left the room, already on the phone to Mama to share with her the rest of the night's details she may have missed. Tim sat and eyed Clara off for a few minutes, trying to decide what to do with her. His stomach suddenly grumbled, loud enough to enunciate itself in the silence of the room. "Maybe breakfast would be an idea," Clara offered, and for the first time, Tim agreed. He reached across to the hotel phone, dialed 0, and waited for an answer. After sharing the sequence of events with Mama and again apologizing for her screw-up, Sam shared what Tim had discovered about the woman he chased earlier that morning. It took her a while, but after quite a bit of searching and scrolling, she finally found the employee records of Jill Tannen, one of the transport officers for the Chicago coroner's office. As she listened to Mama read through some of the details, Tim knocked on the door and called in that he'd ordered breakfast. She replied by knocking on the door a couple of times, then returned to the bed. She had the laptop open, listening through the earpiece as Mama gave her a rundown of the woman Tim had identified as being the prolific killer they had been chasing. Working her magic and following the trail so many try and hide as best they can, it didn't take long for Mama to start uncovering more and more information, including the false account she had set up in the name of a girl that had died in childbirth. 30 minutes later, and the list of details written on the pad beside her was extensive, including a sad history of how the woman once known as Grace Shaw had discovered her mother brutally murdered by a boyfriend and her twin sister who died at the hands of an abuser. As she read through the items, Sam suddenly realized just how close they had made their own story, including the part about the twin girls, something Clara had suggested. She understood why the killer had come running so quickly, probably due to a lot of old wounds returning. She thanked Mama, pulled out her earpiece, and grabbed the notepad. The information she now had would make tracking their target a whole lot easier. Plus, they had the most important thing of all, her photo. "You'll never guess what I found," Sam began as she walked back into the room and froze instantly. Both Tim and Clara were lying unconscious on the floor, with Grace kneeling above Tim, a knife pushed against his throat. From the look of her expression, Sam instantly understood the severity of the situation, with her partner millimeters from death.
"What the fuck is Pogrom?"
Grace snarled at her. She motioned to cut, and Sam dropped the notepad, held her hands up, and tried to calm the woman. "Please, we just want to help you." Grace never blinked.
"Help me? I'm not going to ask again. What is Pogrom?"
She saw Sam's surprise at hearing the name and knew she was onto something.
"Yeah, you're not the only one cluey with computers. Didn't take me long to find you two once I heard you talking."
She gestured again with the blade, but this time lowering it enough to nick the supple skin of his throat. "Stop. Stop, Grace. You don't have to do this."
"No, I don't. But if not me, then who?"
"We can talk about this."
"Talk? You think I'm here to talk, bitch?"
"You're here because you're angry, confused. I would be too, but killing him isn't going to help you."
"For the last time."
Grace began, lifted the blade, and prepared to plunge it into Tim's chest. Sam raised her hands a little higher, gesturing for her to stop. "It's an organization that hunts serial killers."
"Killers like me?"
"Yes, killers like you. We're what you might call the ones that make sure killers can't hide behind the law."
"Wait, so you want to preach to me about right and wrong, and all the while you guys are out there making your own decisions about who dies and who lives?"
Sam felt her own anger rise, feeling the threat awaken her carnivorous senses. She took a deep breath and tried to calm herself. "No, not exactly. We never kill anyone unless we're 100% sure they're guilty, and then only if they display the classic signs of someone unable to stop themselves."
"So, someone like me then?"
Grace repeated. "You've killed many people, some of which didn't deserve to die."
"Who didn't deserve it?"
She brought the knife down and froze, inches away from finding its mark, and Sam called for her to stop. "Please, Grace. Just like you had a traumatic upbringing, so did Trent Houghton. He had small children, children who are now left fatherless because of you."
"Trent Houghton kicked his little girl down a flight of stairs. You think he deserved to remain in that house?"
That happened long before he himself sought out the help he needed. His wife was helping him overcome his demons.
"He kicked her down."
"And you made sure he could never do that again." Sam screamed back at her. "You made sure he could never hurt them again. But you also made sure he could never be the proper father he fought so hard to become, to overcome the rapes and abuses he suffered as a child." Grace listened, her own thoughts beginning to cross in her mind. Some of the words weren't making sense, while others only fueled her rage further.
"And now you want to kill me."
"We have to stop you from hurting others."
"So you can go on and hurt others?"
Grace asked, and Sam felt her own confusion begin to kick in. "It's not the same thing," Sam whispered, trying to rein in the hunger rising inside her.
"It's exactly the same thing. Who are you to say what's right and what's wrong? We are exactly the same."
Grace pointed the blade at Sam as if to enunciate the words further, and that's when Sam jumped. While Grace was busy trying to make her point, she rose a little, pulling the knife away from Tim to point at her. Before she could react, Sam launched herself at the woman, grabbed the knife with one hand and with the other, the woman's throat.
What the?
Is all Grace could manage before she began to fight back. She pulled the blade back as hard as she could, the razor-sharp edge slicing into the soft flesh of Sam's palm. Sam let go of her throat, instead grabbing Grace's wrist and punched her inner arm in unison. Grace lost her grip on the knife, the blade skittering across the carpet. Both women briefly froze, caught up in a tangle of arms and legs. As if to boost the cannibalistic hunger she knew to be lying just beneath the surface, Sam licked her palm, waited briefly as the taste sent her into a feeding frenzy, then unleashed what she knew to be waiting in the shadows of her mind. "About fucking time you let me play," she snarled, feeling her sense of control lost as a new monster stepped forward. Sam's consciousness stepped back as Louis took control of her, Grace's strength no match for the beast. She tried to fight back, punching and kicking as hard as she could. But Grace Shaw was never a fighter, only driven by an anger that let her fight from the shadows. She made a final lunge for the knife, but Louis grabbed her ankle, snapped her leg back, and sank his teeth into the soft piece of muscle. Grace screamed as the fire rose through her body, feeling the blood flow from the wound as the teeth continued to gnaw. And then something happened she couldn't explain. The woman biting her let go, stood, and began to scream like a crazy person, her arms flexed on either side of her like a bodybuilder displaying for a panel of judges. "Get back inside," she screamed. "I'm in charge." And then, as if possessed, a new voice, the one that had spoken earlier, came out. "You were never in charge." She turned, facing Grace, who was huddled into the corner of the room, as if about to lunge a second time. She screamed again, and this time closed her eyes tight, as if to deny her demon vision of the living world. Sam appeared to be convulsing in the center of the room as Tim regained consciousness. He saw Grace crumpled in the corner and went to her, as if shielding the woman from whatever evil had taken control of his partner. Just as suddenly as it began, Sam's body seemed to relax. She stood silently for a few moments, then opened her eyes. There was blood on her cheek and neck, and she slowly wiped it away as she eyed Grace. Tim, unsure of what had happened, looked at his partner, then at the woman he had intended to kill only hours before. "You're right," Sam suddenly whispered. "We are the same." Chapter 13. There had never been a meeting in the Pogrom boardroom like there was the morning Tim and Sam returned from their Chicago trip. John listened with interest as his two agents discussed the details of their hunt, including the victims, as well as the eventual outcome. The one quality that defined his leadership was that he genuinely listened to his troops whenever they shared their thoughts. He sat quietly as Tim and Sam took turns to share their own experiences, as well as their own feelings about how to proceed. It was no easy matter, and given the complexity of the case, took some time to deal with. But one thing Sam knew about John Milton was that he was also fair. Whilst also a cannibalistic killer, he understood the fine lines they sometimes dealt with, and in this case, knew how the boundaries would never be swayed one way or the other. After more than 4 hours of deliberation, they had all come to a common consensus, finally giving the go-ahead to something that had only occurred on 3 previous occasions. John motioned to Sam, and she immediately headed to the door. "You can come in now," the others heard, and moments later watched her return, followed closely behind by Grace Shaw. The new arrival took a seat next to Sam as if sensing some sort of protection from the woman previously sent to hunt her. John stood, walked towards her, and held out his hand.
Welcome to the team.
She shook his hand nervously, tried to force a smile, and thanked John.
But you have to understand, this is a huge risk for us, and there will be a long road of training ahead of you.
I understand, sir, she whispered.
And before we go any further, there are no sirs around here. We each have a first name and we all have a job to do. I'm John.
Thank you, John. Once the formalities were over, John pressed the button on the remote and Grace watched in amazement as the wall rose, revealing the incredible room lying behind it. They shared a drink together, watching the sun setting on the end of a beautiful Kansas City day, and once they finished, they all knew that the toughest day of all still lay ahead. The church service for Jim Lawson was nothing short of spectacular. Almost 500 people were crammed into St. Patrick's Cathedral in Melbourne. Some of the highest dignitaries in the country attended, including current and former police commissioners, prison wardens, premiers, and the heads of government agencies. There were also quite a number of Pogrom members, including John, Sam, Tim, Mama, and Grace. John had hired an entire 737 to ferry the group across, as well as book out several floors at the Hilton. The service itself was beautiful, with several people taking to the podium and sharing their own experiences of a man who had fought one of the longest battles against crime. His journey had begun in the 1930s as a young constable tracking one of the most prolific serial killers in history. For almost 90 years, Jim Lawson did what he could to fight crime, to end the killings of innocent people. Sadly, it was the help he had offered Pogrom that left a deep hole in the speeches made that day. His exemplary career with the underground agency couldn't be mentioned, known only to the few sitting in a small corner of the room. Jim Lawson was cremated on a beautiful Saturday afternoon, the flames ending his mortal existence lit at the very same moment the siren sounded at the MCG to start the match between his beloved Carlton Blues and their arch-rival, the Collingwood Magpies. It was almost poetic in nature, two arch-enemies coming together on that day. Inside his coffin lay a single item, one that had been in his possession for more than half a century. It was placed into his shirt pocket, Sam spending her final moments with him as she held the photo of her grandmother in her hands for the last time. It belonged with him and needed to leave this world in his possession. The small group that had been invited to the burning stood in silence as the flames took hold, reducing the legend of the man to nothing but ashes. There were lots of tears, the kind that could never be held inside. And once it was finished, they solemnly waited out by the memorial fountain for the final package to be delivered to them. There were 2 lots of Jim's ashes delivered to them. The first would be released that very afternoon at a place they all knew he needed to be. The smaller urn would be returned to the Pogrom compound to remain inside the very place that signified their entire existence. The memorial room was something he helped to create, and John felt it fitting that the man became a permanent part of the journey. The ceremony held back on Jim's farm occurred right on sunset. They gathered on his front lawn, the sound of the ocean filling the air as the breeze swept in across the bay. There were more tears as Sam was handed the urn, closed her eyes, and fought the sadness that was consuming her. As if on cue, the wind picked up as she removed the lid, held the vessel in both hands, and slowly emptied the ashes. The wind took hold of them, and as she watched the dust get carried away on the very breeze he once called the evening song, she spoke the only words she thought fitting for the moment. The world will never be dark, as long as there are those prepared to fight for the light. This has been Black Death, Book 4 of the Sam Rader thriller series, written by Simon King, narrated by Kiiri Sandy.